We're about to start here, guys. Back to back, baby. We are going hard. We are going fast. Guys, I am so happy you're here. Let's do this. We got an enhanced risk. We got tornado warnings. We got severe thunderstorm warnings. And guess what? It's all in my backyard. Let's do this. Let's start this show right now. Welcome to Outbreak, a new live stream format brought to you by the Stormfront Freaks podcast, hosted by me, meteorologist Brady Harris, also known as Stormcat 5. We'll go live on days of extreme weather with the goal of keeping you safe, informed, and entertained. The only question that remains is, are you ready for the outbreak? The outbreak starts now. All right, guys, welcome to Outbreak. I'm Stormcat 5, also known as Brady Harris. I like to go by Stormcat 5 in these circles, though. Welcome to the stream. If you're here for the first time, welcome. If you're not, welcome as well. And we usually kind of get this show started by doing like a setup, what we're expecting for the day. But you know what? I want to get right into our tornado warnings real quick and just do a quick round robin, and then we'll go and actually look at the setup here. But we have five active tornado warnings, and you know, we are just getting started. You can see the borders of the show are orange. That is an enhanced risk orange. So every time we do this show, I'm going to change the colors of the show a little bit to try to match the Storm Prediction Center's greatest risk. And today, that's a 3 out of 5 risk. That's an enhanced risk for severe weather. We'll get to that in just a second. First, I want to show you what do we got in tornado warnings. So we have 5 tornado warnings right now. And the big show right now is going up on Michigan. And Michigan is just starting things off with an absolute bang. So we have just a couple of actually observed tornadoes up here in Michigan. So if you have any folks that live in Michigan, this is a dangerous and really, this is in the marginal risk, people. So this is well outside of the enhanced risk of severe weather. We have an observed tornado that was on the ground that, oh my goodness, look at that. Do you guys see that radar signatures? That is very clearly a tornado that is moving through, or that just moved through Portage. And let's see, I think this is oh my goodness, this is a PDS warning. We are starting the show off with a PDS warning. Are you kidding me? That is that is just crazy. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get to your guys' comments in the chat. Everyone, I know we have a lot of folks that are kind of chatting along with us, but we just have just an unbelievable start to this show. And unfortunately, it looks like we do have a tornado on the ground just to the north of Portage, Michigan. And so that is in kind of southern Michigan. And in Armor, you're not in these storms yet, but these storms are headed your way. We have a second observed tornado that was occurring and just to the northeast of Collin, Michigan, and it looks like this rotation hopefully has broadened up a little bit. It's still strong. I mean, this rotation in general is very. Oh gosh, yeah, we were seeing radar images like this, a ton yesterday, and now we see them again today. And this is just a classic hook structure, classic supercell structure. Like we said, some people call this spread eagle. I like to call this whale structure. You can see the whale with shooting water out the top, and then he's got his little feet here. So that is a classic supercell structure that was producing a tornado. Let me see this warning, and it looks like this warning has expired. Actually, no. Okay. Oh my gosh, we have two. This is the second PDS tornado warning. This is the second PDS tornado warning. I have looked at two warnings so far. That's it. I tried to go live as quickly as I could. I've been working all day, so this is my first time actually seeing this. This is a second PDS warning that we just started the show, and we already have two PDS warnings. So this is trouble. This is not good news for Michigan. We have two possibly tornadoes on the ground. And looking at the velocity, the north one definitely probably still on the ground. The south one is just oh my God. And they just issued a tornado emergency. Oh no. This is the highest. Oh geez, this is the highest level of tornado warning you can get. A tornado emergency is the absolute highest level of tornado emergency that you can have here. So this is not good news. Really, really not good news for the folks that live in Girard, Hodunk. You have a extremely large and dangerous tornado on the ground that has a bit of a debris ball here, and this is not good news at all. We have a tornado emergency. If you're just joining us, we have a tornado emergency for southern central Michigan. This includes the counties of, this includes the counties of, where is this at? This includes a Union City or 10 miles northwest of Coldwater. So this is a dangerous situation here that we're dealing with. And I'm trying to find the counties, and every kind of place puts it a little bit different. But Hodunk, Sherwood, South Butler, and Girard, Michigan, you guys are all in the path of this dangerous tornado that has a tornado emergency on it. This is the highest level of tornado warning they can give, and this is a
National Weather Service.
Here we go.
Tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for Calhoun County in south central Michigan.
Oh my goodness. So that is a new tornado warning that they just issued on this storm to the south. So we have a tornado emergency right here, and this storm is producing just unbelievable lightning. Look at the lightning on this thing. All of this lightning is well outside of the storm. So this is a powerful, dangerous spread eagle storm that's producing a tornado and has the highest level of tornado warning that you can have. We saw one of those yesterday. I've seen two tornado emergencies so far this year, and last night we had one. And last night, that, if you guys were watching the stream, that was the Barnsdall storm that literally this morning you saw the unbelievable damage photos from Barnsdall. So if this tornado is anything like that, which to issue a tornado emergency, you have to have a tornado, a extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. So I'm sure there is some sort of visual of this, and I'm actually going to try and find it here to see if I can find any Michigan traffic cameras. But two very dangerous storms in the southern portions of Michigan. Here, give me 1 second. I'm my water because my throat's dying. All right. Oh my goodness. We have a debris ball, most likely debris ball just to the northeast of Portage as well. If I would actually hold on, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but maybe this is just delayed. Okay, actually, never mind. I think it's still a particularly dangerous situation, and there's still likely a tornado on the ground with this thing, just to the north of Portage. But if you are just joining us, I want to rehash this really quickly. And I'm going to try and keep up here with all of these warnings that we got. Just want to do a quick summary for everyone that just joined the show. We have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 tornado warnings, all in Michigan. They're all in I guess if you really count this one, it's in the northeastern portions of Indiana, but it's basically all in Michigan. And there's 3.
National Weather Service.
Oh, there's another one.
Tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for northern Steuben County in northeastern Indiana, southeastern Branch County in southwestern Michigan,
Okay.
southwestern Hillsdale County in southeastern Michigan.
So that's this storm right here. So I guess there's our 6th tornado warning. We have 5 tornado warnings and 1 tornado emergency, and they're all these cluster of storms in southern Michigan. So Kalamazoo, Kalamazoo, you're just to the west of this thing. Galesburg, Battle Creek, Marshall, Albion, Spring Arbor, Coldwater, Jonesville, Hillsdale. What are some other towns? Jamestown. You guys are all in these 5 tornado warnings. So we have, just a dangerous grouping of storms. We've got one storm here, just to the west of Kalamazoo, that is producing an observed tornado. We have another storm here, just to the south of Marshall and Albion, Michigan. That is producing a tornado, an extremely dangerous tornado that is on the ground. And it is producing a tornado emergency, which is the highest level of tornado warning that you can have. That is the National Weather Service saying this is a unsurvivable situation. You need to get below ground right now. So if you are in that tornado emergency, which the towns of Girard, Burlington, Take-on-a-show. I'm sorry, I definitely butchered that. But if you are in any of those towns, you need to get below ground right now. I know this part of the country generally has basements. So if you have a basement, get to your basement. If you don't have a basement, get to the most interior room of your house. This is just a destructive tornado that it is ongoing in Michigan. We also have 2 other tornado warnings, one in Coldwater, Michigan. This cell doesn't look as impressive, but still, I guarantee you, with the way this environment is and the fact that we have a tornado emergency, the environment up there is primed. The environment up there is primed for tornadoes. So that's why they're warning these 2 down here, because they know that if one tornado did it, these other 2 could as well. So but both of these are radar indicated right now. So that's at least the good news with these southern 2 cells. We have 2 possible storms that could produce a tornado just off to the south of Coldwater. But still, we still have a tornado emergency on the ground. That was a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is producing damage and is not a good situation. I want to look at the correlation coefficient here. And for those that are watching that are from Ohio, I know you guys want to, we're going to get to you guys. The good news is Ohio. Oh gosh, there's another tornado warning in Indiana. We're going to get to Indiana in just a second. Ohio, right now, you're okay. You've got no storms. Your danger isn't going to be till later. So I know we got Chris Pennington tuning in from Ohio. Ginger Ninja, I think, is tuning in from Ohio. Yeah, there's that other tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southern Grant County in central Indiana.
All right, so this this latest tornado warning is just guys. If this is how today's going to go, I am not excited for this. Yeah, this is just to the south of Marion, Indiana. Fairmont and Matthews, you're both in this new tornado warning. If you had a tornado, it would be right in here. So this has had a warning on it in the past. This is an observed tornado radar, a radar indicated tornado warning. So this is a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. This doesn't necessarily mean there is a tornado on the ground, but this is definitely a supercell. You've got your whale structure here, and if we look at the velocity, we are lagging. Okay, here we go. So here's your rotation right in there. So Fairmont, if you live in Fairmont, you need to take shelter right now. Yep. And Nikki says Central Ohio. Yep. Well, we'll talk about you guys in a little bit. What about Kokoshiko? Let me look at Kokoshiko for you. Hopefully I pronounced that right. Definitely don't know if I did or not. I think is that in Indiana? Kokoshiko County? No. Okay. Yeah, Carrie. I'll look. Just give me a more. Sorry, I wish I knew geography better. If you can let me know what state that in. Okay. Pierceton, Indiana. Okay. Pierceton, Indiana. And we're going to get right back to the tornado warnings. So that's just to the west of Fort Wayne. Okay. So the good news is you're not in any warnings right now, I don't think. You do have a pretty dangerous storm. Yeah, you do have a pretty dangerous storm. Let's see. Pierceton, you're about to get probably the edge of a pretty powerful storm. Not a tornado warned storm. It is a severe thunderstorm warned storm, but it does have some hail with it. So if you live in Pierceton, try to get your, we've got some $50 size hail. So please, if you live in Pierceton, try to get your car inside quickly. I don't necessarily think there's any dramatic tornado threat right now with this storm. It's still pushing to the north, but regardless, a dangerous situation in Pierceton with a strong storm, a severe thunderstorm warned storm pushing your way. Okay, let's take a look back up at this tornado emergency, because this is, and I'm trying to find a camera to see if there's any Michigan. If anyone's in the chat that is familiar with like traffic cameras, try to find me a traffic camera that could possibly be near this tornado emergency. I'm trying to find it right now, but I'm also trying to manage the radar as well. Okay, so let's get back to this tornado emergency. We do have a observed tornado warning that's been extended into Michigan, and that covers this giant box. The good news is this storm is starting to move out of the tornado emergency. So that may mean, well, I don't know. It's still got some broad rotation here. Still got some pretty broad rotation. Really, really strong inflow getting sucked into this thing. And that is a telltale sign of a possible tornado. Yeah, thank you, Jess. I appreciate it. Jess is going to look and see if she can find us some any cams that can look at this. So, and sorry guys, we're starting off in such a flurry. This is a dangerous situation here that we are tracking and just started things off with a bang. So we're going to get to the outlook here if we can get past a couple of these observed tornado warnings. But until then, I'm going to try and stick with these warnings until it looks like the rotation's weakening. And I do want to look and see because we kind of jumped in here with this storm. I want to see what prompted oh gosh, there it is. Okay. So this is what prompted the tornado emergency. This is about 20 minutes ago. This is 5:59. So this is about 20 minutes ago. So right there, that's your dangerous, large and extremely dangerous tornado right in there. There it is. And then watch it. It looks like the rotation's still pretty strong, but see it kind of like expand a little bit. It almost gets a little bit more disorganized in these last couple of frames. So the good news is this might have lifted, maybe. It really, see how it looks really tight there, right? You've got bright greens next to bright reds, still bright greens next to bright red. That's what prompted the emergency. But then it's still bright green and blue, but the red is kind of weakened a little bit. Still, if you live in Tecocha, I would treat this like there's a tornado on the ground. Because we still have and I think this is still a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning. So the National Weather Service is still very much thinking that there is probably there could be a tornado on the ground with these storms. So treat this seriously and act. If you live in Michigan or someone lives in Michigan, and in the path of this thing you have Albion, Tecocha, Homer. This is going to be right on your doorstep around 6:35 p.m. It's just kind of a terrible situation right now that we could have unfolding. I don't like that signature. I really don't like that signature. We've got really strong blue, and we've got some red here. So I think the good news is that tornado emergency was allowed to expire. But we still have a particularly dangerous tornado warning, and this is a radar confirmed tornado, but still a damaging tornado that could be on the ground here. And Jess, I see you. There's not a cam close to it, says Josh. Okay. All right. Well, I'll keep searching, but I'll look up that MI drive to see what I can find, because I was having a ton of trouble actually. Okay, I see the webcams. So if we look at the webcams, that storm is near. Okay, yeah. So there's really none. This is one that's looking. I think that's looking south, and then this one's looking. Okay, so we can't. Unfortunately, it looks like there's not a lot of traffic cameras. Here's where that storm is. So we'll keep watching it though. I'll keep an eye on it. So the secondary tornado warning that we had at observed tornado 4 is moving through Galesburg, Climax, Michigan. Right in here. Here's your rotation. The good news is it looks like this is broadened up a little bit. So I still think this is probably worth a warning. But look as it goes through Portage, right? Very strong rotation. Definitely strong rotation here as it's just to the south of Portage. As it slides to the north, watch, still strong rotation. Definitely right there. There's your tornado. And then watch this. Watch these next couple frames. See the rotation really kind of start to fizzle out? So it's starting to get a little linear here. So that's at least good news for folks in Battle Creek. But Battle Creek, you still have a storm that did produce a tornado. It's coming right at you. It's coming right at you if you live in Battle Creek. So if you are in Battle Creek right now, take shelter. The good news is this storm is starting to get kind of cluttered with some of these other storms. So, we could hopefully maybe, this tornado could be dissipating. This storm down to the south by Dakota. Let's look and see if we see any debris. You know what? I'm gonna just put this in motion here and see if we see. Oh no! Yeah, Fuzzy. Fuzzy says another PDS. Literally right as I pulled up the debris. This could be. I'm scared. I'm really scared to look at the velocity here, and it's too far away. But let's look at the Fort Wayne here. Let's look at it. See if we can get a different picture of this. So we have a tornado warning, a particularly dangerous situation. This is our third of the show. We've been live for 15 minutes. We have had 3 particularly dangerous situation tornado warnings, and we have had 1 tornado emergency. And this is all in Michigan. We've had some unbelievable storms. I'm going to leave the radar up in this part of the screen watching the storms in Indiana. And I'm going to keep an eye on those, but I'm going to focus kind of our main attention on these storms in Michigan for now, because that's where we have the 3 now particularly dangerous situations. And so I'm going to keep an eye on this. I'm going to keep an eye on specifically this cell right here in Fairmont, which is what we have our other tornado warning on. But for now, we have a new particularly dangerous situation. We have an upgrade to a warning. That is just to the north of Fremont. So Fremont, Indiana, this storm is about to cross the Michigan state line. Montgomery, you're in the direct path of this thing. Let's figure out how fast this is moving, and then I can time it out for these neighborhoods in Michigan. This is moving to the. So by the way, this was confirmed by emergency management. So this was reported by emergency management. Near Fremont, about southwest of Fremont. So, anytime you see an emergency management reporting a storm, that's usually a pretty good indicator that this is a dangerous storm. Please tell me how fast it's moving. 30 miles an hour. This is moving to the northeast at 30 miles an hour. So let's time this out for any of these communities that are in the path of this storm. All right, Ray, 6 minutes. Clear Lake, 6 minutes. This thing is right on top of you. If you live in any of these communities in Michigan, also, guys, please share this with everyone. Share this with people that are living in Michigan right now, to be able to because I'm going to show these warnings, and I want to keep everyone. So if you have any family, if you have any friends, please share this stream with them, and that way I can kind of try to keep them safe and help work them through this, right? Because this is a scary situation in southern Michigan, where we've already had at least 3 tornadoes on the ground here. And we have the third one here just to the north of Fremont, Indianapolis. This storm is moving to the northeast. Clear Lake, this is going to be on top of you guys in 5 minutes. You need to take action right now. Montgomery, in 11 minutes, Reading in 21 minutes, Cambria in 26 minutes, Bankers in 31 minutes. The good news is it doesn't look like this is an incredibly populated area of Michigan, but still a dangerous storm that has a tornado on the ground with it right now. And if I look at let's see if we can see any debris here, maybe a little bit of debris, and the velocity could be kind of behind here. So we'll have to. Let me see if I can look at it from a different radar. Maybe a little bit. That either could be hail or that could be debris. Right there, that signature right there could be either hail or debris. So we'll have to kind of keep an eye on that. Sorry, I am just adjusting my camera. That webcam you actually see in the top corner is actually a camera that I have. So I might be having to adjust it from time to time. But because this is, and wow, I just realized something slightly embarrassing. Give me 1 second, guys, while I correct something. Okay. All right. So I will get to everyone in the chat. I know we have a bunch of people chatting, so I really appreciate you guys here. And Raymond, I know, is here. Thanks for joining, Raymond. Josh is here. Thanks for joining, Josh. Jinja Ninja is here. Okay. Yikes. Jinja Ninja. Yikes. So apparently Jinja Ninja was born in Michigan. We got Carrie here. And Carrie, we'll look at this in just a second. We got Price is All Right is here. Linda Baird is here. Thank you, Linda Baird, for joining. Chloe is here as well. Thank you, Chloe, for joining on Facebook. Really, I'm so thankful for everyone joining this stream. And this is going to be a long night. This is going to be a long night here. Yeah, I do need a standing desk. I'm a little worried about my circulation, to be quite honest. But all right, let's do a quick round robin here, because this stream got started off just with a bang, and so I want to make sure that I don't miss anything. And we have right now, we've got 5 active tornado warnings. 5 active tornado warnings. All of them are in Michigan, except for one that's in Indiana. So going to make sure our graphic is updated here. And let's first take a look at this tornado warning. This is just to the southeast of Marion, Indiana. And we have a broad area of rotation right here. There's your rotation. Still a radar indicated tornado warning. So Matthews, Fowlerton, this rotation is moving over you guys right now. And Hartford City, this storm's moving towards you. You're not in this warning yet, but still you have possibly a dangerous storm moving your way. Classic. Stupid. Sorry, my TV just did not work. Gosh, Amazon TVs can sometimes just suck. Anyway, yeah, Amazon's not a sponsor of the show, if you can't tell. But we have oh gosh. Okay, so they just extended this tornado warning. So we're going to hear the sound effect here in just a second. Pause. I thought I was going to get it. All right. Well,
tornado warning for southeastern Grant County in central Indiana, Blackford County in east central Indiana.
All right. Well, I was a couple seconds off there, but that is a extension of this tornado warning that is moving into Hartford City. So I know I just mentioned them. I know I just mentioned Hartford City. You now have a tornado warning, and these storms are pushing your way in Hartford City. So get ready for possibly a tornado-producing storm. We've got really strong inflow moving in this thing, so this thing could try to wrap up. Also, we're gonna have to watch this storm down here. Still not got a warning on it, but this is just to the northwest or northeast of Indianapolis, and I'm seeing some concerning signs here with this rotation. But let's go ahead and get back to we now have 4 tornado warnings. So the tornado warnings have consolidated here, and let's look up in Michigan, where we just had our tornado emergency. Oh gosh. Okay. Yeah, I'm not liking this for Homer. I'm really not liking this for Homer. We have an uptick in lightning. We have a clear couplet right here. We actually have a little bit of a secondary couplet right here. Yeah, and EMA is reporting a tornado on the ground north of US 20. So maybe I'm trying to find where US 20 is. Oh gosh. I am not sure where US 20 is, but anyway, there very well could be a tornado right now, just to the east of Clarendon. So Clarendon, we have possibly a tornado warning, or possibly a tornado that's pushing your way. The good news is this tornado warning is now a radar indicated tornado warning. So, but what I'm seeing on radar, this is a strong rotation. This and a little bit of maybe something right there in Clarendon, but this is a strong rotation here, and I am not liking what I'm seeing here. Let's go back down to let's go one by one here. So this first one, this tornado warning was a confirmed tornado. That tornado, that warning has kind of moved. The storm's kind of moved out of that warning, so it's probably going to expire. The second tornado warning is this giant box, right? This giant box. It kind of looks like a house, right? Maybe with someone in it right here. If you're in this window area, right, which I just drew this stupid window, but if you're in this area, you have possibly a tornado producing storm moving over top of you in Battle Creek. So Battle Creek, Michigan. The good news is that this storm, or that this warning, is really for both of these storms. This giant box is for this storm, which did produce a tornado, and this storm, which had a tornado emergency on it about 15 minutes ago. Yeah, Mark Massaro says Portage is a mess. You're right about that. We've got and we'll look at that in just a second. But Battle Creek, you could have possibly. The good news is the rotation is really kind of broadened. Still, possibly could produce a tornado, but it's pretty linear. This storm down in Homer, I'm concerned. I'm very concerned about this rotation. We could have a tornado on the ground moving through Homer and Clarendon right now. The third tornado warning is right here in. Let's just zoom out. It's for Litchfield, Michigan. So Litchfield, Michigan. I think that's Michigan. Yeah, Litchfield, Michigan. The good news is this storm's looks pretty weak. So I think, this is kind of the storm that the warning is for, and I'm not too incredibly concerned about this. Now, I think probably the area that I might be most concerned about, and oh my gosh, Pearson, you just lucked out with this storm. I know we had someone watching in Pearson. Just massive hail moved through Columbia City. Oh my goodness, hail of lime size. That's language used by the National Weather Service. That's lime size hail. So big hail that moved through there. The other area that I think I'm most concerned about right now is this storm just to the north of Fremont. This had a tornado warning, or this had a tornado on it. This was an observed tornado warning. And let's look at the velocity here. Still could be a tornado. And let me see if I can see a different radar here to see a better scan of this. And bear with me here. Okay, that's not great. A little bit of a radar hole here, so it's a little hard to tell for sure. I mean, regardless, we have a big uptick of winds pushing this way. And then we've got, kind of lower echoes in the back, so the winds are kind of wrapping around that way. This could definitely be a tornado that's on the ground right now. Let's look at this radar. It still is an observed tornado warning, and this is still a particularly dangerous situation. So at 6:26 Eastern, so about 13 minutes ago, there was an extremely dangerous tornado that was on the ground, a big tornado. And, the fact that this rotation doesn't look as strong as it did, let's just look a couple frames ago. It's still, the reason why I look in the past is because it's a pretty good indicator of what's going to happen. So if I look in the past right here, this is when they indicated this is when they said there was a PDS warning. So we had bright red and just a little bit of green, and that moved through Fremont, and that's where we had that confirmed tornado. And still, if we look at the latest frame, we've got bright red and we've got not as pronounced green, but still enough to tell me that there could be something on the ground here. The good news is I'm not seeing any strong debris signature. There was a little that could be hail maybe, but there definitely was some debris there, and then now that debris is kind of gone. So that's at least good news. This tornado may have lifted, but with these storms, they're continuing to recycle. This one's probably recycling, trying to get its act together here. And yeah, so look, there's your tornado right there. There's your hook. There's your hook right there. And then hook right as it went over Fremont, and then it absorbed with some of this rain. And so that rain hopefully kind of caused it to weaken a little bit. Now this could be recycling as well. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Ginger Ninja says lime-sized hail. Oh, hail no. Yes, Ginger Ninja. Oh, hail no. Okay. Now let's just, oh my goodness. Okay. I haven't even looked to the south yet. And this is yikes. There is a couple of nasty looking storms that, oh my gosh. Oh, that's okay. That storm's got the look. This one's kind of scattered. This storm's got a little bit of the look. When I say the look, I'm talking about the classic structure, the classic supercell structure, the whale. You're never going to be able to unsee this now that I've drawn this. But it's a classic kind of whale structure here. We got a couple of whales here. And what that means is these storms, even though they're not tornado warned, are in an environment that's producing supercells. And so we're gonna have to really watch these as they push off. And let me just show you where they are right now. They're moving through Indianapolis. This is going to be a trouble area for Cincinnati over the next couple of hours. These storms are going to push your way in southern Ohio and be a problem for you. Central Ohio, you're going to have to deal with these storms. The good news is it doesn't look like there's anything in the immediate. If Central Ohio, if I was going to be concerned about you guys, there would be storms right in here. Because if we put these on the tracker, I don't know. These storms are kind of lifting to the north. These storms kind of have a northward component to them. So yeah, Columbus and Cincinnati. These are going to be your cells that we're going to have to worry about. All right. Let's go ahead and check in on this storm down here in Hartford City, because this still has a tornado warning on it. And let's just see what we got. Okay, so still a pretty solid rotation signature here. We've got really strong. Remember, red is away, green is towards, red is away. So red means the radar is down here to the south. So red means we got wind going this way. So that's your rotation right there. Let me just upgrade the warning update the warning real quick. Linda Baird says your whales are nice. Thank you, Linda Baird. You're very kind, Linda Baird. Okay. Guys, I just want to thank you everyone for joining the stream. We are going to do our Outbreak Outlook in just a second. I know we got Dan Wallace backstage, so Dan will bring you in just a little bit. But we have, and there's Dan. Dan, how you doing today?
I'm okay. How are you?
Fantastic. Hopefully you look very well rested after last night.
Thank you for the kind words.
Okay, Dan, we'll come right back to you in just a second. But I do just want to thank everyone for joining the stream. If you're new here, first of all, thanks for joining. It means the world to us. If you do like what you're seeing and you do like the show, go on the show. And you can't see it here, but give us a thumbs up. I just did it, so I just gave us a nice thumbs up. And then you're not going to see it on my screen, but there's a subscribe button. So hit that subscribe button right where analytics would be. And what that's going to allow you to do every time we go live. We do this Outbreak show. We also have a great podcast that you can listen to on our stream or on our channel. So it's a 2-for-1. It's a classic 2-for-1 deal. I think please go ahead and subscribe to the show. And every time we go live, you're going to know. You're going to be the first to know. I want to make sure it's you that knows. And the cool thing is, you just saw that graphic above us. We just had 2 new people subscribe. So thank you guys for subscribing to this show because it really helps us a ton. And it helps you. It's a win-win-win, maybe. I'm not sure who the third party is that's winning. I think it's probably YouTube that's winning they're probably the third party that's winning there, but that's okay. So thank you guys for doing that. Really appreciate it. It means a lot. Fuzzy says they are calling for an off-duty paramedics to Portage, Michigan to help. Oh gosh, that is not good. So Portage, Michigan looks like it took a direct hit from this thing, and we can just look at the past to see what. Portage, Michigan. This was that storm that we were worried about. That did looks like it produced a tornado here and mass casualty event here, probably possibly declared in Portage right here. So if we look at let's just look back a little bit further to just kind of see what we had. I want to see if there was any debris or anything like that. Oh yeah. There's your debris ball. So there's your debris ball with this storm. So as Portage took a direct hit, Portage took an absolute direct hit from a definite tornado that had a debris ball. And yeah, you can tell on radar that is a tornado that moved right through the center of Portage. So if you have any folks in Portage, Michigan, now is the time to kind of check in on them, make sure they're okay. Norman had Raymond, I did see that right as I went to bed. Apparently Price is Right is wanting everyone to drink after every time I say debris ball. Please drink water. Please don't drink alcohol. I'm not encouraging that. But honestly, debris balls they're not fun for me. They really aren't, because that is people's homes, that is people's lives, that is people's property, that is people's livelihood just getting destroyed. And it's definitely last night we had just a terrible situation in Barnstable, and we've got more tornadoes that are happening today. And so what I'm going to do is we're just going to do another quick run robin, and then I'm going to play a quick video and just show you guys the setup for today. Or actually, you know what? I'm not going to play the video. I'm just going to do it live. So we can make sure we don't miss anything. We still have a large and extremely dangerous tornado that's on the ground, just to the south of Hillsdale. So Reading and Cambria, we've got a tornado possibly moving your way. Still a radar-indicated tornado warning. That's this big box up here for really both of these storms. This storm did produce a tornado in Portage, so it has a history of producing a huge tornado. This storm just to the east of it in Albion, this had a tornado emergency on it. So both of these storms are very, very, very dangerous. And the good news is that I think the further north they go, the less of an environment that they're going to have. But my goodness, if we overlay where this is, So the outlooks that we have, the orange is 3 out of 5, the yellow is 2 out of 5, and the green is 1 out of 5. This was in the yellow. This wasn't even in the area that we thought was going to have the highest risk. So this is already overperforming in terms of an event perspective. So if this is a sign of things to come, and I am not liking these storms. I am not liking these storms down here in Indianapolis. They are mean. They have got that classic structure, and that's the very, very clearly supercells in a pretty potent environment. Elizabeth says, "I hope Cincinnati stays on the path tonight." Me too, Elizabeth. Me too. I love that picture of that kitty too. It's a great kitty. Okay. Well, let me go ahead and quickly just do a quick outbreak or a quick outlook, and give you guys why are we doing this and what kind of what are we going to expect, and then I'll come right back to the radar, and we'll keep the show going here. So let's look at our Storm Prediction Center outlook, and right there. Okay, so I think I just did something wrong here. Wait, give me 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm just getting my setup ready here. I jumped on pretty quickly here, so I did not have the time to be able to change a lot of stuff. But so what do we have going on today? We have an enhanced risk of storms, which is a 3 out of 5 risk. And I'll just zoom in for the group here so you guys can see it. This is a 3 out of 5 risk centered in Indianapolis, Louisville, and Columbus, Ohio. Fort Wayne, you're also in this. So we have an enhanced risk of strong storms with tornadoes possible. We've already had 3. We've already had at least 3 tornadoes up here in Michigan. And we have another possibly confirmed one in southern Michigan. We have really, but that's way outside of the main risk. I mean, this is outside of our main risk. If we look at our tornado, that's a 10%. Yellow is 10, brown is 5, and green is 2. So we have a kind of a 10% chance of Columbus, Indianapolis, and Louisville. Within any point in Cincinnati, you're in the heart of that. Within any point in that circle, you have a 10% chance of getting a tornado, and a strong tornado. So that is a pretty good, pretty decent risk for this part of the country. So take this seriously. Wind isn't as big of a threat with this one. Still a 15% chance of some strong wind. We do have a risk for some hail as well. So if you look on the top of my screen here, whoops, hold on. Columbus, Cincinnati, Indianapolis. All of you guys are in the risk for these storms. So we're going to try and keep an eye on the images here to see what we can see. But for now, we still have a pretty potent risk ahead of us today. So that's what's going on with the Storm Prediction Center. Yikes. Let's go ahead and look at our watches. So these are active tornado watches, and we've got one that was issued. This was the first one that was issued. This is 70% probability of tornadoes. And this included, let's go ahead and look at this. This included Chicago, South Bend, Lafayette, Champaign, Springfield, Indianapolis. This was issued way earlier, though. This was issued at about 2:25 p.m., so several hours ago. So actually, the watch itself has been trimmed, I think. Yeah, the watch itself has been trimmed. So Chicago, you're no longer in it. Champaign, you're no longer in it. I think, Western Indiana is looking pretty good. Chicago, Illinois is should be fine for the most part. That's our first watch. Our second watch. This is for the area that was just impacted by those strong tornadoes. This is for northern Indiana, northeastern Indiana, includes Fort Wayne, northern Ohio, Findlay, Ohio, Toledo, Ohio. You're both in this, and then I think just to the south of Grand Rapids. So that is this watch that is included, and it's in. I think this was issued. This was issued at 4:55 Eastern, so about almost 2 hours ago. This goes till 11 p.m. tonight. So we're gonna have to watch that watch. We're gonna have to watch the watch. So yeah. And then our third watch. Our third watch is for Columbus, Ohio, Dayton, Ohio, Cincinnati, Ohio. This is, oh my goodness, I didn't even see this. This is a high risk of tornadoes. So 70% probability of seeing tornadoes in here, and a moderate risk is 60% probability of seeing strong tornadoes, EF2 plus tornadoes. So this is a problem, and this watch was issued at 6 Eastern. This goes until 1 a.m. Great. That means I'm going to be up very late tonight. So I'm going to be streaming for as long as I possibly can. But this is going to be a dangerous night possibly for Columbus. We got Ginger Ninja said, "Yo, I'm in Cebus. Do I have time to grab a water bottle at the local watering hole before this hits?" Thank you, Ginger Ninja. Me and all my friends were trying to figure out who you were. So thank you. You've now told me that you're in Columbus. We're going to find you, man. We're going to find you. All right.
Warning 4.
Tornado warning for southeastern Hillsdale County in southeastern Michigan.
All right, that's a new tornado warning, and that is for Michigan. Gosh, this water bottle. This is my giant water bottle, by the way. I'm I think that says 10 a.m. I am about 5 hours behind on my drinking, so please remind me to drink water from time to time if you can. All right, so let's just quickly look at that tornado warning, and then we're going to come right back to the mesoscale discussion that Linda asked, what does MCD mean? Well, it's an acronym, and it means mesoscale. Wait. Wow. I'm like blanking on what it actually stands for. I mean, I know it's mesoscale discussion. I think that's what the abbreviation is for. But mesoscale discussion is like, like you got your watches and warnings, right? You've got your watches and warnings, and this is actually a really good term. A quick education minute here, and then we're going to look at this tornado warning, which is right here. So, but I'll leave this up on the screen. But, excuse me, a mesoscale discussion is basically like, you've got your watches and your warnings. A mesoscale discussion is like, before a watch, right? So you've got your warnings. That's your highest level of this is happening now. A watch is like, this could happen. This might happen. A mesoscale discussion is like, hey, we think we might need to tell people that this could happen, right? So it's basically like it's like people in National Weather Service trying to give people a heads up. Hey, we think we're going to issue some sort of watch here, and we want to call this out. So that's kind of what a mesoscale discussion is, an MCD, as it's called. Yeah, sorry, Raymond. It is a little bit of a jump scare. Okay, so let's just look at this new tornado warning. And this is for this storm just south of Hillsdale. This is a radar-indicated tornado warning. And this storm is pushing to the east. Ransom, Pittsburgh, Wheatland. You're all in this new tornado warning. So this is a radar-indicated. This storm has produced a tornado in the past. Still's got some pretty strong rotation here. So I wouldn't be surprised if this thing. Have you guys ever heard of Murphy's Law? Well, actually, no, that's probably the wrong application of Murphy's Law. But I guess it's more Newton's Law of motion. What is in motion stays in motion, right? This produced a tornado. And, there's nothing really that's going to stop it from possibly producing again unless this rain kind of gets absorbed into it. So take any warnings right now in southern Michigan, treat them like there's actually a tornado on the ground because we've already seen a couple of tornadoes so far. And I'm seeing if you guys see any damage or anything on Twitter, please tag me because I think, I'm seeing some indications that there's definitely damage in Portage. And other areas in southern Michigan. Hey, no problem, Linda. I am happy that you joined. Ginger Ninja thinks mesoscale discussions is Mickey D's. Yeah, I wish. And I'm very hungry right now, so I wish I could get some Mickey D's. Okay, so right now we only have 2 tornado warnings, which is good. So things have calmed down a little bit. Both tornado warnings are in Michigan. One's in Marshall and one's in Hillsdale. Both are radar indicated tornado warnings. The Marshall and Battle Creek tornado warning is like this big house warning. So they love they just wanted to draw a giant box apparently. And then the Hillsdale tornado warning, which is just to the south of Hillsdale, that's a radar indicated tornado warning as well. I mean, my goodness, though, look at this hail. Josh says he's scarfing down some Waffle House while watching. Look at this hail. This is just, oh my goodness. This is the description on this hail thing says large apple size. So we were at lime size. Now we're at large apple size. Thanks, Jess. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for joining. See you later, hopefully. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm. So Fairfield Center, we have a destructive hailstorm pushing your way, Corona, Indiana. About to cross. This storm's about to is pushing due north. But this is we're used to seeing this kind of hail out in Oklahoma. We are not used to seeing this kind of hail in Ohio. So just a very destructive hailstorm that's about to be in Fairfield Center and Hudson, Indiana. Really, anyone out in front of this thing, get your cars inside. Get anything you can inside. And then the good news is we don't have any tornado warnings right now in Indianapolis and Ohio. These storms are kind of starting to form a complex. I'm definitely a little bit worried about this storm down by Shelbyville. It definitely has that look. Let's just put these in motion here. It looks, oh gosh, okay, that's good. It looks like some of these storms are starting to break up a little bit. And so these definitely have a little bit of a northward component, but they are starting to break up just a tad. Okay. All right, so we've hit the radar enough. Let's just quickly let me time this out for folks because I know we got and Ginger Ninja asked how many waffles could you scarf down in one sitting if your life depended on it. That's a great question. I'm going to have to do that soon when I do the Waffle House challenge for my fantasy football punishment. I lost in fantasy football, and now I'm going to have to eat, I think it's 24 waffles, the 24 waffle and 24-hour thing. Josh says if you know anything about Waffle House, I'm working my way through an all-star. Josh, you're an all-star, man. Okay. So let's go ahead and just quickly let's time this thing out for people. I want everyone to know, and please let me know where you're living in the chat. Let me know where you're living in the chat. Let me know. I can give you, and that way I can kind of tailor our kind of forecast here for today for you guys to be able to know, okay, where are you living, and where can I give you a forecast for? So here's what we're going to do real quick. We're just going to we're going to look at one model, and we're going to look at what this model thinks is going to happen. Now, keep in mind, this is one model. So this is definitely not a guarantee to happen, but it could. So this is kind of the one model's kind of, okay, I need to go back and look at this. Okay, so this was at 6 p.m., so that was about an hour ago. This is at 7 p.m. This is now. So it's kind of underperforming with the stuff down here in southern Indiana. But so this is 8 p.m. So 8 p.m. This line of storms is starting to cross. So this is an hour now. And 9 p.m. This is 9 p.m. These storms are starting to move into western Ohio. This is 10 p.m. Dayton. 10 p.m. is when going to be, you're between 9 and 11 p.m. Dayton is when you're going to have your storms. Cincinnati, you're probably going to get on the action a little bit after that at 11. Columbus, between 10 and midnight is your kind of your prime time. we could get some storms try to form out in front of this line. So you could get hit even sooner. But that line, that kind of complex of storms, is going to move through. It's moving through Indianapolis now, and then it's moving through Dayton at about 9. And then by the time we get to 10, 11, 12, it moves through central Ohio. And then if you're in Toledo, you're going to have within the next, between 7 and 9. Toledo is between 7 and 9. Columbus is between 10 and midnight. Dayton is between 9 and 11. Cincinnati, you're also between 9 and 11. We can't forget about southern Indiana too, and northern Kentucky, which if you live in northern Kentucky, I know Lexington was in the enhanced risk. You guys are going to be between 9 and 11 as well, maybe even later. And I don't know what just happened to that model right there. Okay, it just went even further. The good news is once we get about past midnight, these things should really start to weaken. So hopefully that means I can go to bed and not have to stay up till 1 a.m. again. I know everyone in the chat was loving that, but I did not love that this morning. Map. All right, this is the second time people are calling me Map God. And this is Linda Baird now is calling me Map God. Ginger Ninja says, no way I'm telling you any more about where I live, Brady. You already admitted trying to find. No, I'm not. It's my friends. Ginger Ninja says, I'm in deep trouble, LB. Okay, so Linda Baird is in Westerville. Nikki is in Central Ohio and Marysville. Okay, so we've got some people in Ohio here. Raymond is in Albany, New York. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for that. I don't think Albany, New York is going to be a problem tonight. Let's look at another model, and let me just see another model to see what we got, because I just want to make sure that it's always good to look at. It's like when you're going to go car shopping. You don't just want to look, you don't just want to go to one dealership. You want to go to like 3. You want to go to 3, maybe 2 to 3. Here we're just going to do 2 because we're not going to get too carried away. But we want to kind of look at the different cars that we got. And so this is a different model. And this model seems to think. So this is what? This is. Yikes, this model is way underdoing it. I don't even know if I want to look at this. Gross. Okay, so the timing is actually a little bit slower on this model, but the message is still the same. Between 9 and 11, 9 and midnight, Cincinnati, Columbus, and Dayton and Toledo, that's going to be when these storms are going to move through. Okay. All right, so let's just take a quick look back at the radar, see what we got. Our storms are marching right along. This complex of storms is going to be moving towards the Columbus area. This complex of storms is going to be moving towards the Mansfield and Marysville area. This complex of storms is going to be moving into northern Ohio. And the good news is this is looking well. This Shelbyville storm is looking nasty. I would not be surprised if this one turned into orange. Indianapolis, this is a ragged line of storms. So the good news here is on the south side of this, at least for now, we don't have necessarily any storms else in this Shelbyville one. We don't have anything that looked too like, oh my gosh, yeah, this is bad. In Indiana, further to the north, we have a couple of these storms just about to move across the Indiana-Ohio border. And if we let's look at a different radar here. Let's look at this radar. Severe thunderstorm warning is for Portland, Indiana, Geneva, Indiana. This is about to cross the Ohio state line. Not too concerned about that storm just yet. There is another storm in Muncie, Indiana. No warning on it yet, but definitely isolated. So a little concerning there. We still have 2 active tornado warnings. Only 2. We only have 2 warnings right now. So we're going to take a little bit of we're all going to take a little bit of a deep collective breath. Okay, you guys ready? All right, let's do one more. Let's do one more together as a group. Ready? Okay. We've got through the first hour here, and it was a jam-packed hour. My hair is getting crazy. Everything's going crazy. We got through the first hour, and we had some dangerous storms, and we still have 2 active tornado warnings. So let's just quickly check on those. Ginger Ninja says, "Don't tell me."
Has issued a tornado
Right.
warning for.
That was quick.
Tornado warning for southern Allen County in northeastern Indiana.
All right. Well, we have a new tornado warning. This is just to the south of Fort Wayne. So just to the south of Fort Wayne, Indiana, we have a new tornado warning, possibly a forming tornado. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. And if we look at oh yeah, there's your couplet. We got your green and we got your red right next to each other. Green and red right next to each other is not good. That is an indication of a possibly a strong tornado here that is forming or has formed just to the west of Hessen Castle. Hessen Castle, I bet I'm going to put money on it that there's no actual castle there. And also it's misspelled if it was the actual castle. But regardless, we have a dangerous storm pushing your way. Hessen Castle. Maples, you're also in this tornado warning. 4 President's Corners. You're also in this tornado warning. This tornado warning doesn't extend into Ohio just yet, but possibly a tornado on the ground here. No debris just yet, but this storm has definitely got the look, right? It's kind of it's a little bit of an elongated whale here. So this is a skinny whale. He's on a diet here, but still possibly a tornado about to move into Hessen Castle. Oh, great. Looks like my camera is about to go. Well, that was fast. All right. Well, that's a new tornado warning. Nikki asked if these storms are moving due east. Great question, Nikki. Let's put this in motion here. And there goes my camera. So that is, we're going to have to charge that real quick. All right. And Dan, I don't know if you can hear me, but whenever you come back, we'll go ahead and bring you back in, and we'll give you a quick introduction. I know we haven't introduced you yet. Dan, everyone welcome Dan to the show. Dan Wallace and Dan. Whoops, how you doing today, Dan? You're solo. All right, Dan. Solo. I'll see you. Hey, I'll see you later, Dan. I'm doing the. I'm going to go get some dinner. I'll see you later. No, just kidding. Dan,
that would be dangerous.
Yeah, it would. So Dan, give us a quick intro. So Dan Wallace is he's our co-host here on Outbreak, and he sometimes will go chasing and sometimes will be in the office. Dan lives in Texas, so he's not going to be chasing Ohio today. That would be a little bit of an ask for you, Dan. But how are you doing, Dan? And how are you recovering from last night? Because Dan was chasing all day and drove all the way back through the night to get home. And what are your thoughts on today?
Well, I'm resting up. Today it looks like it's going to be a fairly big day. I've got a dash cam. I've got a traffic cam in that area around the tornado warning in Indiana. So.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Yeah. So let me go ahead and bring that in. And
that sucker in.
Yeah.
Check that out. Of course, my battery for my other camera died. So, and yikes, I'm realizing that text is off.
So, and then I've got a scanner in my other ear. I'm listening to some of the police traffic and emergency services in St. Joseph County. I guess it's Indiana.
Okay. And Dan, just FYI, I think I'm getting a little bit of an echo from you, just a small one.
Okay. Let me troubleshoot that.
Okay, no worries. It's not too bad, but Okay, so while Dan kind of pulls up that camera, and we'll get to that in just a second. We only have one active tornado warning right now, so it looks like the tornadoes or the tornado warnings in Michigan have been allowed to expire. That's really good news for folks in Michigan. It looks like our tornado warnings have been, at least the northern ones, have been allowed to expire. And Nikki, I do want to answer your question here. Nikki asked, all these storms moving due east. To be honest, there's some that are and there's some that aren't. We've got this storm to the north up here that is just been a significant hail producer that's had a mind of its own and is just moving directly northeast. This storm in Fort Wayne is kind of moving northeast, but it's starting to take a little bit of a rightward turn. This storm over here this storm over here in about to cross the Indiana-Ohio state line is moving pretty due east and almost has a little bit of a south component on it, which is kind of scary. This storm in Muncie, this is moving slightly northeast, so like that. And then this kind of complex of storms down here in Indianapolis is just kind of, some of these storms are moving due east. Some of these storms are moving due north, or sorry, not due north, a little bit northeast. So it's a little concerning when you see some storms moving some way and some moving another, because that's a pretty good indication that some storms are rotating and some aren't. All right, sorry, I was just charging my battery for my camera, because that is I had to shut off that camera, unfortunately. So that's why if you see that camera here, it is off. So we're gonna try and get back on. I have something that should work, but it's not working. So Dan, do you have that traffic camera up yet? Let's go ahead and put that full screen. And Dan, you want to give the people a quick idea about where this camera is?
Yeah, it's I-46. I guess that there is an echo.
Well, that's better.
Okay, so I-469 and Bluffington Road. That's going to be the southeast side of Fort Wayne, just northeast of Yoder.
All right, so that's our only tornado warning right now. And let me make sure our graphic is updated, because I realize that we still have one of those tornado warnings in there. So this is looking directly at this Fort Wayne storm, and Dan is kind of looking for some different views here. But this is looking directly at that Fort Wayne storm that you can kind of see in the bottom corner of the screen. And look, it's a dangerous storm. I mean, it is a dangerous, strengthening storm. It's a radar indicated tornado warning. And if we zoom in here, Hoagland, Monroeville, Four Presidents Corner, Maples, you're all in this tornado warning. And if there is a tornado, it's going to be on the south side of it, and it's going to be pushing directly into kind of Monroeville. And it's still got some decently strong rotation here. Nothing that screams like, yes, it's an imminent tornado that we saw earlier, but still a pretty dangerous storm that could be producing a tornado. Folks in Ohio, Payne and Paulding, Ohio, we've got a definitely a supercell that's kind of pushing your way here. Oh my goodness. Okay. So yeah, a lot of rain there, and a lot of rain in Fort Wayne. The good news is that it's kind of skirting the south side of Fort Wayne. Looks like maybe some hail there too, Dan. I don't know if maybe hail or big raindrops.
Yeah, look at the wind on that.
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness. Where is that? Is that I-40 469?
Yeah, 469 and Tillman Road.
Oh my gosh. Well, that is some serious wind. Oh my goodness. That is just cranking that camera. Those trucks look at that truck kind of being blown. Do you see that truck being blown to the left? Oh my gosh. That is, oh. Look at that. Look at that truck. Look at these trucks just completely being just blown. Oh my gosh. Dan, what a find. What a find. That is just a dangerous storm here that's causing this, that's producing some, regardless of if there's a tornado or not, there is some really strong winds wrapping around this thing. And yeah, I mean, on radar, look, I mean, just look at this couplet here. We definitely have a couplet. We definitely have a couplet here. I'm going to go right back to this camera, but we definitely have a couplet here. So there is a, I think, Dan, where is this camera, like right there?
Yeah, it is.
Oh my, okay. So this camera that we're looking at is right next to that couplet. So we could have a tornado right there. I mean, these winds are insane. Oh my gosh. There could be a tornado that's right next to Highway 469 now in Indianapolis, just to the south of New Haven. We've got some really strong winds that are. I mean, just look at the top of the truck. The top of the truck, you can tell that rain is just getting blown off of that top of the truck. Every single driver that's passing by has water just blowing off the top of it. And it looks like this is looking directly south. It looks like the wind is blowing. Let's see.
National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for East Central Kalamazoo County in southwestern Michigan.
Okay. Wow. That is a new tornado warning. And that's, oh my gosh, we have an observed tornado warning. Another observed tornado. This is moving through Portage again. Are you kidding me? No. Oh no. Oh my goodness. So we have, we have another PDS warning for Portage. This is a second PDS warning for Portage, Michigan. Portage already took a direct hit, it looks like, and it looks like they may have. Oh my! Are you kidding me? Let's just look at the past. Let's look at the past 30 frames here. Portage took a direct hit from a tornado just a little bit ago. That was this storm up here. Let's go back a little bit further. If you're just tuning into the stream, I see we have several new people that have just joined. We have had a wild start to this show. We started at 6. Within us starting, we had a tornado emergency. We had 3 particularly dangerous situation tornado warnings that were issued, and all for this the southern portions of Michigan. We had a tornado that was confirmed to move through Portage. That was these frames right here. And let me just get to the most recent frame here. This is right now. It looks like we just had this is a confirmed extremely dangerous situation, a PDS warning, which is the second highest level of warning you can get. You got tornado warning, PDS warning, tornado emergency. We have, the tornado PDS warning means, hey, we have someone that confirmed that there was a tornado on the ground. This was confirmed by weather spotters. So Portage just took a direct hit from a tornado, and it looks like may have just taken another hit from a tornado. The good news is I'm not seeing any debris. I am not seeing any significant signs of debris. And let's just go back here a couple of frames and see if we see anything. It doesn't. There's no big sign of a debris ball or anything like that. None in this frame as well. But still, I mean, there's your appendage right there. You've got your spread eagle right here. I mean, this looks like the Twitter symbol. That looks a lot like the Twitter symbol, which is not good. That is not a good thing. But it looks like Portage, this storm just moved over top of you right now. It still has this appendage. If there is a tornado, it'd be right in there. So, if you live in this part of the country and you're thinking, hey, there's more tornado sirens happening, This is just like this is not accurate. Maybe this is like a mistake. It's not. I can guarantee you it's not a mistake. We have another storm that has produced a tornado that's moving through you guys right now. So take this seriously, people. Take it seriously. So if you're just joining us, we have a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning, that just moved through Portage. Now, I don't know if you see anything different, Dan, but I'm not really seeing anything that screams like really strong tornado like it did earlier.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything extremely strong, but something prompted that warning.
Oh yeah, I guarantee you that we had some sort of visual of the storm that prompted this. Now, the good news is I'm not seeing, as strong of a signature here, but regardless, Portage, just a terrible situation. Just got hit by a strong tornado and maybe got hit by another one. Let me go back and just show you guys what happened in Portage. So I'm gonna go back 50 frames here and just kind of show you. This was 5:54 p.m. Eastern, so about an hour and a half ago. Look at this. Look at this signature. This is a clear tornado that hit Portage. Big time wedge hit Portage. Moved through Portage. Did a bunch of damage. We have confirmed damage in Portage here, and then that storm moved out. This is 6:12, and it cleared up. And I think we thought, okay, this is probably over. Look at this. Look at another tornado moving in. This looks like a little bit of a weaker one, but still, right there, there's your tornado that was probably on the ground at this particular point. And it moved through Texas corners. A lot of lightning out in front of this, so a lot of wind energy. And at least the silver lining is maybe it weakened as it went over Portage. But if we had a tornado on the ground right here, it was going right for Portage again. And maybe hopefully lifted as it went over Portage, but I can't tell. I really can't tell, but we definitely, right there is when weather spotters probably confirmed it. And then that's what they issued the PDS warning on it. And, but I'm really, really, really hoping it lifted here.
Okay, so I'm listening to the emergency services up there. They're saying it was confirmed on the south side of town, and they just called out to someone else saying it's headed for them, so it may still be down.
Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? Oh, okay. So, and that was in Portage.
It's Kalamazoo County Fire, and yeah.
Okay. So yeah, it looks like that we still might have a tornado on the ground here. Dangerous situation here in Portage. They just kind of trimmed and updated the tornado warning. Is Alpha, Michigan good, guys? Let's look where, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Let's Alpena maybe. Let's look at Alpena, Michigan. Oh yeah, Alpena. I don't want to say for sure. Alpena is up here. Yeah, Alpena, you're well away from the main area of danger. You're just going to get some rain, and you'll probably get this. This moving through Big Rapids and Reed City right now. You're probably going to get this line of storms later on. But I'm not incredibly worried about up in the northern portions of basically above this line. You can still get some severe storms today, but the greatest risk is definitely to your guys south.
Okay, an update. They were making a call out to Comstock, which is a township in Kalamazoo County.
Okay, Comstock. Where is Comstock? Kalamazoo. Okay, so they were calling Comstock, letting them know that it might be headed their way.
Yeah, Comstock looks like it's on the north side of I-94, northeast of Portage.
Got it. Wow. Dana, are you listening to their audio somehow?
Yeah, through a scanner app.
Oh, we should figure out how to put that on the stream too. Eventually, but yeah. So basically, Comstock is looks like up here. So was it emergency managers or was that someone else?
It is the fire department.
Okay, it's
County
the fire department. Got it. Yeah, so we had basically the fire department near Portage basically say, "Yep, there's a tornado on the ground. It's headed to the north. It's headed towards Comstock, which is up here." So I think this isn't an incredibly strong rotation signature, but still, I mean, there's enough here, and the fact that Dan is kind of telling me that there's some fire departments that are talking about this, possibly still seeing it. That is the word of truth. Nader Chaser just had some great words of praise for you, Dan. Dan is awesome. Dan makes this so much easier. And wow, look at all these. Look at whoever is issuing these warnings really loves square boxes. We had one tornado warning that was a square box. Now we have a severe thunderstorm warning that's a square box. We've got kind of a duplex here that they're making. With these boxes here. So that's they really, and let me just show you the full screen here. That's looks like they made two different boxes here of severe thunderstorm warnings. So this is a classic. Sometimes you get kind of some perspective into who's ever making these warnings probably likes shapes a lot, triangles and other things like that. All right, so Dan, go ahead and keep listening to that, but we still have a PDS warning just to the south of Climax, Michigan. Battle Creek, once again, I'm calling out some of the same areas. Battle Creek, this is going to be a storm moving. I mean, if there is a tornado, it's moving right at you. It is moving right at you, Battle Creek, Michigan. All right, let's get a quick check-in on this Fort Wayne storm down here. And where's the radar? There it is. Okay, so still a pretty nasty storm. Still has a radar-indicated tornado warning. And still a pretty good couplet here. Just to the south of Maples, Indiana. Maples, Indiana. You just had possibly a tornado move over top of you guys. Monroeville looks like this thing is going to probably miss you just to the north. For President's Corner and Highway 30. This is coming for you guys. Gosh, this is I know exactly where this is. I used to take this road all the time when I went to Valparaiso. So there's a bunch of wind farms up here. There's a bunch of wind farms, and that's a pretty popular highway here. So this storm's about to move right over top of Highway 30, Interstate 30. So if you're on Interstate 30, just to the southeast of Fort Wayne, you've got a dangerous storm that's moving towards you guys right now. Yeah, I literally have driven that road so many times. And guys too, if you're and yeah, I'm not liking this trend for Central Ohio, by the way. These storms are really starting to get their act together here as they move off to the east. So I'm not liking this for Central Ohio here. But if anyone watching us, I know we have a lot of people watching from Ohio. I know we have a lot of people watching from Michigan. If you guys have any pictures or videos, send them my way. Preferably do it on Twitter so that I can see it. I know we have some people that sometimes will text me things, and that's great, but I won't actually see it until it's gone, or until after the stream, because I don't really have time to check my phone. But this is and I guess I just did check my phone. But please go ahead and tweet me other things like that. Just to be able to kind of show what's going on. And I did see, I got a shout out from Vince Walty. So if you guys are hopping over from his stream, if you guys normally watch his stream, I really appreciate you guys coming over here and doing a little bit of a raid of my stream. So we're gonna stick with these storms. for as long as we can. And if you are new to the stream, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. That really does help. That really does help this channel. And we're going to continue. We've had Vince Walty on the show a couple of times, and he's awesome. Vince is a great guy, and he just always seems to find his way into the storm. So thank you, Vince, if you're watching, and thank you everyone that's kind of headed over from his stream here. And Vince is one of the best in the business. He gets tornadoes left and right, and does so responsibly, and but also he gets the shot. So. Mark Massaro says Eastern Indiana looks interesting. It does. It does, Maz. So Maz is actually a co-host of the podcast as well, and Maz is a former on-camera TV meteorologist from Cincinnati. So Maz is watching the stream, and Maz is a really smart dude. Maz is also a great dude as well. He's just a solid human being, and really smart meteorologist. And he is kind of directing my attention here at Eastern Indianapolis. These storms are really starting to get their act together. Let's look at the past couple frames here. So these storms had looked pretty strong, but were a little small, and they look like they kind of started to fall apart here. This was about an hour ago. I think this was actually about 30 minutes ago. And then look at them start to really get organized here just in the last couple of frames. These northern storms really starting to get organized, and even the southern storms too are looking more organized and more well defined. So that means that we could be looking at some pretty strong storms for Dayton and Columbus. I'm putting you guys on alert right now. We've got some storms. These are well to your west, but we are expecting them to move off to the east. And as they do so, they will hold their strength. And don't be fooled by the rain that happened earlier. That the atmosphere is recovering quickly, and anyone in Ohio, you're under the gun for the next several hours here. Tabitha Dennis says hello from Asheville, Ohio. Hey, no one's a newbie. No one's a newbie, Tabitha. No one's a newbie at all. We're all newbies, and we're all newbies of life, just trying to get through every day, one day at a time. Near Manila, Indiana, Matt says, looks like it's trying to spin up. Where is Manila? Oh gosh. Oh, I'm so sorry, Maz. All right. New PDS warning. You know what? I'm going to bet that's for this cell. Yep. It's for this cell up here. We have a new, particularly dangerous. Oh my gosh. A new particularly dangerous. That's 5. We have had 5 PDS warnings so far. Dan, I don't know if you can remember yesterday. I don't think yesterday was a high risk, the highest risk you can get. I think we had one emergency and maybe 1 to 2 PDS warnings all day, right?
Yeah.
And we have 5. I've been streaming for an hour and a half, and we've already had 5 particularly dangerous situation tornado warnings. So this is a new warning. We're probably going to hear the sound effect play in just a second. I would bet in 3, 2. I thought I was going to get it that time. I'm going to get it one of these times.
Well, and I can tell you until it comes, they're talking about possible collapse in Portage. So maybe a building collapse, like a building collapse.
Oh my gosh.
I'm still listening, but that's what it sounds like.
That would not surprise me after basically getting 2 tornadoes. That would I mean, two tornadoes would be enough to be able to definitely destroy some structures. And I'm still Dan, you didn't hear the sound effect play on your end, did you?
I did not. I may be messing around with some things.
It's probably because it's muted and maybe you're not. Like maybe you got to mute your mic and unmute its.
Yeah, let me check the mic settings.
Okay, cool. All right, while Dan's figuring that out, we have a just a dangerous situation here unfolding in northern Indiana. And Dan, I'm going to bring you back in just a second here. But we have a particularly dangerous situation with an observed tornado. So this was issued at 8 at let's see. This was at 7:35 Eastern. We have a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is on the ground near Climax or near Battle Creek, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So we have a particularly dangerous situation of a nasty storm that had a history of producing a tornado in Portage, and looks like we had a double tornado hit Portage. We had one about an hour ago and one just about 15 minutes ago. That same storm is pushing through Battle Creek, Michigan right now, and it looks like if we look at the velocity, there it is. There's your couplet. It's just to the northeast of Climax, Michigan. And if we put this thing in motion here, I'm curious to see if this is going towards Battle Creek or if this is going just to the south. Let's see. So there's your tornado right there, and it looks like it just went north of Climax. And I think this thing is headed for the southern side of Battle Creek. So Battle Creek, Michigan. This is a very populated area. It looks like this is a fairly big town. We have you are in this PDS warning. This is once again, we've got another box. Whoever's drawing these warnings really loves their boxes. But we have a particularly dangerous situation. And look, the rotation just kind of jogged a little bit north. So Battle Creek, you could take a direct hit from this thing. So if you know anyone that's in Battle Creek, Michigan, we have a particularly dangerous situation for you guys in Battle Creek, Michigan. So this is a dangerous storm that's headed your way. And Battle Creek, you're in the direct path of this thing. Let me just see if there's any debris here. Oh, maybe. Maybe. Oh gosh, I can hear my neighbors. They probably hate me. I've been streaming. I'm in an apartment right now, and I have my walls are pretty thin, and so I definitely think they were able to hear me till like 2 a.m. last night. But hey, you got to do what you got to do for the stream. They probably heard. Okay, so the good news is I'm not necessarily seeing any signs of debris, but looking on the radar, I mean, this is a little bit of a mini storm or mini supercell here, but very clearly, it's got your structure that you're looking for. Got your kind of your whale-like structure here, with the tail coming, the tail kind of coming out here. So this is a supercell. It's a little bit of a smaller supercell, but look at this uptick in lightning here. We've got a couple lightning strikes to the south. We've seen all day the storms that have been or the tornado producing storms have this burst of lightning right outside of them, right? That the tornado emergency had a bunch of lightning earlier. So there very well could be a tornado nested right in there, kind of tucked into Battle Creek, or I guess about to move into Battle Creek, Michigan. Denso, is that a message plant, or what do you call that? It's huge in Battle Creek. And Dan, it might be because that mic is actually muted. Maybe I think that mic's always been unmuted when I've heard the warnings. Okay. All right. So Battle Creek, Michigan looks like you're about to take a direct hit from possibly a tornado. This is a particularly dangerous situation here. We are going to be possibly having a tornado move through Battle Creek, Michigan. Guys, I just want to take the time to thank everyone for joining for joining me today. I know we have a lot of new people here in the chat, so let me know where you guys are. I would love to know where you guys are, and give you. I know we had some people tell us kind of where they're from and what cities they're near, especially if you're in any of these regions from Michigan to Indiana to Ohio. We've got a pretty dangerous day, and so I like to kind of tailor what I'm talking about to where our viewers are from. right? Because that's really why I'm doing this. Is I'm doing it to have fun, but I'm also doing it to help you guys kind of figure out, are you in harm's way? Are you not? What should you do? Right? I'm here for you guys. I'm here for you every day. This is our second day in a row streaming. We did a 7.5 hour long stream today, and it looks like we might be doing some of the same today as well. So we're gonna be streaming for as long as we can here. And as we get towards the end, I'm gonna go as long as I can. I do work a day job, so I'm actually getting right off work and coming and doing this. So it's I'm sure my doctor would tell me that's not smart because you look in a computer too long and your blood flow is so I'll probably try to stand up from time to time. And you guys may see me do this, but I'm going to go as long as I can here and really show exactly kind of what's going on with this event. If you are new to the stream, give us a thumbs up if you like what you're seeing on Twitter or on YouTube. If you are watching us on Twitter, head on over to YouTube because that'll be the best experience possible, because you'll be able to, not only will you be able to listen to us, you'll also be able to chat with us, and we'll put those chats on the screen from time to time, assuming they're not too crazy. And also it's just kind of the best experience over on YouTube. But if you do want to stay watching on Twitter, stay on Twitter by all means. Hey, you know what? It's America. It's land of the free, and Twitter also is awesome as well. So thank you guys wherever you're watching us. Thank you for joining us, and our goal is to kind of keep you safe, but also to keep you entertained. So we like to have fun with this as well. We definitely like to have fun because there's a lot of sometimes this is serious situations. Like right now we have an observed tornado, and ultimately our goal. I don't want people to be afraid of the weather. I want people to be don't be scared, be prepared. And so my goal is to really kind of educate you guys and help you not be too scared of the weather. And I want everyone to be weather lovers like me, right? And not be too scared of weather like I know some people are. All right, so we have still a square warning here for tornado warning. I think if you live south of Battle Creek, Michigan, in Athens or Burlington or Tecosha, you guys probably are hearing the tornado sirens, but this storm is well north of you. Battle Creek is really the one under the gun right now that could be having a tornado move through as we speak. If you live in Battle Creek, areas north and Calamo, Charlotte, Olivia, Eastern Rapids, you've got possibly a tornado producing storm that's going to continue to slide to the north and east. So it's going to head towards you guys in probably about the next hour and a half. Yep, Jess is from the UP of Michigan. We got Fuzzy in Utah. Probably moving up to Michigan in the summer. Fuzzy, I like that. Michigan in the summer I'm sure Jess will tell you, Michigan in the summer is beautiful. All right, so we are tracking several things right now. We have, and yikes. I'm a one-man show here, so sometimes I notice little errors here in certain things, and I always want to make sure I correct them. Okay. And I'm getting oh my gosh. Yeah, we've gotten confirmed reports in Portage of tornadoes here. Oh my goodness. Hold on, let me get these images here, and I'll display them on the screen here. I had someone actually, I think a friend, or I think got these pictures from their mother or something. Let me That's crazy. Sorry, I'm just, of course, this is someone that I know, and so they sent them to me rather than tweeting them at me. But that's okay. Wow. Okay, so we have two storms, two photos that I got from them. So this is, and let me actually put this full screen here. So this was in Portage. This was just a little bit ago in Portage. My goodness, we had possibly a tornado. Looks like possibly a tornado. I mean, that is definitely a tornado, and that is also from Portage. So, and it looks like these might be actually separate tornadoes. I think this was probably the second one, and I have to reach out to this person to ask them. This is from Linda Baird, so thank you, Linda Baird, for sending me these. But I think this was probably the second tornado. This was probably the first. I think the second tornado was probably a little bit smaller than the first. I think the first one was the wedge, and this screams wedge to me. This screams still destructive, but is a little bit skinnier, right? It's kind of like the low-cal version of this one. This one's the big honky, the Chipotle everyday kind of tornado. This one is the salad for lunch, still potent salad. I always try to do analogies to help me understand life better. Because if I can't think, I think about life and food, by the way. So that's why a lot of my analogies are food and animals, like whales. Okay. Wow. Okay. We still have a confirmed tornado here over Battle Creek. This was confirmed at 7:43 Eastern. So we keep getting reports from weather spotters that we have a tornado on the ground. So they're probably going to have to extend this this warning pretty quickly here. And I think we might have gotten a new tornado warning. We did. And Dan, I don't see the radar in here.
Yeah, I'm still troubleshooting.
Okay, no problem. It was working earlier. So I'm wondering, but okay, we've missed two tornado warnings. We're gonna work to get those sound effects up, but oh gosh, these storms are not looking good now. These are and Nikki says thanks for sharing. Linda Baird, yep, Linda Baird, thank you for sharing. We have Nick. What are we looking at for CBUS tonight? Yep, I'll get to that, Nick, in just a second. We've got a couple new tornado warnings that we have that were just issued, and they were issued for Ohio. These are our first tornado warnings for Ohio for the day, but we have two storms that have now crossed into Ohio, and both of these are radar indicated tornado warnings. Let's just look at this one up here. This one is just to the east of Fort Wayne. This has been off and on warned for probably the past hour here. So the warning has continued into Ohio here, and let's just look at the velocity. That's a pretty strong signature. Tipton, gosh, I feel like Tipton, Ohio has gotten several tornadoes that have just in the past couple of years. I feel like I live in Ohio, so this is in my backyard. So this is just to the east of Payne. This storm is pushing off to the east near Oakwood and Grover Hill. So Oakwood and Grover Hill. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that is a tornado right there. This is still a radar indicated tornado in Macedon, about to move into Coldwater, Ohio. It's pushing right towards St. Mary's and Wampakoneta. You are not in the tornado warning just yet, but this is a dangerous storm. And I just looking at that, let's get our discount double check here and just see. Yeah, pretty strong rotation. Let's look at a different radar. Let's look at super strong rotation. Pretty confidently can say there's probably a tornado on the ground here, just to the west of Coldwater, Ohio. This tornado is going to be pushing towards Coldwater and has very strong rotation. Let's just see if we see any debris. No debris just yet, so that's good. Just see if I see any on the other radar. Nothing there. My goodness. This is a troubling sign for Ohio, because if this is going to be how it goes for the next couple hours, we're gonna definitely have a problem here. And while you're figuring that out, I'm actually going to try. I think I'm going to add our tornado warning sound effect here. And I think if I share my screen, and I will just present. Let me just present my entire screen, share audio. Let's do this. I'll bring that in, but then we're going to keep it on that. Okay. So I think this should, in the meantime, Dan, I think this should work for now. So you guys are going to have to let me know.
Yeah, I'm rebooting.
Dan. Yeah, no problem. Anyways, Grand Rapids Twitter has photos of damage. I'm going to pull that up and try to get us those photos, because that's from National Weather Service. So I'd like to not, I'd like to not show people's, storm chasers and other people's pictures and things without permission, because I don't want to just steal content from people. That's not the way I operate. So I only show things if I get sent to them. So if you guys send me, photos and video, I'll put them on. But until, I'm not just going to show things. But this is from the National Weather Service. So I like showing things from the National Weather Service. This is in Grand Rapids. Let's look at this here together. Where was Grand Rapids has a photo? Kip Metcalf, if you see that, just go ahead and link that to me in the chat. I don't see any photos of damage so far just yet. Okay.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for southeastern Paulding County in west central Ohio.
Did you guys hear that? Dan, did you hear that? Okay, cool. All right, yeah, Dan. I think this should work. So let's just keep rolling with this. I don't need to stress out, my man. We'll get this figured out. All right, so we have a new tornado warning. And this is for Paulding, Ohio. So this is just the south of Paulding, Ohio. This is that same storm that we just looked at that we were very concerned about. Definitely rotation. Definitely probably, I would say pretty good chance there's a tornado on the ground with this. This is still a radar indicated tornado warning. And so no one's confirmed that this is on the ground just yet. Oh my gosh, look to the south. Oh my goodness, this is
The National Weather Service has
there's
issued
another
a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for southeastern Rush County in central Indiana.
Here we go, guys. I think we're starting to get in the main event. Well, I don't want to even say the main event, because we've already had so much that's happened. But we have 3 tornado warnings up and down the Indiana-Ohio state line. 2 of them are in Ohio, and one of them is back in Indiana, just to the. Oh, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Tornado warning for northwestern Franklin County in southeastern Indiana, southwestern Union County in east central Indiana, southern Fayette County in east central Indiana.
All right. Well, okay. So that is actually an extension of this warning. So we still have basically. Oh my gosh, an observed warning too. Oh, we've got to hit these. We're going to go up and down the line here, because we've got 3 now new warnings, all along the Ohio-Indiana state line. We still have 1 active warning up in Michigan. That is that dangerous storm that moved through Battle Creek, Michigan. Still could be producing a tornado. But the kind of the 3 main threats now and the threat is starting to shift into Ohio. So if you've got anyone in Ohio, please be on alert, because we've got some dangerous storms moving your way. We've got 1 to the east of Fort Wayne. This is including, let's just get you the counties here and let's get you the cities. This is including southeastern Paulding County. and this is about 13 miles north of Van Wert. This is near Payne, Ohio. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado warning. Oakwood and Charlotte, Ohio. You're in the direct path of this thing. So if you live in Oakwood or know someone lives in Oakwood, we probably have a tornado on the ground here with this storm. Another storm just to the south. This is near Salina, Ohio. This is just to the southwest of Salina, Ohio. Let me just look on the Illinois, or not Illinois. Let's look on the Wilmington radar here. This is also possibly another tornado producing storm. This is still a radar indicated tornado. This includes southern Mercer County in west central Ohio. Coldwater in Montezuma, Ohio. We have a very strong radar signature here. Once again, red is going away from the radar. Green is going towards the radar. We have red going this way. We've got green going this way. What does that mean? That means we've got winds rotating around right here, right? Because there's your winds going north. There's your winds going south. And then we've got winds wrapping around this way, wrapping around this way. This is probably a tornado that's about to move into Coldwater. And look at that. They just updated this to an observed tornado. So this is an observed tornado. Just looking at radar, I could tell that this is a tornado that is on the ground, about to move into Coldwater, Ohio. And let's just see if there's any debris with this thing. Still no debris just yet, but we do have confirmation that a tornado is in the ground in Coldwater. And this thing's rain wrapped. Look at the radar here. You are not going to see this coming. You are not going to see this coming if you live in Coldwater, if you live in Montezuma. You're going to see some rain, and then out of nowhere, you're going to have a tornado come right at you. So get to your shelters right now. Get to a basement. Get to anything. Yeah, and Leadham says it was brief. So hopefully, I think hopefully this tornado maybe has lifted, but I don't have confirmation of
The
that.
National Weather Service has
Here we
issued a
go.
tornado warning for
Tornado warning for southeastern Shelby County in central Indiana, southern Rush County in central Indiana, northern Decatur County in central Indiana.
All right. Well, that's a new tornado warning. So we covered this storm to the north here in Salina. I'm going to be honest. This storm in Union City looking pretty mean. It's really starting to get its act together. This is probably going to be warned, severe thunderstorm warned soon, and possibly tornado warned. All of these are starting to rotate on a top. So a pretty good chance that I would probably expect this to be warned at some point soon. So if you live in Union City, Greenville, Ohio, this is your early warning. That we're going to have a potentially serious situation for you guys. But to the south, we now have two tornado warnings still in Indiana. This is just to the southeast of Indianapolis. This is including, I guess we've got two tornado warnings, one including tornado. Oh my gosh, this is an observed tornado. Okay, so one's for Columbia, Indiana. We have a confirmed tornado that's in northwestern Franklin County, and then southwestern Union County, southern Fayette County. Once again, this is in Indiana, not in Ohio. I know we have a couple of those county names in Ohio. This is not in Ohio just yet. This is in Indiana. And yeah, definitely a tornado there, just moving through orange. Here's your tornado right there, moving straight at Columbia, Indiana. So orange, Indiana, this tornado is right on top of you. This is an observed tornado warning. And just to the south, we have another tornado warning. And this tornado warning includes Middletown, Moscow, Richland, and Clarksburg, Indiana. And if you've got your tornado, it's going to be right in here. We've got really strong winds wrapping into this thing, and it's starting to wrap around like this. There's your rotation. There's your tornado, if there would be one. This is still a radar-indicated tornado warning that includes Decatur, Rush, and Shelby County. So we've got things are really starting to ramp up here, guys. Things are really starting to ramp up. Yep, Jess said she heard that alert. Thank you. Jody Harris is on too. Jody Harris, thank you for joining. It's my mom, by the way. You know, everyone needs a good mom. If you've got a good mom, you know what I'm saying. And you know, it makes a world of difference. And my mom is a saint. She does not have to join, but she does out of the kindness of her heart. Let's give some. Can we give some love in the chat for Jody Harris? Let's do it. All right. So right now, just to summarize things, we have a total of, let's see, 5 tornado warnings. None in Michigan. So that warning was allowed to expire in Michigan. So that's good. We still have our double box severe thunderstorm warning. They love that double box warning up there in Michigan. We have a total of, I guess, there's really 4 warnings here, because we've got one on this storm just to the east of Fort Wayne, one on this storm to the west of Lima, one on this storm to the west of Hamilton, Cincinnati, I guess Hamilton, Ohio, and one just to the south of that. Jody, Nikki says hello. You raised one heck of a. Oh, God bless you too, Nikki. Fuzzy says, yeah, Jody, we got a lot of love for you in the chat. Kyle says, Jody as well. A lot of people loving on Jody. Ooh, and Jody says, amen, storm front
The
freaks.
National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
There it is.
Tornado warning for northwestern Darke County in west central Ohio.
Remember, guys, this was that storm that we just talked about. This was that storm that just a second ago wasn't even a severe thunderstorm warned. They quickly issued, oh gosh, look at that. They quickly issued a severe thunderstorm warning and have now issued a tornado warning. We're probably going to get a tornado warning that's going to be issued in Indiana, because right now there's no tornado warning covering this storm. This is probably a tornado on the ground about to move just to the south of Union City. Let me see if I can see, any debris or anything like that. Let's look here. Where is our storms? I don't see any debris just yet, but likely an ongoing or forming tornado about to cross the Ohio state line. So anyone that lives in South Salem, you're getting a pretty good. Bartona, you are about to get absolutely hammered by this storm, and probably there's a tornado on the ground with this thing. And then in Ohio, Sharps Crossing, Cold Town, Woodington, Greenville. I heard we had someone that's from Greenville. If you are from Greenville, you have possibly or probably a tornado that's on the ground that's pushing your way. This tornado is right about. I mean, it's, you guys, look at this. It's right here. Here's your tornado. About to moving into Bartona, and this is just heading for the northern suburbs of Greenville. So if you live in the northern suburbs of Greenville, get prepared for a possible tornado. These storms are starting to really ramp up now. Let me take a look at our storms to the south here, because I think I saw. Oh my gosh! Definitely a tornado just to the east of Middleton. I'm actually surprised this is not a higher warning here. I think we definitely have. Here's your tornado right in there. You've got winds wrapping around this way. Let's see if we can see any debris or anything like that. Okay, that's a debris ball. There's a debris ball right there. Likely a tornado on the ground, about to move into Moscow, Indiana. Moscow, Indiana, you have a likely tornado on the ground right here. It just moved through Middleton. It did some damage. Let's just look at the past couple frames here, and let's change this instead of 50. Let's change this to 21. Look at that. So what we're looking at now is called the correlation coefficient. This is it's a product we look at on radar, and what we're looking for is, you can see how, look at all this red, right? This is all red. And looks like we just got a new observed. Yep, they just upgraded it to an observed tornado warning. So the National Weather Service is on it right now. We're going to hear that sound effect go off in just a second. But the red, that is basically rain, right? As soon as you see any sort of like blue or yellow appear, that is debris. That's people's homes. That's people's cars. That is houses. That is trees. That is other things being lofted into the air. And look, see how you can see it's all surrounded by red. That's rain all around this thing. That's rain. And then where we see the green and the blue, that's debris. So another debris ball here that we've seen clearly. And look at that, 100%. That is debris. So the south side of Moscow, Indiana, You are dealing with a strong, potentially dangerous tornado that is on the ground and that is producing damage as we speak. Gosh, Dan, do you see that? Look at how similar that looked like last night. I mean, that looked pretty similar to what we saw last night when we were seeing those tornadoes. This looks awfully like the Barndale storm.
Yeah, it's wrapping up.
Wrapping up in a big way. And folks, just to the south of Moscow, Indiana, they just upgraded this to a confirmed tornado. This is a dangerous situation here just to the south of Moscow, Indiana. And just to the north of, we have another tornado warning. Also, another observed tornado. This is so this whole line. And guys, I'm going to be honest. This is your next tornado down here, Mount Auburn. This whole thing is wrapping up. We've got if we look at we've got hooks on these things. 1, 2, 3. This is producing a tornado. This is producing a tornado. This looks like it's about to produce a tornado. We've got 3, and I realize you guys couldn't see it, right? This is one tornado here, another tornado here, and then the third trying to form here. The fact that we already have 2 on the ground here, that means conditions are right. These are so there's really that's nothing going to stop this southern cell. So this is an early warning. I've given a couple early warnings to folks here. This is an early warning to Mount Auburn, in Germantown. You possibly, I mean, the rotation isn't that strong, but still, this is you've got a really strong inflow notch here, and I would not be surprised if this thing wraps up here in the next 30 minutes to an hour. We already have 2 tornadoes out in front of this that are on the ground producing damage. Big tornado just to the south of Moscow, and probably definitely another possibly big tornado moving through Columbia, Indiana right now. Dan, I wonder if we can see any storms or any traffic cameras in this area. I don't know if it actually doesn't look like there's that many roads, but I'd be curious to see if we can find anything.
I'll take a look and see.
Okay, cool. That would be Indiana. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, we're going to have to go back up here to Ohio here. And let me make sure we've got our graphic updated here for our tornado warnings, because we've got 5 active ones right now as we speak. Okay, let's put this back on. Wow. Yeah. I know we're in trouble when our tornado graphic starts to fill up. So that's a problem here. All right. We're going to keep watching these storms here because we've got tornadoes on the ground. While we're watching them, I do want to quickly pull up this. And this is another radar we look at. This is actually this radar is called GR Earth. And the cool thing about this radar, this is actually provided to us by Allison House. So thank you, Allison House, for allowing us to use this. So this is GR Earth, and this is using Allison House data, which this is the same kind of radar that the National Weather Service uses. So it's a really cool tool that you can see exactly what the National Weather Service is looking at. They use a combination of this and kind of another product called GR Analyst. But the really cool thing about this radar is it allows you to fill in like different parameters on top. So right now, this is our CAPE values. That shows you how much energy is in the atmosphere. This is our I don't like this. Do you see that, Dan? This is relative helicity. So this is basically like the darker the colors, so red, orange, those indicate like a better chance to possibly form tornadoes. The darker the color, the higher the chance. And then I think we can look at our tornado. I think STP is tornado parameter, right?
That's correct.
The National Weather
okay,
Service
here we go.
has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning
tornado
for
warning.
northwestern Auglaize County in west central Ohio, east central Mercer County in west central Ohio.
Okay, so that is a new tornado warning that was just issued. We're going to get to that in just a second. That's up here. That's up here in Salina and St. Mary's. That includes St. Mary's. We're going to get to that in just a second. I quickly just want to show you guys why are these storms going off right now? They're going off because the tornado parameter, which this is a measurement of a couple different things, and it basically shows you how likely or how favorable is the environment for tornadoes. And once again, the darker the colors, so purple, red, even orange, that is a fairly high parameter. That means that this environment is primed for tornadoes, especially on the south side of this. So these three storms that are producing, two of them are producing tornadoes. They're moving into an area of high parameters. And these two storms up here in West Central Ohio are moving towards the red. So that's also a higher parameter, right? So orange is 1 to 2, red is 2 to 3, and then purple is 3 to 4. So that's why this threat is going to continue. This threat's not going to go anywhere as these storms push off to the east. So West Central Ohio and Central Ohio, these storms are going to keep going and are going to probably strengthen, unfortunately, as they push off to the east. So you guys need to be weather aware and keep watching this stream. If you do have to do anything tonight in that area of the country, if you are in southern, kind of southern Ohio, southern Indiana, or here in oh my gosh, we just got a new extension of this warning up here. Or if you're in here we go.
Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Oh my god.
Tornado warning for southeastern Defiance County in northwestern Ohio, northern Putnam County in west central Ohio, southeastern Paulding County in west central Ohio, southeastern Henry County in northwestern Ohio.
Yep, and Garrett, has anyone checked on Phil? I have not, Garrett. I think he was trying to chase. I'm not sure. I'd have to check and see if he is here or not. But we have right now a broken line of storms that extends all the way into Michigan. And in Ohio right now, we have a total of 3 tornado warnings. One to the west of Bowling Green, one to the southwest of Lima, Ohio, and one to the southwest of that in Greenville, about to be in Greenville. And we have 2 of these tornado warnings that have observed tornadoes. That means a tornado is on the ground. Observed means someone saw it, someone called in, and someone said, there is a tornado that's happening right now. And so this is just to the south of Defiance, Ohio, moving towards continental Ohio. Leipzig, Belmore, and Delshire are all in this tornado warning. There's your signature right there. Oakwood, this thing is right on top of you right now. So once again, the red is moving away from the radar. So let's see, where's the radar at? Got to double check myself. Here's the radar back in Indiana. Red is moving this way. Green and brown is moving. So here you've got your rotation. There you've got your tornado. So we have a confirmed tornado on the ground. Let's see who confirmed this. This was confirmed by emergency management. So that's your emergency managers. That is a very trustworthy source here. And let's see if we can see any debris. Maybe a little bit here in Oakwood, maybe just a little bit. Right, that could be some noise. That also could be debris. We're gonna have to keep an eye on that. But regardless, a tornado's on the ground. Oakwood, Continental, Leipzig, and the counties that are in this, Defiance, Putnam, Paulding, Henry County, all in northwestern Ohio. You're all in this tornado warning. North Baltimore putting you on alert here. Just to the south of Findlay. Findlay also, you're on alert as well. Just to the south of that, we have another observed tornado. Salina, Ohio. This thing, St. Mary's. This is for you guys. And let's just look at the velocity and see where this sucker is. There it is. This is Montezuma, which we talked about just a little bit ago. Montezuma, Ohio, moving right at St. Mary's, Ohio. Wapakoneta, you're in the path of this thing as well. We have an observed tornado that was on the ground. Let's see when this was on the ground. This was confirmed at 8:12, so about 6 minutes ago. So 6 minutes ago, there was a tornado on the ground. This is moving east at 45 miles an hour here, and just a dangerous storm that we're gonna have to watch as it pushes off to the east. I am not liking what I'm seeing here on the radar because this is just a nasty storm, and it is producing possibly a tornado near St. Mary's. No debris though. Well, I don't want to say there's none, but right now it doesn't look like there's any sort of significant debris just yet. Dan, you're way ahead of me on that the regional radar there. Should I mute mine real quick? Do you think?
Yeah, I think it's fixed. If you want to, we'll see if it works.
All right, let me go ahead and I'll put mine backstage for now. NASA rules. Is there any chance Union County tornado gets a warning? I think NASA. Are you talking about in Ohio? And Garrett just says, "Evening, Dan. Thank you for joining us." Yep, Jody Harris says very similar to last night, and actually, this may be worse than last night. We are seeing more. We are seeing, I mean, way more actually confirmed tornadoes than we saw last night.
Yeah.
Now the tornado last night was terrible and very destructive, but still dangerous situation here for all of Ohio. Let me go ahead and I know we have someone NASCAR's in Union County. Let me give you a quick idea. And I should know off the top of my head where Union County is, but okay. Yeah, so Union County, you aren't in any immediate danger. So Union County is like it's this county right here. Union County, you're in immediate danger, but the thing about it is we've got a storm, this storm here in Greenville that is producing a tornado that's going to be pushing your way. So Union County, Ohio, this is your kind of early alert here. We've had a tornadic producing storm that is starting to slide your way towards Marysville. If we put these in motion here, we can kind of tell where they're going. This storm is marching almost due east. It's got a little bit of a northward tilt on it, but this storm, if I'd kind of track it out, this storm's headed right for kind of Union County and Delaware County, the north side of Columbus, and it's really ramping up in a big way. It's isolated enough. The stuff to the south is kind of weakening. So Union County and Delaware County and the northern suburbs of Columbus, be ready for this. This is going to be on your doorstep in probably about an hour. To the south here, let's go ahead and check back in on our tornadic supercells to the south because we have a couple of observed tornadoes. And the good news is this is now a radar indicated tornado. So, I mean, this is still a very, very, very powerful rotation. And I think we're going to have to, this is going to continue possibly to drop things for the next hour here. We have a still radar indicated. Okay. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Okay. So while we were looking a little bit away here, we've got another tornado right here. This storm just produced a tornado, and this is a particularly dangerous situation. So look here, there's your tornado right there in Columbia. We had a tornado that most likely moved through Columbia and then may have lifted for just a second and then dropped another one right there. It's dropping one right now. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This is our 6th PDS warning today. And this includes Brownsville and Aquina, Indiana. And this storm is actually, the rotation is actually starting to slide a little bit to the north. So Brownsville, I'd be aware of this thing because just in the last couple of frames, it's taken some jogs to the north here. And definitely maybe a little bit of debris there as well. Storm Chaser Marysville. All right, Kip, we're going to be watching this for you, man. No problem, NASA. I'm just happy you were able to join the show here. And Dan, I think the traffic cameras in Ohio are all I think they're all just like pictures, right?
Yeah, and I didn't see really any good ones on the west side of the state.
Yeah, there's really none. I wonder in Indiana if there's any. I think they might just be pictures in Indiana. We're going to figure this out though for everyone.
Yeah, Indiana actually has some video. I just didn't see anything near the storms.
Okay. All right. I think we got a new watch and a new mesoscale discussion. So, all right. So this was issued about 20 minutes ago. Jody Harris says winds picking up in Delaware County and noticing clouds are rolling in. Yeah, that's the kind of the leading edge of these storms here. Okay, so this is the latest, and actually I'm going to make this. I'm quickly just going to make this full screen so we can see. Okay, so this is the leading edge of this line here. And what the National Weather Service does is they put out these mesoscale discussions to let people know, what's going to be the threat here. Is this going to continue or not? And the discussion here is basically saying, okay, we've got scattered supercells. We're seeing that on radar. The air mass is pretty unstable. All right, new warning.
Tornado warning 4.
Tornado warning for northeastern Shelby County in west central Ohio, northwestern Logan County in west central Ohio, Auglaize County in west central Ohio, east central Mercer County in west central Ohio.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning 4.
Dan,
Tornado warning for
you can't see. Can you
southeastern
hear the double?
in east central Indiana, Union County in east central Indiana, southeastern Fayette County in east central Indiana, southwestern Preble County in west central Ohio.
You can only hear one, right, Dan?
It sounded like one. Are you
Okay,
probably-
it's because of mine. It's because of my mine. Yeah, that's why I was hearing double. Okay, just want to make sure it wasn't. I was like, oh my god, I just thought there was 4 warnings at once there. But so we just got 2 new tornado warnings here. Two new tornado warnings. And,
maybe in the chat, just let us know if you heard 2.
The Weather Service has issued a tornado warning.
Another one. Are you kidding me?
Tornado warning for northwestern Lewis County in northeastern Kentucky, southern Adams County in south central Ohio.
Wow. Okay. Well, we just got 2 new warnings here. 3 actually. Sorry, 3 new warnings. So we're gonna get to that in just a sec. I also see we have Phil. Phil, I'm gonna get you on in just a second here. I just quickly want to go through this. The National Weather Service, who is.
National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning 4.
Are you kidding me? That's 4.
Tornado warning for northwestern Franklin County in southeastern Indiana,
Indiana, not Ohio.
southwestern Union County in east central Indiana, southern Fayette County in east central Indiana.
Wow. Yeah, that's 4. That's 4 new tornado warnings. Things are popping off in a very bad way. It is yeah, and we got winds out of southwest. That's Jody Harris.
Weather Service has issued a
Are you
tornado
kidding
warning
me?
4.
Tornado warning for east central Jackson County in northeastern Alabama, northeastern DeKalb County in northeastern Alabama.
Well, all right, Alabama. Okay. Well, there's our first tornado warning in Alabama today. And you know what? While just in lieu of maybe getting interrupted here for the 10th time with a 6th tornado warning, that was 5 in a row, by the way. I don't know if you caught that. We just had 5 new tornado warnings for this. I'm going to let you guys just quickly read this text. I just have to quickly use the restroom here. And actually, this would be real quick. This is the one thing I want to point out. This activity. So they're talking about the supercells, the strong storms, is expected to spread east and northeast this evening. So that's into central Ohio with an environment that is favorable for sustaining long-lived rotating updrafts. So that's the National Weather Service saying these storms are going to keep going for the next couple of hours, and we've got plenty of energy and plenty of the right environment to allow them to continue to produce tornadoes like they have been. I mean, this is just a crazy, crazy day. So this was this includes kind of really everywhere along that line. West central Ohio and southern central Indiana. You guys need to be on high alert right now. Elizabeth Dunham says nobody's sleeping tonight. Yeah, these storms are pretty vicious. And guys, if you know anyone in Ohio, in southern Indiana, southern Ohio, central Ohio, northern Ohio, forward them this stream. Send this stream to your neighbors. Send this stream to your family members. And the reason why is I actually want them to join to be able to see what's happening so that we don't freak out, right? We don't freak out and we don't panic because I'm going to take you through all of this. I'm going to take you through step by step what to do if you get a warning. And I'm going to be with you I'm going to be showing you exactly where the warnings are, exactly where the possible tornadoes are, so that you can prepare. And if you do get a warning, you can know what to do and know when to do it. And really, that's going to be our goal. So please forward this to your friends, your family, anyone that you know that is kind of in the path of these storms. And I'll be able to kind of walk them through exactly what they need to do here. And this is going to be a really good time to quickly just I want to do a quick walk up and down of the storms, and then Phil, I'm going to bring you in. And when I bring you in, you're going to just give them a quick, like, where are you? Because I actually have to use the restroom real quick. But I just want to make sure I cover these new tornado warnings that we just got. So we have 5 new tornado warnings that we just got. Most of them are extensions of the existing warnings that we had. There's none in Michigan. Michigan, you're not out of the woods yet, but you only have 1 severe thunderstorm warning. In Ohio, northern Ohio, just to the southwest of Bowling Green, to the southeast of Defiance, Ohio, we have another tornado warning that was extended, and this is a confirmed tornado. This was at 8:24 p.m. Eastern that someone confirmed this tornado. So it's a damaging tornado that's pushing off towards Continental. It just went through Continental. Belmore and Delshire, you're in the direct path of this storm. Leipzig, you're also in the direct path of this storm. If we look at the velocity here, and this is this radar is a little bit far away, so maybe we can look at this radar. Still a pretty convincing signature that there probably is something on the ground here, just to the west or east of Continental Ohio. The second tornado warning that we have right now is for a storm. And let's just look at this storm here. And my goodness, that's Greenville couplet is looking nasty. So we're going to get to that in just a second. But this is two radar, one observed tornado warning, and that was issued a little bit while ago, and a second radar indicated tornado warning. So St. Mary's, it looks like we actually have 2 possibly tornado producing storms, little like 2 areas that you might have a tornado in. This just to the west of New Knoxville, and this one that just moved through St. Mary's in Moulton, Ohio. So St. Mary's, you just had possibly a tornado move through, you guys. Let's see if I see any debris here. Yeah, I mean, maybe, but that doesn't really correspond with where the rotation is. I don't, this is sometimes delayed. Yeah, actually, hold on a second here. I think we might have another debris signature that's forming just to the west of New Knoxville. Just looking at, that's where your rotation is right there. And then that's where your little bit of a debris signal. Yep, that's okay. That's a debris ball. We have another debris ball. I would probably expect them to upgrade this to a confirmed tornado. New Knoxville, you need to be on high alert right now. Just to the south of St. Mary's, we have probably a tornado on the ground that's about to move into New Knoxville, Ohio. Freiburg and St. John's, you're also in the path of this thing. A dangerous storm up here. Oh my gosh. Greenville may have just taken a direct hit from likely a tornado producing storm. The north suburbs of Greenville possibly just took a direct hit from a tornado. This is a very, very strong radar signature. You've got your green, you've got your red. There's your tornado right in there. And this is still a radar indicated tornado warning, but we're going to get an extension. There is going to be an extension of this warning. It's going to include Bradford. It's going to include Versailles, and it's going to include Stell Video. So if you live in any of those regions, I want you guys right now to take this seriously. And there is a tornado coming right for you guys. So please, if you live in any of those regions, act like there's even though there's not a tornado warning, there's going to be. I can almost guarantee it. There is going to be a tornado warning for you guys because there's most likely a tornado on the ground and it's heading your way. And Phil, I'm going to bring you in just a second here. And I just want to get to the final. Oh my, are you kidding me? Two likely tornadoes down here as well. These are the 2 storms that we looked at in Indiana. And it looks like we've got a really, really strong rotation here. This might not be planting just yet, but it's about to. This has got that look of a strong tornado. Also to the north of to the south of Brownsville, Indiana, about to move into Liberty. We also probably have a tornado on the ground. I don't see debris signatures. Also, these in Indiana, these are going to be rain wrapped. These are all going to be rain wrapped in Indiana. So dangerous storms here, about to push into Oxford. Phil, I know.
Has issued a
There it
tornado
is.
warning for.
Tornado warning for southwestern Wood County in northwestern Ohio, northwestern Hancock County in northwestern Ohio.
There it is. So that's this storm up here. That was an extension of that tornado warning. But you're gonna hear. Here it is. Here's the extension of that tornado that I just said was going to happen. There it is. It includes Bradford. It includes Gettysburg. It includes Covington, Lockton, Piqua, Ohio, just to the northwest of Troy. There it is.
Tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for southern Shelby County in west central Ohio, east central Darke County in west central Ohio, northern Miami County in west central Ohio.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. This is using a local radar. Wherever you can, you want to use local radars here. This is absolutely a tornado that's on the ground. This is still a radar indicated. I'm actually surprised that they haven't upgraded this, because very, very, very clearly we have a probably a strong tornado on the ground moving through Greenville. And then lastly, we've got our 2 tornado warnings down in Indianapolis. So let's go ahead and bring in Phil. Phil, I'm going to put you on the big screen here. Give us a quick overview. Where are you at and where are you going to chase? And while you're doing that, I'm going to go quickly use the restroom.
All right, gotcha. So I am currently in Mason, Ohio. So it's a northern suburb of Cincinnati. I am heading west towards the 2 tornado warned storms in Indiana that are starting to or working to cross their way into Ohio. Brady was just talking about them. One is near Blooming Grove. The other one is up a little further north near Liberty, Indiana, and those are actually all near where I work. I work at Miami University, which is in Oxford, Ohio, and that is currently right in the path of that the southern storm. The northern one might move a little north of that, but I'm heading in that direction. I'm going to jump on 129 out of Mason and Westchester, and I'm going to head due west on 129 towards Hamilton, Ohio, and just start working my way that way. I was going to kind of hold tight on Interstate 75, which goes from Cincinnati to Dayton. But we are starting to run out of light here, and so I thought I'd try and get a little further west, see if I could catch up with it, and be able to see anything decent while we at least maybe still have a little light. There is a lot of lightning also. I'm seeing a lot of cloud-to-cloud lightning as I approach these storms, again, from the east heading west. I'm jumping on 129 right now out of Westchester. And this is a highway that will take me straight to Hamilton. Once I get to Hamilton, I don't know what I'll do once I get there. There's a couple little hills that I could maybe sit on top and see as these storms approach. But we'll see what happens. I'll be on this road here for about 10, 15 more minutes. So I got that time to make a decision.
Stay safe, Bill.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Glad you got
I'm okay.
home
How are
okay
you?
last night.
Appreciate it. Yeah, certainly stay safe out there. These are some really intense cells.
What was that? I'm sorry.
Just wishing that you stay safe because these are really intense.
Yeah, that furthest one south near Blooming Grove, that looks pretty intense and seems like it's been that way for a little while. Because they're moving into, just with all the tornado warnings I'm hearing about and the couplets we're seeing, I'm assuming they're moving into pretty good territory here.
Yeah, it looks like the STP is pretty high between Cincinnati and southeastern Indiana.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, it is, and I mean, this is a pretty concerning situation because just like Dan said, what we're showing on the screen right now. That's the tornado parameter, and that's actually more than it was a little while ago. So the parameters are actually increasing. That is not normal. We usually don't see parameters increase as we go into the night, but today they are. The low. I mean, my mom who's in Westerville. There's winds coming out of the southwest in Westerville. So that's the low level jet that's cranking over Ohio right now, and that is bringing the rotation. That's helping out the rotation. That's really fueling these storms, and this tornado parameter is ramping up. So this is not normal for Ohio, because like today, Ohio was raining all day. I feel down in Cincinnati, you're probably having the same thing. We had rain until about 5 p.m. Very little sunshine. That doesn't matter today, because these conditions are just right for tornadoes to continue. We've seen it all day. From Michigan, we had multiple confirmed tornadoes on the ground. Phil, I don't know if you saw this. There was a tornado emergency in Michigan earlier that we saw. And looking on Phil's stream, he's moving right towards, looks like a really tall storm, Phil.
Yeah, it is. I'm starting to see, I can see the overshooting tops already, some mammatus clouds on this side of it. Certainly you might be able to see a lot of the lightning, cloud-to-cloud lightning going on in front of me. So yeah, it looks pretty big from here.
Yeah.
And again, I'm going towards the more southern tornado warning storm, which looks like it's got huge circulation. Like it's a big, it looks like it should probably have a big base on it.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And Phil, like what Dan is showing, that tornado parameter that storm is moving into, that's like a 6. That's like a 60 to 70, right? Is that, or no, wait, I forgot what the scale is, but that's a really high. Cincinnati and Hamilton, you've got dangerous storms moving your way, and you guys need to be aware right now, because you've got a really strong. And I'm actually going to have to. I have some friends and family that live in the Hamilton area, so I'm going to text them. I'm going to text them right now and let them know that we've got some potentially crazy storms pushing up their way.
The National Weather Service has issued
Another tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northwestern Harrison County in south-central Indiana, southeastern Crawford County in south-central Indiana, northeastern Perry County in south-central Indiana, north-central Meade County in central Kentucky.
Okay, so that's actually for Phil, do you want me to kind of do the mute thing? I'm assuming you're driving, right?
I could probably do it, but if you need to shut me
I
off,
can. I can do that fine. Yeah, and Dan, maybe you could help too with that from time to time. But let me just text my friends, telling them they should get to shelter just in case. Well, not yet, but just to be aware that that there's some crazy storms moving at them.
So I'm going to go ahead and pull off here, because I know there's up here, there's a little hilltop I can sit on and really be able to see this storm as it approaches, and just kind of sit tight. And certainly have exit routes if need be as it starts to get closer.
Look at Phil. Look at the mammatus out in front of that. You see the mammatus up there, straight up?
Oh yeah.
That is a huge, really big cloud deck. And you can see it in just the. I'm sorry, I'm having some snacks again. I feel like I'm always eating on this stream, guys. I'm sorry about that.
You are.
I know. It's because I'm preparing for the long night, man. I gotta keep the blood sugar up, right? But if we look on the visible satellite, this is actually kind of cool. Just in the last couple of frames here, these are huge storms, right? Look at these. Look at this line. I mean, things you can tell when stuff is exploding It looks like popcorn. And let me actually get a closer view here to see if I can get a localized sector here of these storms. Yeah, look at that. Really, I mean, just look at every right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those are called overshooting tops. That's a very strong indication. And look at this one just explode. This is, these storms are strengthening. They're getting worse. They are continuing to increase in strength. And so that's why I know we're starting to get a little bit, dark here. And that's why we're losing light on this. And so, that's why they're hard to see. But we have just a dangerous set of storms that are moving into an environment that's going to allow them to continue to strengthen all the way past sunset. So this is going to be a problem all the way to midnight, maybe even more. So central and southern Ohio and southern Indiana, well, we've got some very dangerous storms that are pushing your way and are going to be a problem for the next couple of hours here. And let me actually see if I can switch to here. And that's not a very good image. Yeah, it's not really going to show us that much. This
right
is the
now we've got 11
ahead,
tornado warnings right now.
Are you kidding me? We have 11. Okay. Well, let's update our graphic here, and we've run out of space. So pardon our graphic here if we don't show a tornado warning. That doesn't necessarily mean there isn't one. There's so many tornado warnings right now that we've run out of space on our graphics, which has only happened like once before in the history of Outbreak. So this is a dangerous day, and we're going to keep Phil here. And there's another one. Great. There's another one.
Tornado warning for northeastern Putnam County in west central Ohio, southeastern Henry County in northwestern Ohio.
All right. Well, that's a new tornado warning. And we're going to get to this in just a second. I'm going to put Phil on the big screen here just to kind of watch his storm. And I think, Phil, you can kind of see the southern edge of that really, really tall cloud. It looks like I think actually Phil's thing might have just froze. We're going to do a quick up and down again. It's been a little bit since we've done one. So we're going to do a quick up and down to kind of see what are the latest warnings out there. We have 11 total warnings. So we're going to get to each one. And while right before I do that, I do want to replace something on one of our graphics, because I think the outlook really isn't really that beneficial anymore. Everyone knows it's a severe, or it's an enhanced risk. So let me actually replace that with something in the top right. And that way I'll be able to just pick and choose what I want in there rather than having to, whoops. Sorry, bear with me, guys, just 1 second. And I'm actually going to change that to something else. Wow. Yeah, look at Phil's screen. So this is a view of Phil right now. Phil Johnson. He's in the chase vehicle that we call Orange Crush. That's because it is orange and it crushes all the storms. So Phil right now is chasing, and I want to get you guys actually a live position of where Phil is, and I'll get you that in just a second. Phil, give me like a quick, where are you exactly? And I don't know if Phil could actually hear me there. Phil, can you hear it? Oh, wait. Can you hear us, Phil? Did I lose audio? Hold on, let me test something. Okay, no, I didn't lose audio here. All right. We'll go back to Phil. Phil, like, we can't really hear you here. I'm not sure what's but just a beautiful image from Phil Johnson, who's chasing, I think, near Hamilton, Ohio. And I'm going to go ahead and put this on. Okay. All right. So we're going to keep an eye on the satellite here in the top right or the top left corner of the screen. And now that I've got kind of this configured here, and I guess it's really hard to tell where that is, but I'll figure out how to make the. Oh my gosh, some lightning in the camera there and Phil's. But we're gonna go up and down. We're gonna go up and down here and give you the rundown of all the tornado warnings, because we have right now we have 9 total tornado warnings, and we just had one in near Louisville, and the storm's moving towards Louisville. So we're gonna do the rundown here. The good news is no more warnings in Michigan. So Michigan, you are clear of warnings. There's still some storms pushing through, and the threat isn't completely over yet, but it looks like the worst possibly has passed. Just some more storms. Ohio, this is your main event right now. Ohio, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings right now for Ohio. We're going to go top to bottom here and take these, get the latest statuses on these storms. The northernmost tornado warning is just south of Toledo. This is just south of Toledo, just south of Bowling Green, Ohio. This includes North Baltimore. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It's moving east at 50 miles an hour. So this is screaming very, very strong to the east. And this is, once again, this storm has produced a tornado in the past. If you look at the velocity here, still has really strong inflow pushing down through this thing. And then it's got some winds wrapping on the backside. So still a pretty decently strong rotation here. This warning does include a Finley as well. And, and then Greg, sorry, Dan. Wow, something just got stuck in my throat. Oh my God. Dan, can you talk real quick? I just want to make sure my audio works.
Yeah, you sound great.
Okay, cool. I don't sound great. I sound all right. Okay, so my audio works. It's Phil. I don't think that's so he'll rejoin. So that's our first set of 2 tornado warnings. So if you live in Findlay, if you live in North Baltimore, there's a tornado warning for you guys, possibly a tornado on the ground. And this is still an observed tornado warning. So we still have a confirmed tornado at 8:45 p.m. So this was 6 minutes ago. That emergency management confirmed that there's a tornado. So North Baltimore, treat this like there's a tornado coming right at you. A little bit of debris here, maybe. Not incredibly, and I guess the good news is Findlay, they just trimmed you out of this. So Findlay, Ohio, they just trimmed the warning, and so you guys are no longer in this tornado warning. It looks like the storm is going to skirt you to the north. We have 2 other tornado warnings, 2 pretty concerning tornado warnings. Let's go here to this local radar and kind of see what's going on. We have 1 tornado warning. This is an observed tornado warning. There was a tornado on the ground just a little bit ago. Let me just play this. So the good news is it looks like we did have a tornado here, and that if we look in the past couple of frames here, look, there's your tornado. There's your tornado. Greenville probably took a direct hit from a tornado. That tornado was on the ground just to the east of Greenville, New Harrison, Horatio, and then in the last couple of frames, the updraft almost the outflow almost outpaced the tornado, which that was good news. And it looks like this frame, there's probably still a tornado on the ground, and it just went through Bradford, but it looks like it has now gone, and it looks like that this tornado possibly has lifted. But the thing that I'm getting concerned about is, see this red pushing into Covington? That's a new circulation. That's a surge of air coming up from the south, getting pulled into this thing. That could be the storm starting to recycle.
Warning 4.
Tornado warning for Eastern Union County in east central Indiana, southern Preble County in west central Ohio, northwestern Butler County in southwestern Ohio.
All right, so that's just north of Hamilton. That's just north of Oxford, and we're going to bring in Phil too. Phil, give us a quick. Are you anywhere near? Are you in that tornado warning? Are you just north of Oxford?
I am not. So Hamilton, Ohio.
Sorry, Phil.
Tornado warning for northeastern DeKalb County in northeastern Alabama.
Okay, well, we've got tornado warnings down here in Alabama, so we're gonna get to those in just a sec. Phil, go ahead.
So I'm in just west of Hamilton, Ohio, just on the west outskirts of the city, which is southeast of Oxford. So the tornado warning that's currently near Blooming Grove and Brookville, Indiana, that's getting close to the border, that's kind of coming directly at me.
Yep. Got it. So Phil is right here just to the east of Hamilton, Ohio. We've got west of Hamilton, Ohio. We've got one tornadic circulation to the north. We've got another one pushing directly at him. These have a history of producing tornadoes. These did produce, these had 100% had a couple of particularly dangerous situations occurring in in Indiana. And so these things are there's no reason why they couldn't continue to drop one. So Phil, they just actually issued it. We're about to hear the sound effect. They just issued a tornado warning just off to your west.
Tornado warning 4.
Tornado warning.
Oh my
4.
gosh.
Northeastern Franklin County in southeastern Indiana.
It's Indiana.
Southern Union County in east central Indiana. Northwestern Butler County in southwestern Ohio.
So currently I've got a pretty good lightning show, Brady. If there's any way you can get me on more of a wider view, you don't have to put me full screen, but give me a little wider view if you can, other than the portrait view.
No, I got you. We'll keep you on for just a sec while I just kind of do a round robin here. And we've got a lot of people in the chat here, so bear with me. We've got a lot going on here. We have Phil. Honestly, I don't know if you've looked at radar. Pretty good chance there's a tornado on the ground or forming with this storm that's pushing towards you. It looks like the northern portions of Hamilton, Ohio. Hamilton, Ohio, in Fairfield, Ohio, New Miami, Ohio. You guys don't have a warning yet, but we possibly have a tornadic circulation moving your way. Right now, we have a radar-indicated tornado warning that includes Oxford and a really strong rotation up here. Really strong rotation up here moving, and I'm going to zoom in on the far right-hand side, but a really strong rotation here moving into New Fairfield, Indiana. It just moved through Blooming Grove. And Phil, we can hear the sirens. Can you hear the sirens?
Yeah, I was just going to tell you, sirens just started going off here near Hamilton.
Wow. Yeah, so go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, even though it doesn't look like officially my location is not yet in a tornado warning, but we're just west of it.
Yeah, and Phil, if you can, I'm sure you've been looking at the radar, but a really strong couplet with this thing, moving through Blooming Grove, New Fairfield, Indiana, about to cross the state line. Oxford, you're in the direct path of this thing.
Tornado warning for northwestern Logan County in west central Ohio, central Auglaize County in west central Ohio.
Yeah, so guys, Ohio, I mean, we have just an insane, we have 13 tornado warnings right now, most of which are in Indiana and Ohio. We also have a tornado warning down in Alabama. I mean, of all places, Alabama's popping off. Here we go.
Tornado warning 4.
Tornado warning for Jefferson County in southeastern Wisconsin.
Wisconsin? Are you kidding me? Guys, this is insane. This is truly insane. This is actually what I would have expected yesterday the high risk to be. We have 14, count that, 14 tornado warnings right now. Our graphic can't even keep up with how many tornado warnings there are. So I'm doing my best to try and get all of them in there, but there's so many tornado warnings. My entire just to give you an idea, this is my, if you can see in my stream, this is how many tornado warnings there are. My whole screen is filled up by them. This has never happened before. And right now we have a storm chaser, Phil Johnson, that is in Hamilton, Ohio, and there looks to be a potential very strong tornado pushing right at him. Oxford, Ohio, this storm is coming right at you. A dangerous storm. Whitcomb, New Fairfield, Raymond, Mixerville. The last frame that I'm seeing. Oh my gosh, Phil, we just saw that lightning strike. That was insane. The last frame here. They're going to upgrade this. They are going to upgrade this to a particularly dangerous situation. I can almost guarantee it. This is 100% a tornado on the ground. It's pushing east at about 40 miles an hour. And this is headed right for Oxford, Ohio. So that's where the College of Miami is at. This is a definitely almost probably a confirmed tornado. I don't see any debris signature yet, but just looking at the velocity, this is a very, very, very strong couplet that's moving right at you. We're going to put Phil back on the screen here because he's got some insane lightning. We also have a tornado warning to the north. Camden, you're in this tornado warning. Sugar Valley, Eaton, you're in this tornado warning. And we have the rotation isn't looking as strong up north in near Camden, but this is pushing towards you guys. So Camden, treat this like a tornado is on the ground. This is Camden, Ohio, Eaton, Ohio, in west central Ohio. We also have another tornado warning. This is up in Piqua, Covington, and Bradford. Remember, that was that tornado that dropped, and then it weakened a little bit. It dropped in Greenville, and then the circulation weakened a little bit, and I said that's probably going to be a problem. And now it is an observed tornado. This is an observed tornado on the ground it was confirmed by weather spotters. So a dangerous storm moving into Piqua, Ohio right now as we speak. Fletcher, you're up next. Sydney, Ohio, you're up next as well. So Piqua, Ohio likely has a tornado on the ground that's pushing into the area. I don't see a strong indication of debris, but a clear indication on radar of a tornado possibly on the ground. Columbus, northern suburbs of Columbus, that's the storm that's headed right your way. The next tornado warning that we have is another radar indicated tornado warning just to the south of Wapakoneta and Waynesfield. We've got 2 tornado warnings with that thing, and the rotation doesn't look as intimidating, but still a dangerous storm. The last tornado warning that we have in Ohio is in north central Ohio. This is the North Baltimore storm that we talked about that was an observed tornado, and this is a radar indicated tornado still. And looking at the velocity, I am not seeing, let me just, gosh, I got to switch to the right radar. Still possibly a tornado on the ground with this thing and pushing into new North Baltimore. This storm's been moving fairly slowly, but still North Baltimore, you're right in the bullseye for a possible tornado going to moving through your area. Lastly, we have 2 tornado warnings, one to the west of Louisville, Kentucky. You're about to get a storm that could possibly produce a tornado. And yeah, that's got a little bit of a couplet on it. That definitely has a couplet on it here, pushing into Wyandotte, Ohio. Or sorry, this is Kentucky. And then lastly, we have another tornado warning down. And we have 2 more tornado. Oh my gosh, you can see the lightning on Phil's stream. But we have another tornado warning down in Alabama. This is down in Ider, Alabama, and a Sulphur Springs station. This is moving towards you guys. Not as impressive of rotation, still worthy of a warning. And lastly, of all places, we have a tornado warning in Wisconsin. This is a part of a line of storms that's pushing just to the west or just to the east of Madison, Wisconsin. This is about 40 miles to the east of Madison, Wisconsin. This includes Jefferson, Helenville, Johnson Creek. All of you guys are in the path of this dangerous storm. We've got actually a couple areas of rotation here. And what Phil is showing on the screen right now, this is where Phil is at. So we have a dangerous confirmed, it's still radar indicated. I don't know how this isn't upgraded to a PDS, because that is clearly a dangerous tornado that is on the ground that's moving due east directly at Phil. So Phil, please be safe. Let's keep an eye on this. They did at least upgrade this. Okay, so they did upgrade this to a PDS. They did upgrade this to a PDS warning, which is exactly kind of what I thought was going to happen. And so they upgraded the tornado warning that is moving right at Phil. They upgraded that to a particularly dangerous situation. Oxford, you are in the direct path of this tornado. And it is a tornado. It is on the ground. And I actually, Phil, I'm going to put you back on the screen, and you can kind of explain some things. I need to make a quick call to my my sister-in-law, who may have friends in Oxford. I just need to make sure that she tells her friends. And so Phil, go ahead. I'm going to put you on the screen.
Okay, so this is it's in Butler County. Oxford is in Butler County. Hamilton is in Butler County. And with hearing those sirens, that basically means all of Butler County has initiated those sirens. So anybody at Miami University in Oxford would be hearing those same sirens. But yeah, it is looking at moving directly towards Bath, Indiana, Oxford, Ohio, right across the border. We are currently the position I'm in, I'm actually liking this because the storm is moving almost due east, maybe a slight push to the north slightly, but I am right on the southern edge, so I'm hoping to stay out of the rain as that rotation approaches here. But the couplet is kind of scary, and the more I think about it, so again, I work at Miami University in the athletic department there, and certainly school is still in session. We don't have commencement till next weekend, with finals next week. So a lot of students, about 20,000 students that go to Miami University. It's a small town, college town, but when students are there, it's a good-sized community.
Yep, and this is, once again, I can't reiterate more. This is a particularly dangerous situation, and I mean the only saving grace here is the rotation looks like it's split a little bit. It's still a strong rotation. It doesn't look as tightly packed, so maybe it could be trying to recycle here. And sorry, Maz, I just realized Maz was backstage. Maz, I'll go ahead and bring you in here. But this is still a dangerous storm. The rotation is moving right at Oxford. It really is. So if you live in Oxford, where Miami University is, that is a very heavily populated area with a tornado pushing your way. Maz, go ahead. You just joined the stream. Any thoughts on the night? What are you seeing from your end?
Well, yeah, I will say this because I was doing some training over Zoom with people in Michigan and also people down in Ohio, and a lot of people are unaware. I mean, unless the sirens are going off, they're like, "Oh my gosh!" So near the end of my training, I popped this in so everybody can. We were watching you for a while, and they were all like surprised that all this stuff was actually happening. So there's a lot of people out there. I think when I heard you say earlier, Brady, if you know people that are in the path of this storm, call them, text them, give them a heads up. It might be the only, piece of information that they get in advance of the storm itself. It's pretty calm. I'm in southeastern Cincinnati. Winds are pretty calm, pretty muggy. I was shocked after all the rain that we had today. I mean, it was crazy torrential rain that the atmosphere re-energized. But yeah, this is really something.
It is, and I mean, so Dan, maybe you could put. Actually, I'll put it on. I'm going to put it on the big screen here. This is to your point, Maz, and let me just switch back to this real quick. This is the environment. This is the environment right now. This is why these things are going off. This is the tornado parameter. I mean, these storms are moving into a crazy high level of sheer instability, and helicity. Those are all the three. If you think about like baking a cake, right? Like you need all of these ingredients to have it happen. The brighter the colors are, or the darker the colors are. So purple, magenta, red. I'm not a color guy, so maybe I didn't nail those colors exactly, but that is higher parameters. So that is an incredibly high parameter space. All the ingredients are there for these things to keep on going. So Hamilton, even Cincinnati. I know you guys aren't in the direct path of these tornado warned storms, but you've got a cell moving your way. And then Central Ohio. This is Piqua. This is a dangerous tornado warned storm that is moving east. So the northern suburbs of Columbus. I'm giving you a heads up right now. You have a dangerous storm moving your way. Even northern Ohio, we have another dangerous supercell that is tornado warned, that has produced a tornado. And then North Baltimore all the way up to you guys. So we have a broken line of supercells that is absolutely wrecking havoc right now across Ohio. And let me go ahead and get these things upgraded, or these tornado warnings in the chat, because I need to find them. Phil, I'm going to put you back on the big screen. Are you still hearing the sirens here?
Yeah, they actually just started up again. I'm hearing them a little bit further north of me. So I don't know if I'm trying to think of the county. Maz might know the county north of Butler. What would that be? Do you know?
Is that Montgomery?
Yeah, it could be Montgomery County. So it's possible we're hearing some sirens from up there, but it's probably still Butler. I think we're all still in Butler County.
And Phil, looks like we've officially hit dark now, and this storm is looking like it's getting pretty close. The lightning looks like we were seeing some pretty insane lightning strikes. Guys, I'm going to be honest. I'm noticing a pretty concerning trend on radar that I just want to highlight real quick. I am not liking what I'm seeing. See this little appendage right here starting to form. It looks like this rotation is really starting to recycle here. We have this circulation to the north, this in Oxford, and that's what prompted your tornado warning. And it looks like that has kind of started to collude off to the north. So Oxford, still, I would prepare for possibly a tornado on the ground with this thing. Just to the south, though, the fact that I'm seeing really strong inflow here. This is really strong inflow. This bright green is really strong winds kind of being pushed to the north, and I'm seeing you see this little appendage here. This is what I'm worried about. I don't see this on radar just yet, so Phil, just keep in mind that the strongest circulation is about to move into Oxford, but just to the south of that, there is a clear appendage that's developing in Cedar Grove, and that is, if that continues to move, that's headed right towards Hamilton, and so if that is actually things wrapping up, which it might be, it's not showing up on velocity just yet, but if that is it wrapping up, that could be a new tornado trying to form there.
Hey, Brady, can you punch up your lightning? Yeah, there you go. I want to see, because you had a storm before that was really firing up the lightning, and then the tornado warning was issued because you could see it ramping up. Cloud tops are about 45,000 feet, pretty good size for out here. In the Midwest. That's like the blue ash tornado that we had back in 99 was about 45,000 feet, if I remember correctly. And that turned out to be an F4.
I know. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Central Harrison County in south central Indiana, Western Floyd County in south central Indiana.
Okay, so that's for this storm down here. So Louisville, guys, Louisville, you're not out of the woods. This tornado, this has been a persistent tornado warning down here in Louisville, and it's pushing right at you guys. So the city of Louisville, if you live there, you may have this is a large area, still a decently sized area of rotation here, and it's persistent. It's not going anywhere, and it's by itself. So it is a persistent area of rotation in basically an untapped market here. And just looking at a lot of the parameters, we have a bullseye of strong parameters that is
hey,
really
Brady, if you want to put my camera on,
gotcha.
Looks like I've got an inflow band starting to come in that's about to come over me. That's going into the storm from the south.
Oh yeah. So basically, what Phil is showing is, oftentimes when you have a strong rotations, strong circulations, it's pulling in clouds from the south. And look at that. See how low that cloud is on the stream, guys. And two, I want to apologize to the chat. I know there's a lot of people here. We have a ton of people watching the stream right now. So thank you guys for watching the stream. Oh my gosh, look at that lightning. So I'm going to try and get to everyone in the chat. I know we got some people in Delaware, Ohio. We've got Ginger Ninja and everyone else here. But what Phil is showing on the screen right now is an inflow band that's feeding into possibly a tornado that could be on the ground. Oxford, this is a dangerous situation for you guys. You guys have minutes. To prepare in Oxford. So if you live in Oxford, you need to get to shelter right now. You possibly have a tornado that's on the ground that's pushing into Oxford. The good news is that rotation is still kind of taking its time. But what Phil is showing is literally clouds and other things that are streaming into that Oxford storm. And it's a dangerous situation here. And that's a big telltale sign of possibly a tornado that's starting to wrap up, starting to form. And just look at the amount of lightning, Phil. I mean, there's just an insane amount of lightning.
Up in the last, Brady, in probably the last 3 to 5 minutes, lightning has drastically picked up, like incredible at this point.
Yeah, and guys, that is a clear indication of a strengthening storm. And I'm seeing some concerning things for Oxford right now. I'm just it is because of the lightning, because of yeah. I bet
Tornado warning
I see where that is.
Tornado warning for southwestern Walker County in northwestern Georgia, northwestern Chattooga County in northwestern Georgia.
All right. Well, that's Georgia, and I mean that is just we have an unbelievable amount of storms popping off here. But what Phil is showing right now with the lightning, that is a big indication of possibly a it is a strengthening updraft. And I'm just going to quickly put this on screen real quick so we can see. This is Oxford. So this storm is moving right over top of Oxford right now. Just in the past couple of frames here, we had. Watch this persistent area of rotation start to kind of sag to the south, right? Phil, let's see. Phil is right here. I think Phil is like right to the. I think Phil, you're west of. Phil's near
Just
Millville.
basically Hamilton. I'm just on the east side of Hamilton. My bad. Just on the east side of Hamilton.
And so, Phil, we need to watch this rotation here because this has started to kind of slide. This has actually started to slide to the south in the last couple of frames. And if we look at the radar here, this storm, I mean, look at this front right here. This is why this rotation, it's almost starting to take a rightward turn. So we're going to have, Phil, you're going to have to watch this very closely here because, if this does take a rightward turn, it could drop something big. All it's going to take is for a little bit of wrapping around here. If this kind of front of strong winds pushing this way can wrap around a little bit more, we could have a tornado here. But Phil is seeing these clouds just streaming in, absolutely streaming in. And I want to go back because there's just an unbelievable amount of lightning with this thing. And it is a dangerous situation for Hamilton. I want Hamilton and Fairfield. If we have anyone that is living in Hamilton and Fairfield, treat this like a tornado warning, even though you guys don't have one.
Tornado warning for central Clark County in south central Indiana, north central Floyd County in south central Indiana.
Oh my goodness.
Tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for western Waukesha County in southeastern Wisconsin, eastern Jefferson County in southeastern Wisconsin.
Wow. Brady, you were talking about how the ingredients there, and as it's moving into this environment at 9:15 at night, you're seeing a lot of them pop up.
Oh yeah,
I mean, it's crazy.
It's getting worse, not better. Now the good news is, well, we only have 6 tornado warnings right now, so that's at least good news. Is just look at that lightning. You can see that clearly on radar. You can see that the lightning is picking up in a huge way, and that is a big indication of a strengthening updraft about to push into Hamilton. So that could mean trouble here for folks in Hamilton. That is a telltale sign of a strengthening rotation. This structure is getting better by the second. Oh my gosh, Phil, be careful. That lightning is starting to get close.
We're getting a lot of cloud to ground right now as well. That's really picking up.
Yeah, that is picking up in an unbelievable way. Oh my gosh. Oh, that is just the good news is, well, it looks like Oxford, this rotation, it looks like has slid to your south. Now that is not good news, I guess, for the folks in Hamilton, because this could be starting to ramp up here. This is definitely taking a right turn. Oh my gosh, the lightning with that is insane.
That was pretty intense there.
Oh my! I don't think I've ever seen lightning like this. And Phil, they just extended the tornado warning for Hamilton. The tornado warning now includes where Phil is. There it is.
Tornado warning for central Butler County in southwestern Ohio.
All right. Well, that is a new tornado warning that now includes Hamilton. And there is a new tornado warning for Hamilton that includes where Phil is located, and this is a concerning trend. And Jess, thank you for the $2. Actually, Phil, we had our first donation yesterday.
Hey, thanks, Jess.
Jess just gave another 2, so thank you guys. We just kind of got that ability to be able to do that. So if you guys want to do that, great. If not, no problem at all. If you are new to the stream, you've got a lot of new people here right now. Please subscribe. Please like. That helps us out tremendously, and that helps you guys out too, because you'll be able to watch more of us, more of content like this in the future. But they just extended that tornado warning for Hamilton. I'm just going to quickly show this on the screen, and this is a really concerning trend. Watch what this thing does. And I'm sorry, I'm just kind of focusing on this one cell, but I want to keep Phil safe here. And this is a rapidly changing situation. Watch this. You've got your circulation moving towards Oxford. See how it jogs to the south. That is a concerning trend. That means we've got a right moving supercell that's coming right just to the north of Hamilton. So if you live in the Hamilton area, if you live in the Fairfield area, if you live in New Miami, Trenton, Jackson, this could be a tornado that's really trying to strengthen up. If we look at the reflectivity here, definitely classic supercell structure here. I've been using the new term that I invented, the whale structure here, and this is a dangerous storm that has that look, and it's got unimpeded access from the south to this low-level jet that's feeding into this thing, and it's a dangerous storm here. And I'm going to put Phil back on because it looks like, Phil, we can start to see the bottom of some clouds, it looks like.
Yeah, like I'm finally starting to see some structure along with this crazy lightning, a lot of CG cloud-to-ground lightning. But I am, if you look a little bit off to probably the right of the camera, starting to see a little bit of structure. There you got a little taste of it.
Wow. Yeah, that's just an incredibly strong storm system here. That is
Brady, are you seeing any debris? Any debris ball or anything with this?
Let's look.
Emergency alert.
No debris ball.
Tornado.
Okay. I do not see any debris just yet, which is good. But that does not mean that that won't occur, right? I think that this is a strengthening and rapidly changing situation. So I am not liking what I'm seeing, at least with the. Here we go, another tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Central Walworth County in southeastern Wisconsin.
Wow. All right. Well, there's another tornado warning for Wisconsin. We're going to keep an eye on this situation in Hamilton here. I just want to quickly give a quick summary of some of the other tornado warnings that we're seeing. We have right now, oh my gosh, Wisconsin is peppered in tornado warnings. Absolutely peppered here with tornado warnings. And I mean, there's, I think, 5 in Wisconsin that are just absolutely, really starting to ramp up here. And sorry, I'm trying to get graphic on here. Yeah, I'm just going to leave that. But I'm just going to quickly show, and we'll go right back to Phil here. We have a total of 3 tornado warnings pushing towards Milwaukee, and my headphones just quit on me. So I'm going to make the switch here in just a sec. We have a total of 3 tornado warnings right now with this line, a dangerous line of storms pushing towards Milwaukee. So take all of those warnings seriously. The good news is in northern Ohio, we no longer have any tornado warnings. Now we're going to have to keep an eye on this storm as it pushes into northern Franklin County. It's been trying to get going. It really has. It's been trying to get going. And so in northern Franklin, southern Delaware, and Columbus, you're going to have to keep an eye on it. Probably the biggest threat right now, though, is this storm that Phil is on. This storm is a dangerous storm. Look at all the lightning with this.
Tornado warning for East Central Decatur County in central Indiana.
Is that Batesville? There's a lot of lightning that was firing up there.
There is on occasion, Brady and Maz, I'm starting to see a lowering almost straight in front of me.
I'm getting my audio back.
Face northwest, but with some lightning, you're able to see a little bit of a lowering now on the horizon. So I'll definitely keep an eye on that, but I'm pointed almost directly to it.
So just a kind of an idea of where Phil is. Phil is Hamilton right here. Phil is in is looking directly at this, and if we pull up the velocity here, there's your couplet. right? There's your culprit right there. That is a strong signature. It's really trying to wrap itself up here. And so, this is there's definitely going to be a wall cloud with this. So Phil is right on the money. He might be able to see some sort of lowering here, but there's definitely a wall cloud, definitely a ton of lightning, and it's a radar indicated tornado, but it's a dangerous storm. So if you live in the northern suburbs of Hamilton, Trenton, Middletown, you have a dangerous storm moving your way. Oxford looks like it might have just dodged a bullet, but my goodness, that thing is really cranking up. We have 2 more tornado warnings to the south. Both are radar indicated, and both are in, southern Indiana, pushing into Louisville and along the Ohio River, about to push into Kentucky. So my goodness, look at that lightning. We might be able to see something here. I'm seeing some lowerings at the center part of the screen.
I'm seeing a left edge almost straight ahead on the horizon. On occasion, I'll be able to see kind of a left edge, at least of some lowering or rain shaft or something. But obviously, that storm is getting closer now that you can start to see the horizon and see where the storm is kind of hitting the base, where the base is.
The National Weather Service
No
has
tornado
issued a
warning.
tornado warning for
Tornado warning for southern Franklin County in southeastern Indiana, northeastern Ripley County in southeastern Indiana, northern Dearborn County in southeastern Indiana.
Oh my goodness. So this is just to put this on the screen real quick. This is a new tornado warning that is issued to the south of our storm that we're looking right now. This is another dangerous storm, and it includes Batesville, Harrison, Manchester. That's all Indiana, but this storm is headed right for downtown Cincinnati. So anyone that lives in downtown or the northern suburbs of Cincinnati, you have a very dangerous looking storm. And if you look on the velocity, that is a strengthening rotation. That is a strengthening rotation right there. Very clearly a little bit of a couplet there. So just a dangerous situation. Go ahead, Phil.
Brady, are you seeing by chance on this rotation, did you see any CC debris on the
No debris.
correlation coefficient? Okay.
I've got it up right now. Nothing yet. But honestly, Phil, what I'm seeing right now, it's a strong but broad area of rotation with you can tell with Phil, the wind in the background. It is really windy, and this thing has a really strong area of rotation, and it's really trying to wrap up here, but it has yet to come together. Now, having said that, I've seen this radar image time and time again, right when it about drops something big. So this is why we're watching this storm so closely here, and why I keep putting Phil's stream back on, because look at that lowering. Look, you see at the center part of the screen that cloud base that you can see. It's a really well-defined cloud base, and all of that is Phil. Are you looking northwest?
Northwest, looking northwest.
Okay, so Phil's looking northwest.
Right at the base.
He's looking right at the base. Phil, just looking on radar, that's oh my goodness, that was crazy. I need to control myself here because I get crazy when there's lightning.
You get excited about lightning.
I do. We have two.
Yeah,
I get really excited about lightning. But I got to keep it together here. Ginger Ninja just gave $2. Thank you, Ginger Ninja. Price is all right. Gave us $2 as well. He said there's only one.
Ginger Ninja.
Yeah, and Price is right as well. Ginger Ninja gave us $4 or $5. Thank you, guys.
Right.
Yeah, I know. So we have 2 Ginger Ninjas in the chat somehow. So thank you, guys. Love the support. But this is yeah. Go ahead.
We have a couple of in roads. You got Highway 27 that goes up from like Oxford back down towards Cincinnati 275, and then you've got Interstate 74, which these storms are starting to head into, and there's a lot of trees, a lot of rain wrapped. Hopefully, there's not a lot of folks traveling tonight through this because they're not going to see it. And the other part is there are like flash flood warnings that are being issued. Just a tremendous amount of rain with these. Yes. So just terrible that this is all happening at night and people aren't able to see anything.
Yeah, it is, and you said it right there, Maz. You're not going to be able to see this most likely. Phil's probably got the best vantage point for this, but if you can see that cloud base that Phil is showing, that is wrapping into the storm. That is the rotation that we are seeing on radar. That is the inflow that's getting sucked into this thing that's really causing this thing to wrap up. Now, looking on the velocity, it's still broad, right? The good news is it looks like this rotation is still fairly broad and it's broadened a little bit, but we've got to watch that we've got persistent red next to persistent green.
Tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for Central Champaign County in west central Ohio, southeastern Logan County in west central Ohio.
Okay, that is a new tornado warning and I'm just going to quickly cut away to that and quickly cut right back to Phil. That is a new tornado warning. Remember, this is that cell we've been talking about for a long time that could be a problem for central Ohio. This is a new tornado warning issued for Millerstown, Eris, North Lewisburg. This is a radar indicated tornado, and this is a dangerous storm with a ton of lightning, just like Maz has been saying. This is a dangerous storm that when we see more lightning with this, that's an indication that this is strengthening. And so Marysville, I know we have several people that are watching us in Marysville. This tornado warning does not include you guys, but it is headed right for you. And this storm's been I've been watching this storm for a while now, trying to get going, and it looks like it might have figured itself out. So this is your early warning in Marysville and in Delaware County. You could have a tornado headed your way, but probably the most immediate threat is the storm that Phil is on. And that storm is a dangerous storm with a broad area of rotation, really low cloud base. I would treat this like there is a tornado possibly on the northern suburbs of Hamilton.
Yeah, there is this southeast Indiana that's heading in towards Hamilton, heading towards Cincinnati. I do not like this whole area. So much of the energy it's hanging out, it's intensifying in some places.
Yeah.
And I tell you, and I will say some of these counties, when you've got a severe thunderstorm warning that's issued in a tornado watch area, they may still send the sirens off. And I would when it does happen, I would treat it immediately like it's a tornado warning and head to the basement.
Yeah.
It's just ride it out in the basement in your tornado safe places.
100% agree with that. And maybe Dan, could you move your regional radar down? And I just want to quickly show the parameters here and why we're so concerned for these storms and why we're so concerned about the Hamilton storm that Phil's on and why we're so concerned about the Batesville storm that's moving towards Cincinnati. The environment is primed, especially in southern Ohio, and it's actually getting worse. Of the past couple hours, this environment has gotten way more potent, and the colors have increased, the conditions have increased. So everywhere on a line from Columbus all the way back down to even into Louisville, right? We are seeing conditions rapidly deteriorate there in terms of possibilities. So any storm that you get is going to rotate, and it's going to possibly produce a tornado. We've seen that all night. We're going to continue to see that for the next couple of hours. And Phil, I just want to check in with Phil. Phil, this storm is almost on top of you.
Yeah, I'm about to get overtaken by the line that's running to the southwest of that rotation. That's a pretty strong line of storms, shelf cloud. Wind's picking up a little bit, but not too bad. But again, straight ahead is where you can see the lowering of this storm almost straight ahead of me here.
Oh my gosh. The lightning, Phil, I don't think I've ever seen lightning like this. Even when we go chasing out west, I have never seen this many CG, which is cloud to ground lightning strikes. That's a huge indicator, and that's all. Most of them are out in front of this thing, right? And that just means that's an updraft. That's a literally the wind is just shooting up like a plane into this storm, and as it shoots up, it's causing a lot of instability, and that's why you're seeing lightning well out in front of this thing. That is a big indicator of strong inflow, and you can hear it in Phil. Can you hear that in the background? That's wind, that's inflow, that's all being sucked into this storm. And my goodness, You can tell there's a shelf on this thing. You can also tell if you look really closely at the center portions of your screen, see how it looks a little bit clear to the left. At the center, that looks like a lowering. Either that's really strong wane or that's a lowering at the center of the screen. And it would not surprise me if there's a wall cloud on this thing. So the dangerous situation.
Yeah,
here,
there's
Phil.
definitely, Brady, straight ahead here now. I'm looking almost now. I'm starting to look due north, so that rotation is now north of me, which means that line of rain and strong winds coming from the west is getting really close to catching up to me here. So I'll probably need to move at some point, just stay out of the rain. But you can see the lowering straight ahead. I mean, there's definitely a lowering there. Hard to tell exactly what's going on, but that is your storm base. With certainly there's, whether it's a rotating wall cloud, there's certainly a wall cloud there.
All right. I just got a text from a friend one of my close friends is actually in Hamilton right now. Let me just see where she's at. So they're watching the stream right now. I just want to give a quick idea of, okay, I see where she's at. The good news is, if you are watching this stream, Chris Pennington, I think the worst area of rotation is to your north. You're going to get hit by a really strong storm in Hamilton, and that's actually right where our storm chaser Phil is. The good news is the rotation has kind of gone to the north, and it's pretty broad right now. So still an area of rotation here, but the good news is it looks like it's broadened up a little bit. So I'm not. This isn't necessarily screaming tornado on the ground, but this is a nasty storm that is pushing into Hamilton. You guys are going to get shellacked pretty good with wind, with rain, but the strongest area of rotation is up here in 7 Mile. So 7 Mile, and I think actually, let me just text her real quick. But 7 Mile is your area of rotation. Phil, I'm going to go back to you. Are you getting out of there? Are you going to try and reposition? Are you going to try and stick this out?
For right now, I'm still good. I mean, it's getting close, but I'm still dry. Still tracking the base of this storm here, just straight ahead of me, facing north. So I'm sure everybody can kind of see the lowering of the cloud base that's ahead of me. There's a few trees now in front of me that I didn't have before. There was a good CG. So I'm obscured from really being able to see a whole lot below the lowering, but still looking straight at it. I'm looking at radar. There's definitely rotation there. You see some inflow notches on that as well, between here and Trenton. But I will likely start getting on the road and heading east with this on 129, heading back towards Westchester.
Yeah. All right. Well, please be safe, Phil. And Phil's about to essentially get overtaken from this. T Harris 35, Orange Crush. Let me just quickly. So Phil looks like he's going to reposition himself here, and just the amount of lightning with this thing is insane. So please be safe. But let me just text my friend real quick. Maz, are you seeing anything concerning from your end? Is there any sort of like trends or any sort of storms you're watching right now?
Well, it's interesting because we have tornado warnings, not just for Butler County. That one was reissued about three minutes ago. But there's other ones that are up north, and then there's the one down in Indiana near Batesville. I mean, it's just amazing how many of these just like pop all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Let's see. We've got tornado warning for that Champaign County and southeastern Logan County till 10 o'clock for tonight. They're talking about quarter-size hail. Tornado. So far, it's radar indicated. And then you've got the stuff down in southeast Indiana as well, around the Batesville area, trying to pop up too. So we still have, we still have a lot of energy out there. And then all of a sudden, we're focused on one area, and another one pops up to the north, farther north, or another one to the southeast as well. So it's one of those nights where, until the line is through, I'd be staying up. And when I say stay up, staying awake, but staying in your tornado safe place.
Agreed. And guys, tonight, well, I guess first of all, to Linda Baird and T Harris, looks like we got a little sibling rivalry here in the chat. But tonight is a night where you want to pay attention. and have a multiple ways of getting warnings. Right, have your phone, have a weather radio, have maybe even to keep this stream on, or keep your local TV station on, because these storms there's nothing that's really going to stop these two kind of groupings of storms. We've got one up here in northern Ohio. We've got one kind of a big mass of storms in southern Ohio. The good news is it looks like our storms near in Michigan, there's no more warnings there for you guys. Seneca, Ohio, which is in northern Ohio, just to the west of Findlay, Ohio. We have a viewer that's there as well. It looks like Seneca, Ohio, unless this storm becomes bigger than it is, you guys are not in the clear just yet, but doesn't look like there's any immediate danger for Seneca, Ohio. Now, I do want to quickly hit on and we're going to come back to Phil in a second because he looks like he's getting pounded with rain pretty hard. But I do want to hit on, we do have a couple of tornado warnings in Wisconsin. So if you live in Milwaukee, you've got a couple of storms that are tornado warned pushing your way. Both of these are radar indicated tornado warnings, but they are they're starting to push your way into Milwaukee, and will be there in the next couple of hours. Really in the next 30 minutes to an hour. We also had tornado warnings down in Louisville. The good news is it looks like those have expired. So the Louisville storm, it looks like has weakened pretty significantly. So if you do live in Louisville, we had 2 tornado warnings down there. They're both expired. Off to the west, we have another cluster of storms trying to develop. As these push to the east, these could be a problem later tonight. So we're going to have to keep an eye on those. But the big area of danger, right? And I guess I do want to update folks too. No, I don't. Wait, is that a tornado warning? No more tornado warnings in Georgia. Still a severe thunderstorm warning and a pretty strong complex of storms, but that tornado warning has expired. So right now we only have 5 tornado warnings, only 5. That's the way tonight has gone, that I'm literally saying there's only 5 tornado warnings right now. Go ahead.
Brady, and also both of these clusters of storms are beginning to head into much more populated areas, whether you're talking Milwaukee or Cincinnati, Cincinnati up to Hamilton. That I just don't like that at all, and not that I want to see it any place, in any populated area, but boy, it's tough to watch these at night. Throw up the velocities again, if you would, for a second. Let's see what the latest is.
Yep. So let's go ahead and look at the latest velocity on these the 2 tornado. Oh my goodness. Okay. So the storm that Phil was on, this is really trying. It really is trying to form a tornado here. This bright green is winds literally flowing into this thing. And then the winds take a turn right when they turn red, because let's see where our radar is that we're looking at. We're looking at the KLIN, the Wilmington radar. Green is going towards the radar. Red is going away from the radar. Green. So we've got our winds that are wrapping around here, and they look, see how they change direction right here. Red is going away. So red's this way. They're changing direction. And then look at this, green back that way. So it's wrapping around and trying to form a tornado. Trenton, take this seriously. This could be a tornado that's about to drop. The big spike in red here. So that's a pretty good indication that we might have something trying to drop. Down here, just to the west of Cincinnati, this is a nasty looking storm. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. This is for southern Franklin, Ripley, and Dearborn County in southeastern Indiana. This is just look at that mass. Look, oh my gosh, Phil, I'm seeing some lightning on your screen. That's crazy.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead, Mass.
No, you're fine. I'm just looking at this like, again, here it is, 9:40 at night. We're still seeing things ramp up.
Yeah.
What is that? I-74, just south of I-74. Is that moving southeast?
Yeah. It's basically
moving
due
speed
east.
On that. Like,
yeah, let's see a speed
straight east at about 40. Okay.
Yeah, straight east about 40. And Dan, I saw you on mute. Dan, do you go ahead?
I was just going to say, on the regional view, we've got the rotation product selected.
Yeah.
So that'll show you kind of as it's coming into the Cincinnati area.
Yeah. Go ahead. Could you zoom in on a couple of those? So this is actually radar data provided by Allison House. So Allison House, thank you for kind of giving us the ability to show this product. So what we're seeing right here, Dan, right? This is like rotation, and the I guess the yellows, the reds indicate some pretty strong rotation, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So your looks like, yeah, it's showing intensity is what it is.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it really has picked up. Dan, could you go to the south near Cincinnati? I want to see what that looks like. It looks like that's a yeah, just off to the west. Go to that storm right there. See that little couplet there off to the even further west. Yeah, right there. See that? There's your bullseye. That also is a dangerous storm. That's a really tight rotation right there. That is a really tight rotation. That is possibly just looking on the velocity that I'm seeing. This could be dropping a tornado. So the Cincinnati area needs to be on high alert. You've got a really powerful storm moving your way, and if we look at the velocity with these as well, look at this really strong inflow here. The blues, the greens. This is really strong winds pushing out in front of this. The reds are winds moving this way. So here's your rotation. Here's where your tornado would be. So Dover, you're in the direct path of this thing. Bright, Blue Jay, Maintown. And then we start to get into some really populated areas in the northern suburbs of Cincinnati. This storm's going to be a problem for the next couple of hours. I do want to quickly go. Oh, my goodness. Okay, so we may have another tornado up here in Urbana in West. This is not Westerville. This is Westville. This is a possibly a tornado producing storm. Look at that couplet mass. Look at that, Dan. It's a possibly a tornado. It's a really skinny tornado, but it's pushing off into portions of Urbana, and I think that's about to be Union County.
Anything on the debris there?
Yeah,
you're starting to head into more populated areas.
Yeah, that's a great question. And we're about to get a warning too. I think we're about to get another warning with this storm. So once again, Columbus, the northern suburbs of Columbus, this is coming straight for you. This is a storm that's really getting its act together.
Has issued a tornado
Here it is.
warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Champaign County in west central Ohio, southwestern Union County in central Ohio, north central Madison County in central Ohio.
Here it is. This is a concerning trend here for this storm. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, but this is moving through Urbana right now. Urbana, Mechanicsburg, Milford Center. This does not include Marysville, but you are right in the path of this dangerous storm that's starting to get its act together. See the lightning that's starting to happen out in front of this. This storm has been trying for hours and hours and hours as the rain has continually been feeding into this thing, and that's what's caused it to not really form, or not really materialize like it might. But look to the south. There's not really much rain. So this is and the fact that the National Weather Service, this is almost due east. So this is headed right towards a very populated area, and it could be starting to take a rightward turn, which is not good news. And it could be an indication of possibly, a strengthening a storm, a strengthening rotation, and one that we're going to have to watch. This includes, like we said on the thing, like my brain is literally broken right now. Southeastern Champaign, southwestern Union, north central Madison County in central Ohio. So that's a new tornado warning. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. I want to come back down to this Hamilton storm to see where Phil, where are you right now? What are you seeing? Are you trying to reposition?
Yeah, so I'm on I-75 north. Just jumped off of 129 when I was in Hamilton. So I-75 north, I am heading to Monroe, Ohio. That's approximately where this rotation is. I see that the tornado warning was allowed to expire, and now they've got a thunderstorm warning on it. But I'm going to head to Monroe and see what kind of view I have there. It's just a couple miles up ahead. But then if we're not seeing much on this, I'm probably just going to head back south towards that storm that's approaching Harrison.
Yep. Yeah, that's a good call. And Phil, the couplet is right. I mean, it's really trying, Phil. That's a pretty tight couplet. It's getting kind of tighter. And that's going to skirt just the northern portions of Monroe. It just moved through Trenton. So no tornado warning on this, but it does have a possible tag on the severe thunderstorm warning. So the National Weather Service is still saying that, hey, I wouldn't be surprised if they issued something if this looks a little bit tighter soon. But Phil, that rotation is kind of headed right to the north of Monroe. So just make sure you be careful there.
Yeah, Brady.
Gotcha.
So we're also you got the National Weather Service out of Wilmington there. So the beam is still shooting higher up into that storm, and as it moves east, it's going to start tracking lower into that storm.
Yep.
So we'll have a better idea. Right now, it is radar indicated because it's tough to see anything, that's on the ground.
Yeah.
But I think we'll have a better view of it as it goes a little bit further east as well.
Exactly.
Brady, check that cell to the west of Cincinnati, on velocity.
Oh my
It
goodness.
it looks like it just ramped
Oh
up.
my goodness.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. This definitely could be a.
And I feel like I'm seeing debris. Check CC.
Okay. Yeah, we're probably about to see an extension. Yeah, there could be some debris here.
There could be.
Maybe
South
there.
of St.
It's hard to
Leon,
tell, but
just
I mean, this is a very strong radar signature. And I mean, just really strong blues next to the red isn't that pronounced, but that doesn't matter. That does not matter. They're probably going to extend this tornado warning. I would almost guarantee they're going to extend this warning for the northern portions of the Cincinnati metro area. I bet we're about to see a warning issued. So if you live in Harrison, New Haven, Springdale, Reading, Blue Ash, Loveland, Norwood, even downtown Cincinnati, with the way tonight is going, I would treat this like you're probably going to be in this tornado warning. Right now, there's no warning for you guys, but I would bet there's going to be one pretty quickly here. And it's things are really wrapping up here. I do want to get to some of the comments while we're doing this. I know we have T. Harris is looking for his minivan. Definitely, I don't think there's going to be a significant hail threat in Delaware County. Now there could be a tornado threat. So it wouldn't hurt to get the car in the garage. Nikki says sirens are going off in Marysville right now. That tornado warning doesn't include you, Nikki, but it's oh my gosh, it's starting to really ramp up here. A dangerous situation. Hopefully it'll go to the south of Marysville. And Phil, I heard you go off on mute. What do you have?
Yeah. So if you want to pull me up, I'm seeing the lowering now, the storm to the right of my screen. I'm trying to see if I can find a good spot to pull and get a better view.
Sean Moorhead says only vortex he's seeing is in the blender. Okay, Sean, get out of here.
Yeah. All right. So straight ahead. Again, I'm in Monroe, Ohio now. You see that lowering? Definite wall cloud. Whether that is rotating or not, again, can't tell here in the dark.
Yeah,
But,
we need some lightning here. Oh yeah. Okay, so look. So in Phil's camera, and I'm just going to put Phil's camera full screen real quick. Look in Phil's camera, right at the center. See that little that little street light, that little lamp right there? It's right over top of that. You see that? It's a wall cloud. 100% a wall cloud.
So Phil, where are you again?
Monroe. I just got off I-75 in Monroe by the Cincinnati Outlet Mall.
That thing's got to be warned. We need a tornado warning on that. There's no tornado warning right now. We need it. If you guys are watching, well, okay, don't spam the National Weather Service. But we don't want to do that with like pictures and things. But someone put some sort of a report. We need to get this thing warned because there is a clear wall cloud with this storm. You can see that lowering right there at the very center of the screen. And Phil, are you looking kind of just at Monroe, right? Is that where the camera's angled?
Yes, I'm looking west and just a tad northwest.
Okay, and that
Weather Service has issued
yep.
a tornado
Well, actually, no, that
warning
could
for.
include Monroe. There's that tornado warning for Cincinnati.
Northeastern Dearborn County in southeastern Indiana, northwestern Hamilton County in southwestern Ohio, southwestern Butler County in southwestern Ohio.
Okay, so we're going to put Phil back on the screen here in just a sec. There's where Phil's looking. That's a wall cloud, right? You've got red next to green. That's a rotating wall cloud that's trying to drop a tornado. And this thing's got to be warned. And I bet they probably haven't warned it because it hasn't dropped anything yet. But a very clear wall cloud there, just to the northwest of Monroe, about to move through Oakland, Ohio. We got major thunder in Westerville. Elizabetta's hutting off. Good to see you, Elizabetta. Thanks for joining.
So
Like yeah, go ahead,
Brady. This tornado warning for northeastern Dearborn County and northwestern Hamilton County, which is the Cincinnati County, by the way,
Yep.
and southwestern Butler County, which is the county just north of Cincinnati as well. That's until 10:15 for tonight. Again, storms moving east. It's located near Bright. Still have some, marble to quarter size hail, but right now they're issuing the tornado warning until 10:15 for northwestern Hamilton, southwestern Butler, and northeastern Dearborn County. The Dearborn counties in Indiana. The others are basically the west side of Cincinnati and northwest side of Cincinnati as well.
We got major thunder in Westerville. Elizabetta's hut. Looks like someone had the stream up. Someone on the stream had the stream up. Thank you for being a fan. Who's ever watching? Who's ever on the stream watching the stream? Anyway, so we have what is likely a wall cloud that Phil is on. I think Phil, are you trying to reposition now? It looks like.
Well, it's close enough that
Yeah.
it's moving just to my north, so I'm having to turn with it to face it.
Yep.
And it's now almost due north of me. But right now, I'm not seeing enough lightning behind it to really get a good view of where it's at the moment.
Yep. Yeah, it's still a dangerous storm here, and I want to highlight a couple of things because I've noticed a couple of things. First of all, guys, thank you for joining the stream. Love you guys so much. Hit the like and subscribe button. That really helps us out. We have a couple of really impactful storms that are moving in two of the most populated areas in Ohio. We have one tornado warning. It's a radar indicated tornado warning, but this storm has the look. Look at this, right? It's a little bit elongated here, but it's got our hook. It's got our hook here. It's our whale structure that we've been talking about. It's got our hook. It's got our inflow notch. And this storm is pushing directly into the northern suburbs of Cincinnati. It's taking a little bit of a southward jog. Look at the warning here. This storm was moving a little bit to the north and has since kind of switched directions. That's an indication it's moving into an area of a low-level wind shear and a high helicity, and this thing could be really starting to ramp up. Looking at the velocity, still an impressive velocity signature. So the northern suburbs of Cincinnati, Harrison, you're in the direct path of this thing. Blue Jay, Miamitown, White Oak Meadows, North College Hill. I know a lot of people, a lot of my friends are in Cincinnati. You have a dangerous storm coming directly at you in the northern suburbs. So anyone on the north side of Cincinnati, if any of my friends are watching, pay attention to this storm because it is a dangerous storm and in a dangerous environment. Also, to the north, we have Phil is on this storm right here that does not have a tornado warning, has a clear wall cloud on it. No warning, though. It still has a pretty pronounced area of rotation just to the northwest of Monroe. I am surprised there's no warning, especially with that wall cloud that it has on it. And then lastly, we have another dangerous storm. This one's headed right for the northern suburbs of Columbus. A concerning trend with this one, look at the lightning, Maz. Look at the lightning start to really, this is a Mechanicsburg. Yeah, it's really starting to ramp back up. It's out in front of this thing. We are seeing, we'll let this tornado warning go.
Tornado warning for central Greenup County in northeastern Kentucky.
All right, that's another tornado warning in Kentucky. And okay, so that's for this storm down here. So we'll get to that in just a second. But as we were saying, this storm has been trying to get going for a long time. Look in the last couple of frames. Look at as it starts to become more defined. You can see it rotating like a top around. Look at all the lightning in this thing. Look at all the lightning out in front of this thing. This storm is really starting to rotate. It's really starting to get organized here. And all of this rain that was kind of causing it to not be a problem is dissipating. And it's really starting to become well-defined supercell. And this is going to be a problem. This is a problem right now for Mechanicsburg. Plain City, this is coming right at you. This is probably going to take a direct path through Plain City, Dublin, Worthington, Westerville. My family lives in Westerville. My friends live in Dublin. I live in downtown Columbus. So this is a dangerous storm that's going to be hitting close to home for me. And so I'm going to have to keep an eye on this storm as well. but we have a couple of dangerous storms right now that are moving through heavily populated areas in Ohio, Columbus and Cincinnati. We have another tornado warning that was just issued down for the along the Ohio River in southern Ohio. And this storm, that could be another little couplet down there. So right just to the south of Portsmouth, Ohio, it's a radar indicated tornado warning, green up in Worthington. You're both in the path of this dangerous storm. So just everything tonight is outperforming, and everything is just going tornado warned as quickly as possible. Let's look at I think this is the Cincinnati local radar here. And let's bring Phil back in. I know Phil's backstage. So Phil's driving through some rain right now. So be safe, Phil. We'll check back in with you in just a second.
If I have some good news, so far Milwaukee downgraded a severe thunderstorm warning. Chicago has a severe thunderstorm warning, but no tornado indication. So that's good news.
Good.
Not so good news for the Cincinnati area and towards Columbus as well. Those are the two main storm systems that we're following right now.
Yeah, and they're dangerous. And Maz, you're completely right there. They're very dangerous storms. And let's look at the local Cincinnati Airport radar. Definitely an area of rotation here to the north here. Let's go ahead and look at the Wilmington radar. Let me see if I'm seeing anything. Definitely concerning structure. Still with the hook. And it looks like they just extended that a severe thunderstorm warning for the storm Phil is on. So they just extended a severe thunderstorm warning right here, and they kept the possible tornado tag. So that's the National Weather Service saying that they think there might be a tornado with this thing. They can't prove it. And if we look on the velocity, there's a couple of couplets here. Look at this. We've got a couple. This is almost like forming into a line now, and this could be a little bit of one of those spin ups. Right. So we're going to have to watch that. They may warn that. But probably the more immediate threat is just to the south, pushing into the northern suburbs of Cincinnati. The good news is it looks like, just looking at the rotation here, maybe it's weakened a little bit. It might have just slightly weakened here, or that could just be some noise. Let me see if I can find a different radar to kind of confirm this thinking or not. Maybe, I don't know. That's still some rotation. So this is still rotating. The storm is rotating like a top, and it's really showing no signs of stopping here. And so we're going to have to keep an eye on this as it moves into the northern suburbs of Cincinnati.
So Cincinnati still has or at least the western side of Hamilton County still has the tornado warning until 10:15. Again, these storms are moving east at about 40 miles an hour. There's still some significant lightning with these. It doesn't look as though it was as impressive as before, but they tend to kind of pulse from time to time. So I still see that one that looks like east of Hamilton, and then the one right now in western Hamilton County as well.
Yep.
And then there's that one in Dearborn, around the Dearborn area in Indiana as well, just to the west of there.
Yep. So we have just a couple of dangerous storms that are pushing into highly populated areas. I'm really hoping that this storm in Mechanicsburg can kind of die off. It's showing no signs of weakening. I'm very concerned for the Columbus area right now.
Notice how it is still following the panel in the upper left corner. The storms are really tracking along where that energy is, even though it's sort of subsiding a little bit further to the south. They're just kind of tracking right along it.
Oh yeah, it is. And I mean, to be honest, both of these storms, and you can kind of see that, and that's actually really interesting. Just in the latest frame, the parameters have kind of started to shift a little bit to the south. All of these storms are taking a right turn. They are taking a southern turn. We're watching this storm. So watch this storm about to move into the suburbs of Columbus. Definitely starting to move south, right? This storm has been moving north all day, and now it's definitely starting to have a little bit of a southward component. So that's why I'm so worried about really the northern suburbs of Columbus here, because this storm is taking a right turn, starting to dive a little bit south. This tornado warnings, and even if we look at the rotation, watch the rotation. It's definitely starting to dive south too, right? So let's look at these past couple frames. North, 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 south, south, south. So it's starting to take a little bit of a dive south, right along that ridge of kind of the highest conditions, and right where you can get. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, zoom in like that again and put it in motion and watch your lightning clusters as you can kind of see it's up to the north
Yeah.
and then it begins to shift
South.
down to the south. Yeah.
And look how far out in front the lightning is of this thing. We have just, so if you are, I know I have a bunch of friends and family in Westerville. Please be careful if you're outside right now trying to watch it, trying to get pictures, because there is lightning well in front of this. There's a lot of lightning with this storm, and it's really starting to ramp up. I would, just looking at the velocity, I think we're probably going to get another tornado warning. And let me just look and see if there's any debris with this thing. Good news is I don't see any debris, but if there was a tornado, or if there is a tornado, it would be right here in Mechanicsburg. Mechanicsburg. You're right in the direct path of this thing. And I would bet if this continues to look like this your tornado warning is going to look something like this. That's probably too big, but your tornado warning is probably going to look something like this, where it's going to include the northern suburbs of Columbus. That would be unless this rotation falls apart, which I don't think it will, you're probably going to have a tornado warning for that area. The good news is in Cincinnati, we still have a tornado warning. The rotation does not look as pronounced. But the structure of this thing, though, it definitely looks pronounced and looks scary right in here. So here's your hook. So if there was going to be a tornado, there's probably some sort of wall cloud with this. This storm is gonna push. This hook is gonna push right towards Reading, Lincoln Heights, Blue Ash. You're in the direct path of this possible tornado. Miamitown, White Oak Meadows. You guys are in the immediate danger zone. North College Hill. It's not raining right now, but this storm is headed right for you. Let's go ahead, Phil. We got some folks wanting to check in on Orange Crush. Phil, where are you right now?
All right, so I am heading south on I-75. I'm in Westchester, Ohio, and I'm right in the middle of the heavy rain bands. I have been ever since I left Monroe. So it's a little slow going on I-75, but I'm going to take this to 275 east and work my way down towards where Maz is at on the east side of Cincinnati, and at least try and get out of the rain as this other storm approaches.
Yeah, so for everyone watching, Phil is here. Phil is right now driving through this rain. He's going to get on 275 and drive down towards Milford. And Phil, just FYI, this is still a very high parameter space. This storm that you're driving is headed right for maybe just north of Milford. So just be careful. If you can get out in front of it, great. But just be careful. Definitely, we're going to keep watching this for you because it's going to be close, right? This thing is moving. Let's see. This thing is moving east at 40 miles an hour. So if I would time this out and see how long it's going to take to get to Milford, let's see, 40 miles an hour. This is going to be in Milford in about 39 minutes, probably a little bit faster. So anywhere from 30 to 40 minutes, this is going to be in Milford. Other areas that are going to be impacted by this are, let me just get a quick list. So we got Miamitown in 2, Taylor Creek in 5, Taylor's Creek in 6, Dent in 8, Barnesburg in 10, White Oak, and I can literally hear thunder out my window. I'm so far away from these storms. Autumn Acres in 12, Crestwood Acres in 12. So we've got a lot of towns that are in the way of this dangerous storm, and also this storm up to the north still has that look. This right in South Lebanon, you see that little appendage right there. That I'm telling you, really, both of these hooks could be trying to form. This is an unbelievably strong environment of parameters, and everything is rotating. Go ahead, Phil. I guess. Oh, I thought you went off mute. Phil, are people on the freeway? Are they generally are they driving? Is there a lot of people driving with you towards this storm?
Haven't noticed a lot. Actually, when I left Monroe and jumped on I-75, and that's when the rain had just started catching up to me, it was like I-75 interstate was almost dead, which was a little surprising for I-75. and it's only 10 o'clock Eastern time. So that was a little surprising. I am running into a few more vehicles. It's certainly not heavy traffic by any stretch, but it was really dead quiet in Monroe, and that was a little shocking.
Yeah. Well, hopefully that's good. Hopefully that means people are kind of heeding these warnings and are being aware, because anyone that's driving with Phil that doesn't know what they're doing, if they're going to keep going down I-75, they're potentially driving right into a possible tornadic circulation. And so if you know someone that's driving down I-75 near Cincinnati, this cell is headed right for I-75. That hook is headed right for I-75. So it's a dangerous time. This is a dangerous storm that's moving over a highly populated area. Just on the latest scan, a little bit of a ramp up here in our rotation. I don't like that look, Maz. What do you think?
Right. Yeah, exactly. It kind of pulses. It looks like, it might weaken a little bit, and then it starts to come back. And that is on the western side of Cincinnati, 275, right where 74 and 275 meet. And that's when you really start to get into some more populated areas. Notice that storm to the west of it starting to kind of catch up to it. That's at Indiana, just west of Harrison there. Do you see the secondary cell?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it is starting
to
catch
some
up.
Velocities on that, would you?
Yeah. All right, let's look.
Not too impressed, but
yeah,
not
too impressive.
There.
This definitely
pretty good winds.
This definitely kind of scares me a little bit more. It's a little bit of some noise here, and let me switch radars here and check this. Okay, so, I mean it's very clear this is rotating, right? You've got winds wrapping. You've got winds wrapping around this way, and it's trying to wrap around, and you've got red inflow streaming in here, right? And see all this red? This is all like inflow. It's trying to stream into this storm. And this is all green wrapping around the back. This is all kind of so that's why we have a warning, because and that's why the environment is so. And watch, you can see it on radar, right? You can see the red. This is wind streaming up this way, and then you've got this green that's pushing down this way. This is associated with the storm, and this is wrapping around. So the concern here is if and to be honest, you see this area of bright red here. If this wind can kind of make its way, this area of stronger wind can kind of make its way into that hook. That's all it's going to take tonight for something to wrap up. I don't think there's a yeah, go ahead.
Does it look to you right there, that cell, that line that's to the west right there, does it look like that is catching up to the circulation?
Definitely.
I mean, that
slowly, but yes, it is.
I will tell you this. So there was something that occurred back in 1999 with the Blue Ash tornado, and that was we had a weakening system where a secondary storm got absorbed into it, and the Weather Service said it was freaky because on radar it looked like it was developing from the ground up. And we were all like, "What?" And they were like, "Yeah, it was like that secondary storm just re-energized it." Boy, look at those cells popping up.
Oh yeah,
to the south in Kentucky, they are boogieing.
They're popping up in the low level jet. Go ahead, Phil.
So hey, so Maz, it was funny because I was just thinking about this, Maz. You were just talking about the '99 Blue Ash tornado that also went through Montgomery. That is the area I am in right now. I am on 275 east, and I am just probably west of Montgomery, and I'm in Blue Ash right now.
Yeah, we woke up to that. That was a fun night.
That was like 5 a.m. in the morning, wasn't it? 4 or 5.
Yeah. Yep. Right.
T Harris says LB's the alpha. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to try and get through the all the comments here. Linda Baird, who's in Westerville, says her sweet golden noodle's upset. So we've got a lot of people that are watching in Columbus, in Ohio. I know my family is watching because this storm this northern storm they're in the direct path of. We've got a lot of people watching from all over the country, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Please subscribe to the show for more stuff like this. Every event we do this. This is called Outbreak. This is our brought to you by the Stormfront Freaks. We're a podcast where we have some amazing kind of weather, some of the smartest. And I just heard the sirens outside my window. They just extended the tornado warning for Columbus. There it is.
Tornado warning for northwestern Franklin County in central Ohio, southwestern Delaware County in central Ohio, southern Union County in central Ohio, northeastern Madison County in central Ohio.
All right. So,
Okay.
yeah, go ahead.
So real quick, that I said that cell that was behind the one that's the tornadic storm that looks like it's picking up some speed.
Yep.
And
The
so
National
just
Weather
west
Service
into
issued a
Indiana.
Tornado warning for.
Yep. And look at this. This is that
Tornado
storm. Yep.
warning for east central Warren County in southwestern Ohio.
All right.
So that's another county just north of Cincinnati. But that's the suburbs up there. And that is so we've been watching Butler County, which was to the west of it. Now it's in Warren County. You've got Kings Island, which is the big theme park, all kinds of stuff that's up there.
Yep. And so, okay. So we've just had 3, I guess 2 tornado warnings that are extended. We got 4 tornado warnings currently out, for the area. And sorry, I know my graphic is out of date. I'm going to get that updated real quick. We have 1 tornado warning that was just extended into this is exactly where we said it would be in Columbus. This rotation is starting to push to the south. So this is a real concern for anyone that lives in the northern suburbs of Columbus. Dublin, Worthington, Hilliard, Upper Arlington, you guys are all in this warning. I can hear the sirens outside my window. I live basically right in this area. So this warning includes me as well. So if I have to, I might have to go offline here. If I have to seek shelter, but this warning is riding to the south. That is a very concerning sign to me because it's riding right along the nose of the highest energy, which you often hear that can produce big time tornadoes. So this is right on the warm nose with all the energy. And so this storm is going to keep riding that and keep pushing to the south. So and it's a fairly strong circulation right here. You've got your red. You've got really strong red going away from the radar. You've got your green going towards the radar. So here's your rotation. Here would be where your tornado would be. This is still a radar indicated tornado warning. So the good news is there's been no one that's seen this on the ground, but Plain City, Dublin, Worthington, Upper Arlington, you're all in the direct path of this thing. We're going to come right back to this warning. The second warning that we're going to talk about is, look at this. This is what we had said. This was a storm that moved through Oxford. There's a couple of spin-ups. This is probably a tornado. I would actually not be surprised if this wasn't warned. We have a second
around Lebanon.
Yeah, this is probably a second tornado just to the south. Just to the west of South Lebanon. This is a telltale sign of a tornado. I would be pretty hard pressed to think this is not a tornado. Debris ball. 2 debris balls.
Debris ball.
Debris.
Oh wow.
Oh no. Oh
yeah. So we have some debris now that is just east of Lebanon.
Yep.
And it gets along I-71, which is it just updated. Can you zoom in there?
Yeah. We've got 2 tornadoes, 2 debris balls.
Central Warren County in southwestern Ohio.
That's it right there.
It is. We have 2 tornadoes on the ground. Very confident that these are on the ground. This is that storm that Phil was chasing, and it looks like they're fairly small, but they're doing damage. They are actively doing damage just to the west of Lebanon, Ohio, and just to the northwest of South Lebanon, Ohio. These are 2 tornadoes that are on the ground. They're not twin tornadoes, but they're close enough to where they are. And my product is lagging a little bit, so give me a second. But there could be a third one forming down here in Morrow. There could be 3 tornadoes back to back here. Right. Let me circle one. There's one just west of Lebanon. There's another one. Both of those are on the ground. We have radar confirmation that they're on the ground. Probably a third one trying to form in Morrow. I don't think I've ever seen this back to back tornadoes that are just 2 of them have debris balls. 2 of them have debris balls. There's
a drop in Morrow.
Yep.
There's a drop in Morrow.
I have, guys, I cannot press to you how serious this situation is. There is 3 tornadoes back to back just to the east of Lebanon and south in Lebanon. Let's go street by street here. So Morrow, just to the northwest of Morrow along Highway 38. This is pushing to the north. This second one is crossing Highway 123, about to cross 71. 71. This is a major interstate. This is a major interstate in Ohio. I have driven this many a times. This is a three-way intersection. Both, I guess this is probably two-way, I think, at this point. But clear debris, and it's doing damage, about to cross Highway 71, Mother's Mill. You're in the direct path of this thing. And then just to the north, let's look at the velocities. We can see this better. This is just to the east of Lebanon. We have a third probably tornado that is moving along Highway 12, about to just pass just to the south of Gentown. So three tornadoes that are absolutely on the ground that are doing damage just to the east of Morrow. I have never seen anything like this where we have three debris signatures back to back to back. These are rain wraps, people. You're not going to see these. These are completely wrapped in rain, unbelievably dangerous, and just a
Shift southwest into Indiana there around Harrison. They're getting hit again with this strong storm. And this whole thing is just kind of heading down more towards the Cincinnati proper area. There's a lot of energy. It's just following that energy.
Unbelievable amount of energy. And I guess the only silver lining at this point is they've dropped the tornado warning for Cincinnati. And I'm updating our graphic right now. And we're going to get to a point, people, where we get these automated. They're not automated right now. So I actually have to pull them in every single time, which can be a little cumbersome, but I'm going to get these warnings updated for you quickly. The good news is Cincinnati does not have a tornado warning, but a couple of nasty storms about to push through the northern suburbs of Cincinnati. And this storm still has this look. So I would not, it could drop a tornado or it could go tornado warning anytime here, but another tornado warning. Oh, this looks like a nasty storm. Oh my goodness. Look at all the lightning, Maz. This is oh gosh, this is the northern tornado warning where this is about to move into central Columbus. Let's look at the velocity.
Oh, look at that.
Very strong couplet here. There could be a tornado on the ground just to the south of Plain City. Hilliard, this is coming right for you. I have friends in Hilliard that are probably watching the stream. If my friends in Hilliard, if you know people that are or that are in Hilliard, right? I know I've got a lot of friends watching this. Please text them. Tell them to get to a tornado shelter right now, which is a basement. You want to put as many walls and not windows, but walls in the way of the outside world as you possibly can. If you have a basement, I know a lot of people in this part of the country have basements. Go to your basement. And I'm updating the tornado warnings right now. So, and that's actually, that's okay. That is right.
National Weather Service.
Another tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Lawrence County in southeastern Illinois.
Wow. Unbelievable. We have a tornado well back behind our line. So we're going to get to that in just a second, but that's just, it's unbelievable how these storms are continuing to fire. Please though, going back to this storm, this is a strengthening rotation. These colors are getting stronger by the minute. So you possibly have a tornado that's moving into the western suburbs of Columbus. I hear the tornado sirens out my window. Everyone in Columbus is going to hear them. This is a dangerous situation. Still a radar indicated tornado. And I don't, maybe a little bit of something here. That's a little, I don't like that. It's a little bit of a drop. There could be some noise, but
is that 42? Is that Highway 42 coming south out of Plain City?
It is. It's about to cross Highway 42 right now. So just a dangerous storm. So if you're on Highway 42, you know anyone that's in Plain City, you know anyone that's in Hilliard, you need to text them right now and tell them to get to a basement. Tell them to get to their basement right now, because this is a dangerous storm that's moving into the western suburbs of Columbus. Upper Arlington, you're in this warning. You are not, there's a lot of people that live in this part of Columbus. A lot of my friends, and there's a very big population center, and this is not the signature that you want to see. So if you have people, and this it's still radar indicated, I thought they just upgraded this. I thought I saw that. But we're going to go back to this storm in just a second because we have two. I want to check back on these 3 confirmed tornadoes that we had. It looks like maybe the northern one weakened. I don't see as big of a signature up here. There still could be one here. and there definitely is one here in Senior. Let's look at the debris signatures here, and just, oh my gosh, huge debris ball. Huge debris ball with this storm in Senior. This is houses.
Jeez.
This is cars. This is trees. This is just a
gosh.
terrible situation in Senior. And let's just look at the look at this, completely rain wrapped. You're not going to see this.
Yeah.
You are not going to see this coming. Not even close to seeing this coming.
Well, you take us back in time before we had velocities. They wouldn't have even issued a warning.
Good luck.
Yeah.
And Maz, maybe real quick, you can I just have to grab a quick drink. Could you just quickly walk people through in Senior and maybe just anyone that's got a warning tonight, what they should do when they get a warning?
Absolutely. So this storm, even though it's been moving out of an environment that's really conducive for it, it is strengthening, which is fascinating to us. And as it's strengthening, it is now reaching the ground because we are seeing a debris ball, which means it is doing destruction to things, buildings, trees, could be cars. We don't know the strength of this as of yet, but it's pulling it up into the cloud, and radar is picking it up as what we would call a debris ball. And so it's doing destruction. So it is moving east at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. And we are talking about, it looks, I mean, we're talking if eventually it looks like it's heading towards Clarksville. There's a number of small towns there that are in its way. Oh, we got another one.
Tornado warning for northwestern Clinton County in southwestern Ohio.
So northwestern Clinton County has just issued a tornado warning for that area as well. And
that's
yeah,
reported. That's reported as well.
It is reported. Okay, so it's not just radar indicated.
Yeah, it's observed. It is observed.
Yeah. Okay.
This
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So folks you should be seeking shelter in your basement until this storm has passed through. You want to get to the lowest interior room inside your house. Put as many walls between you and the storm as possible. Try and stay away from any windows. Don't worry about opening windows or any of that old stuff they used to talk about. You just seek shelter right now.
Yep. Yeah, and you know, if this is actually headed right towards the Wilmington office, so all of our National Weather Service meteorologists who are issuing warnings right now, this is headed right towards them. So it's a dangerous situation. And if we look, let's look at the radar here, or I guess the velocity here. Maybe could be showing signs of possibly dissipating here. The debris ball, see how it's spread out like this? Yeah, that's the debris spreading out. It's not circular anymore. So that maybe is a sign that the rotation could be starting to dissipate. And if we put this in motion here, look, watch. Very strong rotation, very clear tornado. It gets a little bit more not defined here. So, you know, I guess, well, there's a little bit of a thing here. So it could be trying to recycle it's not good news, but it might be starting to show signs of dissipating. But still, if you're in Clarksville, if you're in Wilmington, if you're in, anywhere in this warning, North Kingman, a little center, Wilmington, Ohio, Burtonville, treat this like a tornado, because it was a tornado and it did significant damage. We saw that on radar. This is headed right for you guys. So take this seriously. And another notch developing here. So possibly another tornado forming just to the south of Blanchester. Let's look at the velocity here. A couplet. Mm-hmm. They're going to issue a warning for this 100%. We have possibly another tornado forming in this line, pushing towards Midland, Ohio. Let's look at the correlation coefficient. Nothing debris just yet, but this is winds wrapping into this storm, and it's wrapping around this way. So I would not be surprised if I don't want to say I'll guarantee, but this is going to be a warning. This is going to be a warning here soon. If not, and we've got a parade of storms going in Cincinnati too. These storms are still very dangerous, and all of these are starting to wrap up here. Let's go quickly.
And it's catching up. That one that was in Indiana is now moving into western Hamilton County, and it could be a kicker for it.
Yeah.
because that little appendage down around the Blue Ash area is still hanging out. Hasn't moved a whole lot there, while the storm from Indiana that is east of Harrison, that seems to be catching up to it. So I'm a little bit more concerned about that. Can you hit some velocities on that real quick before we shift?
Yep, let's do it.
Nothing definitive.
But it's still I mean, we still got
Yeah.
rapid,
Right.
low level jet kind of screaming into this thing. So, just if you're thunderstorm warning tonight, take it seriously. Act like it's a tornado warning, because everything is producing here. Yep, here's a tornado warning. This was just the cell that we just looked at. And Lane, please don't be scared. Just be in your tornado shelter. Don't be scared. Don't panic. This is not necessarily time to panic yet. But just get in your tornado shelter and be ready to go here. Someone has Brady the weatherman. So they're already seeing some people make some imposter accounts. Please don't do that, because people get confused. But anyway, we have a new tornado warning that was just issued here. This was this cell that we were just looking at. And we said it was probably gonna go warned. It did. So we gave a little bit of a heads up there for folks in Blanchester, Midland.
It's pretty tight as well, Brady. You want to pull up the CC on that one and see if we can see any.
Not maybe a little bit. See this little thing right here?
It's tough to a little teeny bit there.
Maybe the start of something. Go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, just to let you know where I'm at. I am in Milford, Ohio.
Yeah.
And so that appendage, obviously this is now just severe thunderstorm warning. They took the tornado warning off. But that appendage that was part of the tornado warning is approaching me directly now from the west. And you can see somewhat, let me see if I can, it's hard to see with that night. Not a ton of lightning right now, but on the horizon, you can start to see the edge of that cloud formation coming this way.
Yep.
That's probably a good place just to kind of sit tight and wait for it.
Agreed. Yeah. So Phil's basically right here. Phil is right here looking at this appendage. I think, Phil, the good news is it looks like that outflow is starting to work out in front of this storm, and so hopefully that could cause some of the southern. I mean, there's still air flowing into that thing though, but the good news is it looks like the lightning has decreased, so it looks like it's maybe going through some sort of recycling right now. I do want to get back to this storm in Columbus. Still have a tornado warning right now. This storm is pushing into it's arriving on Westerville's doorstep right now. Still has a tornado warning that goes for about 15 more minutes. So Westerville, you're about to get a pretty strong storm here. Dublin, you're raining in Dublin. Worthington, this storm is pushing towards you guys. Hilliard. The good news is we still have a tornado warning for this thing. But if I look at the velocity, it doesn't look as bad. So this is not the all clear just yet, but the velocity, if we compare it to where it was a little bit ago, strong velocity, and the green, we're losing some of the green. We're losing some of the green on the backside. So that means our rotation is weakening. We still have very strong winds out in front of this thing. Very strong winds wrapping into this thing, but the winds on the backside are a little bit weaker, which is maybe a good sign here for those that are in Columbus. This is far from over here, and if we put this in motion, it's very clearly still rotating. And I don't know if you noticed too. Look at this big uptick in lightning. This is big uptick in lightning, but then recently there hasn't been as much lightning. So maybe this storm could be starting to show signs of weakening. So that's we're not out of the woods yet in Columbus, but the good news is it looks like this thing is weakening just a little bit. Still an active tornado warning for the northern suburbs of Columbus, almost including downtown. But this storm isn't as strong as it was maybe about 10 to 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, if you look at the energy in the panel in the upper left there, as it's heading towards Columbus, there is still some pretty significant energy, but by far everything is kind of shifting to the south. So maybe we'll start to see this head a little bit more to the south and southeast as it tries to tap into that just little nose of energy there.
Yeah, Andrew, you're right. This storm does fear the LC, rightfully so. And I think Andrew said he was scared earlier. Don't be scared, Andrew. This is just get to your tornado shelter and don't let this bother you too much. I don't like looking at the radar. Nothing to me screams tornado on the ground with this. Yeah, so that's at least the good news. I'm not seeing any telltale signs of a tornado on the ground here near the Columbus area, and it looks like this storm is recycling here. So we'll have to keep an eye on it. For right now, let's go back down and just check on these two storms. One has an observed tornado pushing right over top of the Wilmington radar. So it's going to be tough for us to see this. And honestly, it might have. I don't want to say it's taken out the radar, but it's almost impossible for us to see this from this radar. So we have to almost use a different radar. Let's see if we can see it on the Dayton radar. And almost certainly the National Weather Service at the Weather Service that are issuing all of these warnings are seeking shelter right now, because we have two possible tornadoes and maybe even a third up here in Harveysburg and just to the south in Pansy, and maybe another one here in Midland. So three possible tornadoes that are pushing towards the Weather Service right now. And if I look at the correlation coefficient, maybe that could be a debris ball. This looks like debris from the right near 100%, right near Pansy. But looks like maybe this is debris from the earlier tornado that's being lofted into the storm. This is a very real possibility there. But it looks like that's at least the Wilmington office may have dodged an immediate bullet, but we could have a tornado down here in the kind of the southern part of this warning. But both of these tornado warnings are observed. So we did have observed tornadoes with these. This is just a cluster all around the Wilmington office. The storm that Phil is on, that we're seeing right now, is moving into downtown, the northern suburbs of downtown Cincinnati. It's got a lot. The lightning is starting to pick up with it. It is. It's got a clear appendage, and it's got a clear sclot. So it's got winds kind of flowing into this, and it's got an appendage. So we're going to have to watch this. Phil, where exactly are you?
So I am Milford, Blanchester exit. Maz, do you know what exit this is? It's kind of on the north end, I think, of Milford.
Exit 59A.
28.
Oh, up by 28. Okay.
Yeah,
gotcha.
I think it's 28. But up kind of by the business district.
Right.
But basically right off of I-75, looking due west, and there's certainly some lower. I'm starting to see some lowering in these clouds. Doesn't look like it's really forming a lot. Like maybe it's trying. There's definite lowerings, but just a little messy at this point. But it's coming up on me right now. Like it's going to be hard to tell probably with my iPad camera here that I'm using, but
it's a great shot.
With the naked eye and everything else, it's right in front of me right now. Yep. And my guess is I'm going to start to get a little rain here soon.
Yep. And Nick Wheeler says doing great, Phil. So getting some shout out from the chat, Phil. We got wow. That lightning strike was just right outside my window. Tell Phil we care about you. So we've got Andrew Johnson chiming in here. Mark Backey says his house in Clintonville has been through 2 world wars. Pretty sure it can handle a tornado. I don't think so, but good try there, Mark. Ginger says good point, Mark. So we got a lot of people in the chat chiming in from Columbus. If you are in Columbus, guys, please tell me you are in your tornado shelters. I know I've got a lot of friends that are in Columbus, and this is still a dangerous storm. This is still a dangerous storm moving through the Columbus area. So Dublin, you're about to get this rotation moving into the northern suburbs of Columbus right now. Westerville, you're getting hit pretty hard by this storm. I think the rotation is going to go just to your south. Hilliard, Upper Arlington, you guys look like you're going to get the brunt of this rotation. So really strong winds, some lightning. The lightning is starting to pick up with this thing. So this storm is going to be a problem for all of Columbus, or all the northern sides of Columbus as it moves through. And I'm seeing a little bit of more organization here. This tornado warning that we have goes for another 8 minutes. So 8 minutes. And, if it continues to kind of show this structure, it's probably 50-50 whether they'll extend it or not. They may just extend it just to be safe. Go ahead, Mass.
And around the Cincinnati area, just north, so they have extended the warning for a severe thunderstorm warning till 11 o'clock for tonight. So the northern suburbs of Hamilton County, for northeastern Hamilton County and southeastern Butler County as well. That's where you're starting to see that lightning pick back up. That's that secondary storm that was trying to catch up to that first storm. So can't quite tell. Go back to your, there you go.
Yep. Definitely some lightning storm pick up here. Definitely an appendage here.
Right.
It's I mean, this is a supercell, right? This is kind of that weird whale structure. It's not really as defined as the other ones we've seen, but it's definitely a supercell. Definitely got wind flowing in here. And it's definitely moving through, it's about to be right on top of you, Phil. So we have an increase in lightning here on this storm that Phil is on. I don't know if it's going to top the lightning that we saw earlier that Phil was showing us, because I don't think I've ever seen lightning like that ever. This is also a concerning trend here in Loveland. Going to have to watch this appendage. Although at least the fact that I'm seeing this kind of shelf cloud out, or the outflow here, hopefully, we've got winds flowing from the south with the low level jet. So I'm hoping that this outflow can kind of stifle those winds and maybe decrease the tornado threat with these storms. But that's no guarantee. Over by Wilmington, this is a different story. We have possibly a couple of tornadoes over here. I think, let's look at the correlation coefficient here, because I did see someone from the chat saying that there was some sort of CC drop. I don't see that, but definitely let me know if you do see that here. We still an observed tornado warning that's moving right over top of Wilmington, and Wilmington right now is probably taking shelter. So they've probably passed their operations off to another forecast office. Jody Harris says, "Stay safe, Phil." There it is. An extension of the tornado warning in Columbus,
Tornado
Ohio.
warning for northern Franklin County in central Ohio.
That is my phone.
Southeastern Delaware County in central Ohio. Western Licking
Sorry.
County in central
I don't know
Ohio.
if you guys could hear that. That is my phone going off. I am in really the northern side of this. I think I'm going to be safe. I'm pretty far. I'm just on the southern edge of this, so I think I'm going to be fine. So I'm going to stay on unless this is looking like it's going to impact me. Go ahead, Mass.
I was going to say, so Phil, where you are on the east side of Cincinnati and 275, we were watching two smaller cells in northern Kentucky that were rapidly rotating up into this line of storms. I'm still wondering if that's going to energize these storms back up
for sure
over the northern part of Cincinnati.
For sure. These are southerly winds. This is inflow. This is going to hit this Springdale storm, and it's going to be a problem. I can almost guarantee you that we're going to have to watch this area down here about to hit Cincinnati. There's no immediate tornado threat down here just yet, but I think we're going to have some problems here as we go throughout the next hour or two as these continue to feed this. Phil, go ahead real quick, and then I got to get to this tornado warning in Columbus.
So I am. I just started catching some rain. I did see there was certainly some clouds just south of, like it was going over just south of me on this little appendage that were rotating. They were lowering clouds. They were rotating a little bit, but were nothing super concrete. And I started getting hit here with some rain. So I am gonna head south on 275 a little further.
Yep. Yeah, that's a good call, Phil. And I would try to get
velocity.
Go ahead.
Would you please? Yeah, throw up the velocity. I'm sorry, Brady.
No, you're totally good. You're totally good. I'm actually going to take a second to get my tornado warnings back up.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see with the extra energy it's coming in almost over downtown Cincinnati as that rotates up into the storms that's near between Blue Ash and Springdale.
These are rotating. Each one of these is rotating. So this is going to introduce rotation into these in the northern suburbs of Cincinnati. So anyone out in front of this thing, Milford, Owensville, possibly prepare for a spin up here. Quickly going back to Columbus here, we have a new tornado warning that was issued for this storm This includes Dublin. This rotation, here's your appendage right here. We've been talking about this structure all night long. This is a supercell. This is a dangerous storm, and it's pushing right into the northern suburbs of Columbus, Dublin, Worthington, New Albany. You're all in this warning. Westerville, you're in this warning as well.
National Weather Service has issued
Another warning here.
a warning for
Tornado warning for northeastern Knox County in southwestern Indiana, northwestern Davies County in southwestern Indiana.
Oh my goodness. Do you guys, Dan,
Yeah, a little debris there.
Dan, could you double check me here? Maybe I don't know if you can see it on any of your radars. We might have a debris signature here. This could be oh my gosh, huge lightning. Lightning is really starting to uptick in this storm. But I don't like the look of that little debris signature. There's not.
Yeah.
I mean, this is right where that rotation is.
Exactly.
Moving into Dublin. This is not, I mean, we're really far away from the radar here. So let's just look at this Columbus radar and see if we have anything here. This is wind going this way. This is wind going this way. This is pretty north to south, but you could have something spinning up right in here. This doesn't necessarily scream tornado on the ground, but if I see another frame here and it looks like there's more, if that, debris kind of, that could be, guys, that could be of debris. It's a really small little signature, but that could be debris. I don't want to call that a debris ball just yet, Nick, but the good news is the latest scan, it just kind of went down. So, but if you're in Worthington, I'm just going to go street by street here. I've got friends, I've got family that live in this area. If you're in Worthington, if you're in Minerva Park, if you're in River Lee, and I'm getting a call here from someone from my work, but hopefully they're watching the stream here. If you're in any of these areas, this is the immediate danger. Even north into Westerville. Westerville, you're getting hammered by rain. Take shelter if you live in Westerville. My family lives in Westerville, so please take shelter from this storm. But I think the immediate threat, if there would be a tornado, it would have just moved through Dublin and would be moving through Worthington right now. So Minerva Park. My aunt lives in New Albany. Hopefully you're watching this. You have possibly a tornado moving your way. If anyone is on 315 north, this is going to cross major interstates in Ohio. This is 315 north and south. This is going to cross just north or just near 171 161. 71. This is also going to cross along the 161 intersection. So if you live in any of these areas or people that live in any of these areas, I need you guys to get to your shelters now. This is as real as it gets if you live in these areas. Because it's time to stop. If you're watching me now, it's time to get to your tornado shelter. Go to your basement first, and then right now, because you possibly have a tornado that could be on the ground, moving through a very populated area in the northern suburbs of Columbus. So this is a very serious situation here. Still a radar indicated tornado warning, but there has been an uptick in lightning, and looking at the velocity, it looks, starting to get a little bit of darker colors on the backside of this thing. Let me look at the correlation coefficient here. The good news, that little debris signature that I saw, I don't see that anymore. So, that hopefully is an indication that maybe this is lifting. Or has lifted. And listen, I don't want to say there's a tornado on the ground. I can't say that looking at the radar. I can't confidently tell you whether there is or isn't. But today of all days, we have seen 3 tornadoes spawn within 2 miles of each other down near Wilmington. We have seen a tornado emergency. We have seen 4, 5, 6 particularly dangerous situation tornado warnings issued today. Of all days, please take this seriously. And just because I can't confidently tell you that there's a tornado or not, you need to treat this like this is a tornado on the ground. This is a very clear supercell here that's moving through.
If you're watching in that upper left panel too, that little nose of energy, it's riding right along the northern side of that nose.
It is, and that's a problem.
It's just fascinating.
Oftentimes you see some of the strongest storms that ride right along that nose, right? So please, just a huge lightning strike outside of my window. Just an unbelievable. Oh my goodness, that was so close. But let's look at the local radar here. Let's look at the local Columbus radar. Here's what I'm worried about. I don't. The good news is I'm not seeing anything really wrapping up strongly here. But if there's a surge of wind right here that's
The winds
pushing
are
through,
picking up.
it's pushing through Worthington. So if this surges just a little bit more, what's going to happen is it's going to run into this. This red is wind moving like this. So if this wind starts to hit. If this wind starts to, it's going to run into this, it's going to start to turn. So if it starts to surge, it's going to start to turn, and that's where you'll get a little spin up. And so right now, the area of greatest concern is Worthington, is areas along, just is 161 and just to the north of 161 in Columbus. If you live just to the north of there, that is the area that I'm greatest concern of. So just to the west, just to the east, in Worthington. And then to the east of Worthington. So these are the northern suburbs of Columbus, right along and just south of 270. This is a big interstate, Polaris Parkway, just to the north of this, where there's a big shopping mall here and there's a bunch of stores and restaurants. It looks like if there would be a possible tornado, it might be just off to your south, but I can't definitively say that looking at this radar. So please, if you're anywhere from Africa all the way down to even parts of southern Columbus. I think, southern Columbus down here, you're probably okay. This storm looks like it's gonna miss you well to the north. But anywhere basically from and let me get a street here. Anywhere basically from the Olentangy or Bethel Road, anywhere from Bethel Road right here and north, and all the way to Africa Road up here in the center portions of the screen, right? So Africa all the way here. If you live anywhere in this area, take this like possibly a developing tornado. Look just in the last frame here, Maz. See this kind of start to wrap around here? That is incredibly concerning. That to me says there's wind starting to surge out in front of this. And look at that latest scan. Look at the latest scan. It's even more pronounced now. That could be a developing tornado. Let me look at the velocity here. And I think it hasn't updated yet, but this could be a developing tornado. Let me see if there's a different radar, but this is definitely surging. This is definitely surging, and wind is definitely starting to push out here, and that's a big concern for me at this particular point.
And your lightning right in that area is starting to increase again too.
It is. It definitely is. I can see it outside my window. I mean, I know we don't have a picture of this. I live down here. I've seen a couple lightning bolts strike outside my window, overlooking the city of Columbus. That is, miles away from this storm. So this is a big indication of possibly a strengthening storm. And look, see how you can kind of see this bend? That's these winds pushing out. All it's going to take is a little bit of wrapping up here. I'm getting so many different calls here from all my friends and family. So hopefully you're watching this. But once again, possibly a dangerous situation unfolding in Columbus. I do want to quickly just mention the tornado warnings down in Wilmington and Cincinnati have been expired. But Maz, to your point, look at this.
Well, yeah, I am.
I'm
still watching I've been watching those secondary storms from Kentucky that rapidly are feeding into this other storm. And I'm like, that's could be just enough energy to kick off one.
It could be. And this, these storms have the look, especially on the south side. This has the look here. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. It's a dangerous situation here. Big, massive storms. The good news is we no longer have any tornado warnings in Cincinnati. All severe thunderstorm and flooding. So still dangerous storms there. Probably the only tornado warning right now in Ohio is in Columbus. And it's a dangerous storm that's trying to form something. I don't have enough confidence to say it's on the ground. I don't have enough confidence to say there is a tornado with this thing just yet, but there are concerning signs. And we're far enough away from the radar here. And I've been in Columbus my whole life. I have seen tornadoes that have been on the ground, and there have been less impressive signatures than this on the radar. So, we have seen tornadoes that have spawned from less. So if this storm right now is moving through, it's just kind of moving through Worthington now. Minerva Park, you're up next. This storm's coming right at you. My aunt who lives in New Albany, mom and dad, if you are watching, please call Aunt Mouse and tell her that there is a dangerous storm pushing her way, and tell her to get to shelter. She's got about 10 minutes to do so. Westerville, the southern side of Westerville, Central College, you guys are Pinhook, Minerva, right along 161. You've got a dangerous storm pushing your way that's showing some signs here, right? If this can kind of sneak down a little bit further, we could have a problem here in Ohio. Because this is a very dangerous situation and the only tornado warning right now in Ohio. Just to give you the broader view, we only have 2 tornado warnings right now in the whole country. We've got one down in Indiana. So another line of storms is starting to form. I cannot believe, I did not expect another line of storms to form down here in Indiana. So that's going to be a problem as we go throughout the next couple hours. We've got one tornado warning there, radar indicated tornado warning. The second and probably more pressing tornado warning is moving through the city of Columbus right now. This is the local radar. This is the local, I believe this is the, let's see. It's the local CMH radar near the airport, actually. This is showing still a pretty pronounced a structure here of, you've got your kind of main base up here. You've got your kind of hook down here. This has got winds surging behind it. And let's look at the velocity here. That's not the velocity. Oh gosh. Okay. Yep. Do you see this?
It's like the tornado genesis.
This is it. I've seen this time and time again here where you have this hook. This is a very pronounced hook, just like what we said. This is probably a forming tornado. So, Mom, I'm actually serious here. Please text, and I don't know if any of my friends are on. I don't think my mom is actually still on the stream. Please, someone text them. And actually, Maz, maybe you can just quickly.
What are the roads there? It looks like it's.
Yeah, let me zoom in and you can just talk about the roads.
I can't. It's at 71 and 275. Is that what that is? That goes around Columbus? I think that's what it is. So it looks like things are starting to develop right there, heading east at about 35 miles an hour. So this is a storm that could be trying to spin up a tornado right now. So if you're south of Westerville, if you are right along 270, what is that, 274? Brady, what is that interstate? I can't see that very well. 71 and 270.
270.
270? Yeah, it's hard for me to see. You get older and it's tougher to see that. So right along that, it looks like it's traveling along the interstate as well. That means eventually it could be heading towards Central College, Pinhook, Blendon Corner. So in that area, this is a storm that could be spinning up a tornado. So if you're in those areas, you should be seeking shelter until this storm passes. Looks like Dan, did you have something that you wanted to say there?
No, I was going to confirm it was 270.
270. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm from Cincinnati, so 270 up there in Columbus, and it looks like it's still shifting east at about good 35 miles an hour. Some pretty significant winds with this. It's still riding along that. Boy, I tell you, it's sort of on the verge of doing it. Don't know if it will, but you know what? Better safe than sorry. As it's heading right on into town there. Heading towards Central College and maybe even, just south of Westerville as well. Boy, I tell you, this storm, Brady, each time it starts to spin something up, it'll spin another one up further south. Oh, you're muted there.
Sorry, guys, give me 1 second.
Looks like he's communicating with somebody right now.
Okay, yeah, I
so
got
there's
you,
another
Emma.
one.
I'll keep you safe. All right, love you. Bye.
All right. Talking to his broker.
Sorry, no, I'm talking to my aunt. My aunt lives right here. So she lives right in the path of this thing. So I just wanted to make sure she was safe.
No, that's wise. That's got to get the word out.
Yeah. It looks like, we may have had a tornado here. It looks like this thing is maybe lifted. I want to see a different radar here because this is a dangerous. Let's look up here and just kind of see. No, that doesn't really tell us much. Let's look here, New Albany. Okay. So we're probably going to be best served. Let me just I just want to see if there's any debris here, to just see if we had a quick spin up or not. Not seeing any signs of debris. It just looks like a lot of noise. So, I think looking back at the base velocity here, this is we have winds surging around here, and where probably the greatest threat for a tornado, if this would be on the ground, which, I think just looking a couple frames ago, right, that was kind of where I got most concerned, because we had a hook. We had a very clear kind of hook here that was starting to move. I've seen tornadoes be produced from less, but the good news is it still is there. It still is there, but it doesn't look as pronounced. And what I'm looking at, right, is you can look at the green and look at the this kind of green, this bright green starting to wrap around here, and then see this black. Right. What that is winds that are wrapping around here and then are wrapping around here. Right. Because black is kind of, it doesn't mean like, it means there's winds almost zero. So this is the area that I'm most concerned about, just to the south of downtown Westerville. Oh my gosh, my aunt, where's my aunt? My other aunt. I have two aunts. One lives right here. Oh gosh.
You got a lot of family.
I've got to call her real quick. Hold on. But maybe Mads, you can keep talking about this, because I
was going to say slide down a little bit to Cincinnati as well, just to kind of get another quick look down there. And you're on a different radar site.
I got it. All right, let me call her real quick.
All right, so far looks like we're not seeing as much activity as before, so that is good news. Still some pretty active storms still inside the energy. Any of these coming together? So far, no warnings. That's good news. Not seeing a whole lot else.
Okay, cool. All right, here's my other aunt, Linda Baird. So she's still watching. Okay. And Maz will come right back to this, but I think the area of greatest concern that I have is right just to the south of downtown Westerville. That's moving over top of you guys right now as we speak. This is if we get really, really granular. I was looking at a house here yesterday to buy. So this is an area that is close to home for me. I have family lives here. I have family that lives out in New Albany. I have friends that live all over this place. So that's, I guess, I'm sorry for everyone on the stream. I know there are other storms, but that's why I'm kind of focusing on this one right now. Let me just update our graphic here, because we only have 2 tornado warnings. But this is the area that I'm most concerned about, just to the south of downtown Westerville. So I think this includes some of the shops, and this is right along State Street. This is where your rotation is most strong. We've got winds wrapping in here, winds wrapping in here. So I think this is enough to me that has me worried. I've seen tornadoes spawn from less. Now, the good news is I don't necessarily think this is a huge, massive tornado. If it is, it's an MCS kind of smaller tornado, hopefully. But that is still you really seeing this red is concerning to me. This is a big
put that in motion again.
Yeah.
Let's see that one more time.
Yeah, this is
okay.
It was so. This was Worthington. It was pretty linear. But then look, there's that notch. There's that little notch that develops, and that's pushing. That's kind of pushed through downtown Westerville. At least the good news is it looks
it's a little further back.
Yeah, the green is a little bit further back. So maybe it's weakened a little bit. Maybe the rotation is weakened a little bit. I'm seeing the bright red is kind of here's your bright green. So it's still rotating, people. This is still rotating, and it's still a dangerous situation. But maybe, just maybe, the rotation has lifted a little bit. And I know I have one aunt that lives down here in New Albany. Still remain in your tornado shelter, because you are going to get a pretty nasty storm. But if this thing kind of keeps trending the way it is, the strongest area of rotation is probably going to miss you to the north. So that's good news. I called her, and she sounded a little upset. So I just want to make sure that she knows that just stay in your tornado shelter. Now is not the time to necessarily panic, because it isn't necessarily I'm not looking at this saying there's a tornado on the ground just yet. I think there could be one that's trying to form, though, right? Because you have this big pocket of red that is wind rushing in from the south, and it's wrapping. And you see this little indent here. It's wrapping in that little indent. And oftentimes, when you have something like this, that's when you can have, as these winds kind of sneak into the storm and start to wrap around like this, that's when you can get a little spin up here, and it just looks a little bit more pronounced. Just to the north here, we could have something. We could definitely have something here.
Was that North College? Is that where that was?
It's North College. It's just north of Central College. You can kind of see this area of lower wind that could be a tornado that's trying to form here. So I'm still concerned, and I don't like the look of that. Maz, you can see this circle here. New tornado warning is about to come for this is going to include New Albany.
So they still have the warning in effect until 11:15 for the area. So I guess the question is, are they going to extend this out further?
Yeah, they just did. They just extended this out.
Okay.
We're going to hear the sound effect in just a second. New Albany, Westerville. I guess Westerville, this storm just went over top of you. So I think Westerville, you should be okay. I don't want to say you're okay, but I think the worst of it looks like it's passed. And let's just look at the velocity to confirm that. It looks like the storm has just passed over top of you. Now, having said that, this could be, what we're looking at right now could be something. It might be nothing. This is not the strongest radar signature I've ever seen. This is not the most pronounced, right? And this is not me saying there is a tornado on the ground. I'm saying there could be. And good news, my aunt Linda Baird, who is she lives basically like right in here, so just to the north of rotation. She says they're okay. So that's
good news.
That's really good news,
Linda.
And Linda, I don't want you to look outside, but I would love to hear it. Like, did you see anything? Did you was it really windy? Did it seem like it was kind of spinning around at any point? I'd be really curious to see that from you, Linda. But I'm glad you're okay. And looking on the other radar, this is the Wilmington radar. Still a pretty. Doesn't look as organized either. It does not look as organized here, which is I guess good news. There isn't really a big strong hook that I'm seeing, but looking at the local radar, which is a little bit more, this is way closer to the storm. This is our short range reflectivity. I'm still kind of seeing some signs of rotation, and that's why the National Weather Service extended this warning. And there was just a lightning strike right outside my window. That was crazy. We've got Maz, to your point, you talked about a little bit of these storms. We've got these storms feeding in from the north. So this low level jet is still cranking into this thing. And that's why we're concerned. And why we are tracking this storm pretty much exclusively, because this is the only tornado warning right now in the entire US. We are down to one tornado warning, which is good news. But this tornado warning, regardless, is a dangerous storm. And looking on the latest velocity scan, you can still see that, right, Maz? You can still see that kind of wrapping around that way.
Right, and you're still if you looked on your the upper left panel again, the energy is still holding on. I was surprised because everything looked like it was shifting further south, but I'm like, it's still holding on. So it's still feeding into it.
It is. Yeah, you still have kind of winds. I guess the only possible thing that I'm at least that gives me some hope here is just look at the last frame. Remember the last couple of frames we had the red in going in and kind of intruding. This almost looks like the outflow is winning the battle here. So the outflow is probably winning the battle, and now it's a more linear. This red is more linear. This red is more north to south, which means maybe, just maybe, that this is rotating less. And so this is not, the all clear is not arrived yet for New Albany and areas just to the north of New Albany. This is probably the area that I'm greatest concerned about, just in this area. But I know my aunt lives right along Central College Road. The good news is I'm not seeing anything that is incredibly impressive. that says there's a tornado on the ground with this. We still have generally broad rotation, and it generally is still spinning, but it doesn't look as impressive as it did a couple frames ago. It really doesn't. So I think you're probably going to get some strong winds. You're probably going to get some rain, maybe some lightning. And you still need to stay in your tornado shelter. If you live in New Albany, this storm is about to be brought on top of you, but I'm not seeing anything that screams tornado on the ground. So that's good news.
Far, I like. Yeah, it is good news.
But
now what I'm hoping everything is just transitioning over time just to heavy rain. Although we have been seeing a lot of.
Issued a tornado warning for.
you spoke too soon, Maz. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I did.
Southwestern Monroe County in south central Indiana, northeastern Martin County in southwestern Indiana, northern Lawrence County in south central Indiana, southeastern Greene County in southwestern Indiana.
Indiana's firing up.
Yeah. And we just had a user in the chat. I had to ban them for just a sec. So I didn't even know I could do that, but I did now.
Sweet.
But New Albany, the storm is right on top of you right now. I think you're going to get some winds. I'm not incredibly concerned, but still, tornado warning. Stay in your tornado shelters. Now is not the time to come out, look around, and see what's going on. This storm is right on top of you in New Albany, but it's a linear threat. This is a linear threat here generally, and the good news is right now, like, there's probably a pretty good shelf cloud with this. But if I just back up a couple of frames here, see that little the red intruding and kind of starting to go in. Watch the last couple of frames here. See now it starts to kind of line out and lose that definition. That's a really good sign. So those that are in New Albany, I know my aunt lives right here. Stay in your tornado shelter, but I don't think there's necessarily a tornado on the ground right now with this thing. And watch too. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, so now we're starting to shift a little bit more towards Indiana. I've seen southwestern Monroe County. We're talking mainly south central Indiana, northwestern Martin County, northwestern Lawrence County, southeastern Greene County. They are all under a tornado warning until 11:45 Eastern Daylight Time. So radar indicated storms. Fascinating. Here it is after 11 p.m.
I don't like that look too. I really don't like that look.
Well, and it's still in a very high energy area across Indiana. There's a lot of ingredients still sitting out there. Yeah, no,
I completely agree with that. And it's going to be, I mean, this could be a long night. So it's crazy, but I do see Linda, my aunt, just said goodnight. So thank you for watching. Glad you're safe. We got more sirens in downtown Columbus right now. We've got some of my friends that are kind of calling in here. Still, please, still take the storm seriously. This is not time to let down your guard just yet. But New Albany, you guys are the storm is just kind of moving through and it's kind of skirting you to the north. I think if there would be anything, it'd be probably to your north. But stay in your tornado shelter. Andrew Johnson asked, "Is Granville in danger?" And let me see. I should know where Granville, Ohio is, but let me just make sure that Granville. Granville, you are just off to the east, I believe, right? Right.
So Brady, if you go a little farther southwest of there, it looks like there is more storms that are firing up.
They are, yeah. Let me look here. Yeah, they definitely are. And that's actually what why I'm seeing a bunch of lightning right now in Columbus, because we are seeing those storms start to really fire up. So that we just had a viewer question: is Granville in danger? Granville, you're not in any immediate danger. This storm is pushing right at you, and it's about to go through a merger. Right. It's about to go through a merger where all of these three cells are going to get sucked up into this thing. So that could destroy the rotation. That could also allow it to recycle, because right now it's pretty linear. There isn't necessarily anything that screams tornado on the ground with this. It's pretty north to south here. So that's good. That's good news. I think there's probably not a tornado on the ground with this. And if I look at, let me just make sure there's no correlation, make sure there's no
I don't
debris.
see any.
Let me just make sure there was nothing here. Yeah, so nothing, no real debris here. And my aunt too, I would love if you text me and just make sure you're okay. I just want to make sure that you because this storm is kind of moving through.
Oh, there's Granville. I see
Moving
it
through
now.
you guys right now. Yeah. So Granville, you're downstream in this thing. You don't have a tornado warning just yet, but you know, this thing's heading right towards you in Granville. So Aunt Mouse, if you are watching, please text me or call me or let me know that you're okay. I think the storm is going through you guys right now, and you know, you'll get some rain behind it, but I think you know, after about 5-10 minutes here, the greatest rotation will have passed. Now, for those that are in Newark, this is a dangerous storm, and so if you live in Newark, Ohio, or Granville, this is going to go through a little bit of a recycling stage, and then is going to possibly to you know, who knows what's going to happen at that point. So really quickly too, I want to quickly just go and do a quick run robin here of the storms that we have. We have 2 active tornado warnings right now as we speak, one in Columbus, Ohio, and one just to the south of Indianapolis. We have a huge complex of storms that is you know, here in Columbus, here in Bloomington, and here in Cincinnati. All of these are producing incredibly strong lightning, and one has a tornado warning. It's a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It's about to move into Guthrie. So you know, pretty strong. Actually, I think this was a little bit more pronounced a couple frames ago. It still is a decently strong rotation here, and it's about to move into Guthrie, Chapel Hill, Harrodsburg. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, but on a day like today, please take every warning seriously. The second tornado warning right now is in Columbus, Ohio. That's for this storm here that's about to go through a bit of a recycling phase. But I don't like that look. To be honest, this thing keeps trying to spin up. Remember how we said when the red starts to kind of intrude, right? This is really, and we have a really strong area of wind that's wrapping around this thing. So if the outflow here can kind of keep wrapping around here, we might have a problem here. So if you live, I don't know if we had a viewer in Granville. If you live in Granville, you're not in a tornado warning right now, and they actually just let this tornado warning expire. So that's great news. But we're going to have to keep an eye on that as well. We'll come back to that in just a second. And that's it. That's good news for folks in Columbus. They just dropped the tornado warning. And nope, sorry, they extended it too soon.
Did they really?
They did.
Interesting. I was going to say, yeah, well, yeah. Let's see what the news is on this one here. What do you have?
Real quick, let me make sure she's good.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for Licking County in central Ohio.
All right, so that's this same storm that we just lost. That we did, and the sirens just sounded again in New Albany. And Morris, we got a question about, is this live stream? No, it's not. I'm just this is hitting close to home for me. I have family here. I have family here. I have family here. So it's just I'm that's why I'm focusing on this. Plus, this is probably the greatest threat at this particular point across the country. We only have 2 tornado warnings, but I'm gonna try my best to kind of bounce back and forth. So I'm sorry about that, guys, but I'll keep I'll keep kind of hitting all these storms here as we go. But you know, I think we've had a dangerous day so far. We started streaming at 6 p.m. Within 5 minutes of us starting the stream, we had a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. Within 10 minutes of starting the stream, we had a second particularly dangerous tornado warning. Within 15 minutes of starting the stream, we had a tornado emergency. That was all in Michigan. The threat started in Michigan and then has moved slowly to the south. And it started in Michigan and then was in Indiana, where we saw possibly a couple of tornadoes, and then has been manifesting in Ohio. And so Ohio has been under the gun here. And I think, Maz, to your point, we're starting to see that threat shift to the south in Indiana and southern Ohio, where we have a number and it looks like our tower, one
A
of the
lot of
towers.
lightning.
Yeah, and there's a ton of lightning with these storms. And so our threat is really, we still have a nasty storm that's going to move through eastern Ohio and is tornado warned right now. It's a radar indicated tornado, a severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing a tornado. And Aunt Mouse, my aunt said all is well. So good news from the stream. Aunt Mouse, thank you so much. I love you, and I'm glad you're okay. So Aunt Mouse she lives in New Albany, and the rotation basically went right. She lives right here. The rotation went right to her north. She said there was really, really, really hard rain and blowing winds for a little bit, and then it quickly died down. So, I don't necessarily think that was a tornado, but this still is a dangerous storm. This storm is about to go through a merger here, though. And
yeah. And what's interesting is when you were talking about the beginning of the day, that tornado that started south of Kalamazoo, Michigan, around Portage. I actually was talking with a friend up there, and he sent some pictures, and there was some pretty amazing damage.
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness! I mean, it took out like a FedEx place, and I forgot what the other big business was up there, and a lot of trees down. Up and now since then, the energy has shifted to the south. The storms are still kind of feeding along the northern edge of this energy. I'd love to see everything just kind of, let's just have a rain event. But even saying that, there could be a tremendous amount of rain as these storms continue to train over the same areas.
Yep. There could. This is about 5 p.m. today, Eastern. This is how we started the stream. We had a tornado producing storm that moved through northern Michigan. This was the first particularly dangerous situation. We had another storm that moved through Portage that dropped a tornado. This was the tornado emergency in the southern portions of Michigan. So we had multiple tornado producing storms. And then we had a second area of rotation that moved right over top of Portage. Portage, Michigan got hit with 2 tornadoes today. And just and Dan was telling us earlier about structures that had collapsed, and that there was some pretty significant damage in Portage. This is that second tornado. Then as the day went on, those storms kind of moved out, and the threat shifted south. The threat shifted into Ohio and Illinois. And looking back at that radar, right, we had, and this is going to take just a second to load here, and then we're going to go right back to these tornado warnings. But looking back at this radar, we had, and this is going to take just a second here. As that threat shifted to the south, we had this line of supercells that formed right along the nose of a low-level jet and other things, and watches these storms. We knew these were going to be a problem as they moved further off to the east. And we had one cell to the north. This cell is that same cell that has produced tornado warning after tornado warning as it moved off to the west. These were these cells down in Cincinnati that Phil was tracking, and Phil tracked these where we saw a wall cloud on the stream, and we saw a couple of dangerous storms moving through eastern and southeastern Indiana and western Ohio. We had a 3 tornadoes on the ground just to the west of Wilmington, all with debris signatures at one particular moment. And that was right as this storm, right as this storm here. Here were your 3 tornadoes. 1, 2, 3. And it produced damage here and went right over the Wilmington radar. And then we saw these storms move into Cincinnati, and absolutely a lot of lightning, a lot of winds. And then we've seen this persistent storm up here in Columbus that moved through Columbus. Look at all that lightning really ramped up. And by the way, everyone that's watching, this is a past radar. This isn't current. This is past. And then we had it move through Columbus, had tornado warning after tornado warning, and it's still trying to produce some sort of tornado just to the south of Newark. Still has a warning on it, but I mean, this is really starting to kind of struggle here because, Matt, to your point, all of this and all of this rain, all of this wind is all getting kind of sucked up into this storm. And I would bet we're going to look and see a pretty ragged rotation here. I think it,
Yeah.
could be falling apart.
So the warning is still in effect. We've got Licking County in central Ohio, tornado warning in effect until 11:45. It was, radar indicated rotation. And again, sometimes the rotation is aloft. It's higher up in the storm. It doesn't always come down. But when you've got that rotation, possible tornado indicated, that's what they're still going to issue a tornado warning for that, because it could drop quickly. It doesn't always do that, but it's better to be safe than sorry.
Thank you, Tyler. Thank you for that $2 here. We first of all, before, I know everyone's some people are kind of logging off. I know we had a good amount of people in Ohio. Please like and subscribe to the channel. We're the Stormfront Freaks. If you're watching us on Twitter and you go to the video that we're on, and if you, first of all, hit this like button if you do like what you're seeing. If you don't, that's fine. You don't have to like it. But also, you won't see this on my screen, but there will be a little subscribe button right to the right of the Stormfront Freaks logo. And what that allows you to do is every time we go live in the future, we're going to keep doing this for a lot of the severe weather events that happen across the country. So this allows you to be notified when we go live. You'll be on in the second that we are live. And really, we're happy that you're watching us, guys. We love you so much. And all of us are incredibly blessed to be able to do this. And so, just want to give a thank you to the bottom of my heart for everyone that's watching. And I hope at the bare minimum, right, my goal is just to try to help people get through storms. And so I hope today that we helped you kind of get through these storms and help keep you safe, and helped you laugh a little, right? Because the weather can be scary sometimes, but it can also be fun. And our goal is to try to not scare people, but show them what's happening, and also have them have a little fun with it too, right? Because the more people that kind of learn to know and understand the weather, actually, the less scary it becomes, because you can tell, okay, there's a big tornado warning, but maybe I'm not going to get hit because I can read the radar. So that's really my goal, and I'm really thankful for everyone here. All the OGs, I love you guys. I know we've got a solid group, about 20 people that are always on our stream. Everyone that's watching, it's your first time, we love you as well. And we can't wait to continue this. We're just getting this stream started. And with your guys' help, we can make this something special. So it's going to take every one of you, though, to make it special. We're going to need every single person that's watching tonight to keep watching us in the future. And, we're going to keep building this from the ground up with your help. So thank you again from the bottom of our heart.
Right. Will you shift down to the Cincinnati area again real quick?
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, and really quick too. They did just update this tornado warning. I think the areas of greatest rotation is kind of shifting to the north. So possibly a new kind of area of rotation that's developed. Both of these kind of areas. So just to the east of Johnstown, moving into Barracks Corners, Cooksbury Corners, Fredona. You guys are all on the path of this possibly newly developing rotation. This thing's going through a merger, so it's kind of getting destroyed. And when you see that, sometimes the rotation can shift to the north. All right, let's go ahead and get down to Cincy, and go ahead, Mass.
Okay, so we've got a lot of just basically some rain down here, but I've been watching some of these storms. I'd like to see punch up some velocity on those for me just real quick, if you would.
Really strong winds.
Yeah, run it through the what am I trying to say here? I'm getting tired. I can tell already.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and run a loop. That's a loop. The big word of the night.
Yeah.
All right. I kind of want to take a look at that.
Oh, wait, it's doing 250 frames. Let's just do 21 frames. How about that?
Okay. All right. Well, that is good news. All right. I just wanted to double check because we had a couple of cells that were just individual. There was some lightning that was popping up, and now it's just kind of dying out. So that's good news. Now it's turning into mainly just a rain event so far around Cincinnati. How about shifting a little farther into Indiana?
Let's do it. Let's go to the tornado warning here.
Okay.
I don't like that.
Yeah.
I really don't like that.
That's southwest of Guthrie, Indiana. And that is still in a pretty good area of energy.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Ooh. Maybe that's delayed. I'm really hoping
run
that's
a
not
run a loop on
delayed.
that one. Let's see.
I'm really hoping that's not a delayed frame
I
here.
know. Oh,
Maybe.
I don't know.
Let me
It's gonna shear it out a
let's,
little bit.
let's just see if this corresponds with the velocity. Okay, maybe not. Unless the CC is really delayed here.
That could be.
Yeah. Yikes. Noah just asked. So dangerous situation here, just to the south of Guthrie here, and Barlettsville. Gosh, yesterday on the stream, Dan, you remember Bartlesville? This is a Barlettsville, so this is a very similar name to the town that we had last night that got hit by a pretty devastating tornado here. But I think the good thing is right now, strong rotation. This frame, this was 10, 15 minutes ago. Strong rotation. Red Hill might have taken a direct hit from a tornado. And then it looks like it crossed Highway State Route 37. And then just recently it looks a little bit weaker. So I'm hoping that this lifted and it hopefully did not produce anything. But my gosh, it may have. And yeah, guys, I think, and Noah brings up a good point. Flooding is going to be a concern. We already have flash flood as we go later in the night. These storms are going to continue to train over the same areas. If we put these in motion here, watch this motion. See them training over the same areas. Cincinnati is getting absolutely pelted right now by rain. And look at this. We still have things streaming in. As long as we continue to have things streaming in, this rain is going to be like a fire hose, and it's going to stay over the same areas. So as we go through the night, we'll still have a tornado threat, but we're kind of transitioning a little bit to a flood threat here. And this is not good news for folks and really, I mean, from back in Indiana, anywhere in this kind of zone is going to be some significant flooding and some really heavy rain over the next couple hours. We already have flash flood warnings for Oxford, Hamilton, Fairfield, often western Indiana, Connorsville. You guys are all under flash flood warnings, and that's I don't see any sign that that's gonna stop here. This is going to keep pushing to the north, and there's just a ton of rain falling in the Cincinnati metro area north. So if I do know we had a viewer that talked about living here in Cincinnati, and if its basement's going to flood. If your basement flooded in the past, it probably is going to flood again tonight. I hope it doesn't. But if you live really anywhere in this Cincinnati metro area, you're going to have probably a couple hours of some really heavy rain.
Right. We just had a power surge here. Interesting.
Did you?
It's raining pretty good. We've had 1 to 2 inches of rain that has come down. Where's my flash flood warning?
Yeah.
There we go. Flash flood warnings. 1 to 2 inches of rain. Expected rain rate is another 1 to 2 inches in 1 hour. So
yeah, it's not good. Yeah, you can tell. So this is also a radar here. I think this is. How long is this for? I think this is
till 2 a.m. looks like for
yeah. Well, I'm trying to see. I forget how. I think this is like storm total. This graphic we're showing now can tell you how much rain has fallen. So these storms in Bloomington, they've dropped about 1.5 inches of rain just in the past like an hour to two. So flooding is a big concern now from Bloomington, Indiana, on basically a straight line just north of Columbus, Indiana, now pushing to the south of Hope, Indiana. We have rain of about almost 1.5 inches. So that is a ton of rain, and it's continuing to fall. These storms are going to keep pushing and training over the same areas. So these totals are going to continue to climb up and up and up. And where that happens, we're going to have some flooding problems. And then off in Cincinnati, look at this. Unbelievable. Right over downtown Cincinnati, another bullseye. About 1.5 inches of rain that have fallen in downtown Cincinnati.
Yep.
So I really, I'm hoping that whoever's house is not in downtown Cincinnati, because it is raining pretty heavily and definitely a bullseye here, really in downtown and maybe just to the north of downtown here.
Well, that was after a huge round of heavy rain early in the afternoon.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like you couldn't see down the street. It was raining so hard.
No.
So we definitely don't like to see any more.
No. Yeah. Tanya says, okay, in Westerville off Cleveland Avenue off 270. Yeah, let's just do one more check up in that area. I know we've got a lot of people watching in that area. So
And there is still some winds with these storms. You know, not huge damaging winds, but there's still some gusty winds with these storms as they, begin to kind of collapse as the evening wears on or nighttime wears on, I guess. But rain and some wind right now.
Yeah. Yeah, rain and some wind. And so Westerville, I guess we had a viewer talk about Westerville off Cleveland Avenue. You still got some this is still rain that's kind of, if I put this in motion here. And to be honest, we might have some flooding concerns now in Columbus, mainly in kind of this area, New Albany. My aunt just texted me and said it's raining really, really hard. But the tornado warning, Aunt Mouse, is passed. The rotation is passed. Yeah, I don't think that's a little. Let's just hold on. I saw something that was a little concerning there. There's rotation is passed. So I'm not too concerned about New Albany. Probably the area that I'm most concerned about in this tornado warning is off here and maybe here. So there's kind of two possible areas of rotation here, just to the southwest of Fredina, and then just to the south of Utica, Ohio. Shaylin Faith asked about what about Blacklick Estates. Let's go to Blacklick Estates. Just want to make sure that I get that right. That is just to the southwest of Columbus. Okay, so yeah, Blacklick Estates, you should be fine. You may get some. I think Blacklick Estates is somewhere down here. You may get some more rain, but this tornado warning is well to your north. So Blacklick Estates, you might get some rain from this down here. But the tornado warning is really up here just to the north of Newark. That's probably the area of greatest concern. And then New Albany, you're going to continue to get heavy rain over the next couple hours.
Well,
oh gosh,
love it when things start to die down. What do you got now?
So Jess had just said, unfortunately, Wilmington had to tweet out to people to tell them to not call them for what they see on their radar app. Yeah, that is it. Unfortunately, we people do that all the time, where they call their local National Weather Service and say, "Hey, I see this on the radar," and it's like, well, guess what? They have radar too, so they can see it too. And actually, they probably have a better radar than you do, potentially, and more radar access. So that's just a good lesson to probably don't. Especially when the National Weather Service has a tornado going right over top of them, potentially. It probably isn't a good time to call them and say, hey, I see this on radar. It's like they probably see it too. Now, if you have a report, if you see actually a tornado on the ground in person, that is a good time to report that to them, right? Because that is really useful information that kind of helps them. But, Hillsborough, Ohio. Yeah, Hillsborough is definitely going to get hit pretty hard here. Okay, so let's just. I just want to quickly head back over to this tornado warning here, and I know we have a lot of people that were in these storms today. So as things hopefully wind down, send us your pictures and video and everything else along those lines. Because if you send them to me on Twitter or Instagram, I can go ahead and put them on the show, and we can see what exactly happened in Columbus or in Cincinnati or in Indiana and all the storms today. So if you did see anything today, hopefully you saw it safely. And if you are in any of these storms now, don't just run outside and take a picture, especially if you're in a tornado warning. because you're not going to be able to see anything at night. But if you did see anything today, go ahead and send them to me. Either DM them to me on Twitter or Instagram. I'm at Stormcat5 with an underscore. Someone, of course, took the original Stormcat 5, so I did not get that. I have beef with them. I've been trying to get that username, but I still haven't gotten it yet. But go ahead and while you're there, go ahead and give me a follow. Also follow the Stormfront Freaks as well. They if you've seen Maz and Phil and Dan and a couple other freaks on the show today. We are a podcast that we do. We do so much more than podcasting, right? We started as a podcast. Now we branched out to Outbreak, and that's what you're watching right now. And so, we're going to continue to do this every severe weather event. So go ahead and give myself and Stormfront Freaks a follow on the different social platforms. And you know what? Go ahead and give Maz and Dan a follow. Maz and Dan, you guys want to quickly give your social media platforms that people can follow you on, if you want people to follow you.
Sure. Dan, go ahead first.
If you want to check out my YouTube channel, it's Dan Wallace WX. Thank you.
And
awesome.
And I would just
I'm on X. Go ahead.
And I would just do a quick plug for Dan too. Dan's YouTube channel is awesome. He's got some. We've chased with Dan before, and he does some amazing things with the 360 video on top of his chase vehicle. And he gets some great shots from kind of chasing storms. Dan's based out of Texas and is a huge part of this show. So if you're in the chat, give Dan some love because Dan does a lot of stuff behind the scenes. Dan helps me out tremendously on all these Outbreak streams, and he's a wonderful human being to top that. So give Dan a lot of love and go check out his YouTube channel. Dan, one more time, what's that YouTube channel?
Thank you, Brady. It's Dan Wallace WX.
Dan Wallace WX. All right. That's Dan Wallace WX on YouTube. Maz, go ahead. You're up. How can people follow you?
Awesome. First of all, great job, Dan. We appreciate you a lot. You can find me on X at MoneyStorm, the number 4 and the letter U. MoneyStorm for you.
MoneyStorm for you. That is I actually love that. I love that. That is that's just, when did you have that handle? Was that a long time ago?
Oh my gosh. That was, oh goodness. 7 years probably.
Wow.
Something like that. Yeah, I know. Right.
That's a great tag, man.
Thanks. Thanks, man.
Yeah. And Maz, I want to thank you as well. And we have a lot of people.
Sure.
We have a lot of people too that are giving Dan love, Miss Ellis and Nikki, Dan and Maz. I want to thank you as well. You were invaluable here to be able to kind of bounce things off of and be able to provide coverage for areas that I wasn't seeing. And guys, Maz used to do this for a living. Maz was a TV meteorologist in Cincinnati.
Almost 20 years. Almost 20 years. Yeah, it's actually been almost 20 years since I was on the air too. So did that kind of get? I don't want to say fun. Going? I don't want to say fun because tornadoes aren't. You understand? It's exciting, but storms.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So it's good. It's good to help out and just kind of help anybody understand some things a little bit better. And let me tell you, Brady, great job, dude. Seriously. I'm surprised TV stations are not calling you because they should. They really should.
Get out of here. Get out of here, man.
Seriously. No, I'm serious.
You're the best.
You keep it flowing too.
Yeah. And maybe I should do that because I think if I keep doing this, I'm going to get some blood clots in my legs. So, because I haven't stood up for like 3 hours now.
People were concerned about you hydrating, and I'm serious.
I know. Yeah, my mom kept
2 gallons of spit, buddy. That's a lot of spit you have.
I know.
There, so.
Yeah, I know. I try to keep it coming, but seriously, man, thank you and Dan and Phil. I know Phil joined us as well. He's no longer with us. Oh, I'm sorry. That was a bad way to express it. He is still with us. Phil is still alive. He is no longer on the stream. So, that's sorry. I didn't.
He's alive and well.
Phil is alive and well. He's at home and he's, I think, back with his family. So, but he's getting crushed by some rain right now. But Maz, seriously, thank you. And Dan, we're not going to end just yet, but I wanted to thank you guys with everyone on because you guys have done some great work and hopefully we'll continue to do this in the future. And Maz, I love you having on, or I love you being on because you're like, You've done this before. You're the expert, and so I'm just kind of learning as I go. So,
Well, let me tell you, I will say this. So it's been fascinating watching meteorology evolve over the years with the technology, and it's amazing. It really, I hinted at it from the old days. I said, if you were just looking at just standard radar back in the day, you would have never known there was a tornado in there.
no,
When I started, it was I was at the University of Nebraska, and we were writing on a board with dry erase markers backwards.
Crazy.
And then it evolved to the Commodore 64 computer. For those of you,
Oh my god,
it was pretty bad. I used to play Pong on it. Right? It was like, oh
are
my
you
gosh.
kidding me?
Oh, I'm
No
not
way.
kidding. It was really bad. It was, yeah. But hey, we were excited. That was our first
Wow.
graphics for putting the forecast in.
Yeah,
Things have changed since then.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I kind of miss those days. I guess I wasn't a part of those days, but there was something about just drawing a weather map with colored pencils and eventually kind of doing it on computers. But there's something about that's just like, and it works too. It works.
Right.
But
well, you think back to Terrible Tuesday back in the 70s, the Xenia tornadoes, and they didn't have all the high tech,
No.
and that was just the super outbreak was insane.
it was.
Oh man.
Yeah. It's it is crazy. And Jess, thank you for the donation. Jess, you're too kind. Jess, you've given us too much already. But thank you so much for the donation. We just got the ability to do donations. So we appreciate everyone that's given. We appreciate everyone that's watching, whether you're watching on Twitter, whether you're watching on YouTube. This has been our biggest stream by far. So thank you guys again for watching. We're going to do this. We might do this again tomorrow. So if the outlook is kind of looking a little iffy, before the show's over, we'll review what we got going on tomorrow. We might have to run this back tomorrow because we have another risk of severe weather.
Yeah.
So we'll definitely let you guys know. Just make sure you follow us on Twitter at Stormfront Freak, at Stormcat5. You'll know whether or not we're going to go live tomorrow. I'll put something out in the morning. Thanks, Morris. Appreciate it. Jess says really good job today. Thank you, Jess. Jess Fuzzy and all these guys have been OGs. So thank you for watching it. Thank you, Mac. I appreciate the love there. So thank you guys again. And I think, we can, Miss, you should link the YouTube channel for everyone on this live. Yeah, I'll do that right now. All right, let's quickly get back to the storms here, because we do have whoops, that's not what I wanted to put on. My brain is starting to die here. By the way, I stayed up till 1 last night following storms on live.
Yeah.
And then tonight looks like it we'll see how things go. I'm actually kind of hoping things wind down a little bit so I can get some rest. But
were you on with the Oklahoma? Was that Barnesdale or something?
Yeah, we were on with a high risk yesterday. So we had a high risk yesterday in Oklahoma. It didn't produce nearly as many warnings, and I guess we'll see at the end of the day. But it only produced really one tornado. But it produced more than one. But it produced one really impactful tornado. That's Barnesdale and Bartlesville, Oklahoma. It did a lot of damage. So. So let's just quickly check it back at the radar. And thanks, Mom. Thanks for watching. You're the best. So it looks like we Red Eagles said we got ice cold in Highland County, Ohio. How are we looking in Mount Vernon, Ohio? So sorry, I did see those. I wanted to make sure I get to those. So Mount Vernon, Ohio is up here. So Mount Vernon, Ohio is just up to the north. Let's look at what we got on the velocity here, let's look at what we got on the rain just to see what we got. Yeah, Mount Vernon looks like you're well to the south of this complex of storms. The good news is
uptick in lightning.
Oh yeah, big time uptick in lightning. The only, oh my gosh, New Albany, you're still you're still getting rain. The good news is you're almost out of it. The other good piece of good news, we don't have any tornado warnings anymore. We have 0 tornado warnings. This is the first time in like 6 hours that we haven't had any tornado warnings. This has been a crazy, crazy night and one that has just tornado warning after tornado warning after tornado warning. Mount Vernon, you're just getting some showers here. You're well to the south, well to the north of this thing, so you're fine. Newark, this storm isn't even warned at this point, so that's really good news. This storm no longer has a tornado warning, no longer has a severe thunderstorm warning. So that's really good news that we might finally. This is still a nasty storm. To your point, Mass, it still's got a lot of lightning, and this still has some decently strong winds, and it's still has a little bit of it's still trying to form something there. So just to the north of Newark, there's actually a couple of little things here. So I don't necessarily think that that's like a tornado, but the fact that we're seeing that uptick in lightning, and if we put this in motion here, we've got a big storm merger ongoing. I'm hoping this is us starting to form or not us, but the storm starting to form a line. If it starts to form a line, starts to line out, that could be good news. I'm still kind of seeing that the storm is still starting to still kind of on that nose of good conditions, and that's why it's still going. And look, they just put a severe thunderstorm warning on this.
Just like that.
Okay, I thought I heard tornado sirens out my window, but that was just a car. So that's good. That was not tornado sirens. There's no tornado warning right now in Columbus, but still a dangerous storm. And they did put a possible tornado on this. So this could be trying to reorganize here, maybe into something, but nothing right now. But I mean, remember, all night long we've been seeing whenever storms start to kind of show signs of strengthening and start to show signs of rotating. They have really increased in lightning. And look at these two clusters of a bunch of lightning. So if you're in north, if you're near Newark, just to the east of New Albany, you're going to see a light show right now, and that could be a sign that this thing is wanting to start to strengthen here. So we're not completely out of the woods yet, in just to the north of Newark, just to the south of Utica, but this storm is kind of slowly sliding off into this new warning, and so Coshocton, Fraserburg, West Lafayette, Ohio, you guys are all on this severe thunderstorm warning. But it could be a problem here as it pushes off into eastern Ohio.
It's probably, since those storms kind of merged together, it's probably the last push.
Yes.
Where it doesn't get it to a higher level, but severe thunderstorm warning,
Yeah.
I've been seeing some interesting stuff with maybe some small hail, mostly gusty winds and rain and some lightning.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed.
But you could still get a wind gust over 60 miles an hour, So
they just put a special weather statement on this storm too. So it's still a pretty strong storm. Mac says these guys need some good RNG for better weather. You're right about that, Mac. This area has been getting pretty just look at the radar loop here. A fire hose, a mini fire hose here, and we have a flash flood warning that was issued for the New Albany area. Folks probably in that area got that warning. My aunt is still watching. I know she got that warning, and that warning actually goes off like a tornado warning sometimes. Makes the same sound effect that a tornado warning does. The good news, well, I don't want to say the good news is, but this is not a tornado warning. This is a flash flood warning that includes, actually it almost includes me, but it doesn't. But this includes kind of the northern suburbs of Columbus, and then continuing on into New Albany, Alexandria, Grandview, Newark. This is basically just saying 1 to 2 inches of rain has fallen, and 1 to 2 inches of rain could fall. Right? If we look at the how much rain? Oh gosh, yeah, 1 to 2, almost 2.5 inches, or I guess almost 2 inches has fallen over this area. So flooding is a big concern in this area, and it's going to be a concern probably for the next 30 minutes to an hour as this storm kind of just takes its sweet old time and pushes off to the east.
Right. Tomorrow's looking interesting again later in the day, a little bit further south.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't expect to see Michigan or northern Indiana or northern Ohio in it, but southern Indiana, southern Ohio, all of Kentucky, Tennessee. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm going to pull it up right now. I'm going to just quickly just link our YouTube channel while we still have some folks on. So I'm putting the YouTube channel in the chat, guys, for the Stormfront Freaks. Go ahead and check us out. If you're watching us on YouTube, all you have to do is click on our icon. But there's a good link there to check out our YouTube channel. And while you're at it, go check out Dan's YouTube channel too. Dan, I don't know, you can send me that link. I'll put it in the chat as well. But we've had a crazy night so far, and right now though there's no tornado warnings, so it's really good news. While we have a little bit of a kind of a lull here, let's to your point, Maz, let's just do a quick rundown of tomorrow. And tomorrow, so what we're pulling up now, and this is actually today, but what we're pulling up now is the Storm Prediction Center. This is kind of like this is who helps issue all the warnings, and this is who issues all of like our outlooks. This is kind of like the source of truth. Like for me, if I have a question, if I want to see how a day is going to be, I can look at the models myself. And I've been to school for this, so I did go to meteorology school for 4 years at Ohio State. Go Bucks! But I know Maz is a Cornhusker. Dan, I don't know where did you go to college?
Tacoma Community.
Tacoma, is that
Awesome.
in Texas?
Do what?
Is that in Texas?
No, that's in Washington State.
Okay, Washington. Okay. Oh, so that's like way up north.
I've been all over. They're still looking for me.
Dan, that is
I've been everywhere.
I love that. I love that phrase. I'm going to use that. They're still looking for me. Anyway. So what was I saying? I totally lost.
Tomorrow. You're looking at tomorrow's
tomorrow.
outlet.
Yeah.
And by the way, a lot of really super smart PhDs there. SPC, they're great. You know.
Oh yeah.
We've had some folks on our show, and yeah,
this is the smartest people in the biz that do this, and so we generally will follow what they say, and I can read models and I can do all that stuff, but they're way smarter than me. So yeah, it's good to see, but really quickly too, I just want to go through what the reports for today, and then we can look at maybe tomorrow. So what we're looking at now, this is the storm reports for today. So this is what the National Weather Service has gotten so far. Ooh, sorry, pain in my side. There's the blood clots.
Don't even say that.
I'm kidding. I lifted today, so that got my Anyway, so we've had a total of 16 tornado reports so far. Now, to be honest, the possible tornadoes in Ohio, it was dark. It was mostly dark when they went through. So generally at night, we might have less reports of tornadoes. And it usually takes a day or two for them to catch up. So this is going to continually update. So this is just a snapshot as of right now, what tornado reports we've gotten. And if I zoom in here, any of the red dots, and let me see if I can go to any of the red dots here up in the right corner of the screen, that's your tornado reports. So a big cluster was in southern Michigan. Those were those particularly dangerous tornado warnings that we saw earlier. And there was another cluster in southern, just like northern Ohio. So this was how we started the stream when we had all of those tornado reports. We also had one, you can tell, little red dot down here in Indiana, and we tracked that, and that one had a very impressive structure. That was actually, I don't know if you guys remember that, but that storm was actually what caused me, us to kind of transition from Michigan down to Indiana, because we saw that couplet and we're like, oh no, here we go. And then things just kicked off in Ohio. And so that was kind of our first tornado warning to kick us off. So total of 16 reports, none, thankfully, just yet in central Ohio or west central Ohio, none in Cincinnati, none in Kentucky. But that could change. That could change, right, Maz? I mean, we saw those rotation couplings.
Yeah, we saw a couple debris balls there too, and it was like,
oh yeah. That's a
So-
good point, Maz. There was 3 debris balls right. See where I have my mouse? I don't know if you guys can see it, but there were 3 debris balls right there. So there were 3 tornadoes on the ground, 100% in where my mouse is, right near Wilmington. So this is going to grow. This is not the comprehensive list. This is just a snapshot right now. And as the National Weather Service gets out and does more damage assessments and things like that, this is only going to grow.
Right. A lot of surveying. I don't envy those guys.
No,
Yeah.
no, me neither. But I always like to. Well, I don't like to, but I always read the reports here, and I'm just going to make this bigger so we can see it. But I always read the reports here in like the comments, just to see what we had. So I think this is so this will tell you this first thing is the tornado reports. So we had one in LaPorte, Indiana. We had some tree limbs down, and that's actually close to by where I went to college for my first year, Valparaiso. Go Crusaders. And then we had a second one in Michigan, heavy tree damage near Twin Lakes. We had another one, actually three reports near St. Joseph, Michigan. And this is for a large cone tornado near Collin. We had some tree snaps, so likely a tornado in St. Joseph, Michigan. We had a debris ball in Branch, Michigan, near Sherwood. So that's in Branch County, near Sherwood. So likely, I think that was our tornado emergency, actually, when we had that debris ball. And then we had a number of other damage reports in Michigan of tornadoes that touched down. Steuben, Indiana, we had a report there. And then we had several reports issued either by storm spotters or by other. And another thing to note too, there's multiple reports coming out of St. Joseph. So just because we have 16, that doesn't mean 16 tornadoes touched down. That's just 16 different reports from people or the National Weather Service saying, "Hey, I saw a tornado. Here's some evidence." So it's people sometimes get confused with that. That's not saying there's 16 tornadoes that touch down. That's just saying that there are 16 reports as of right now. Now there could be 16 tornadoes. I mean, just based on today, I wouldn't be surprised if there ends up being more than that that occurred, because this was a full-fledged outbreak, people. This was a full-fledged outbreak. That's why the show is called Outbreak. We like to do this only when there's a large, a big threat. But this was an outbreak. This was 100% an outbreak. And then here's some different. Oops, I thought that was going to be a photo. But here's some other reports in Ohio. Paulding, we remember that storm. That was a big one. And then this was the Putnam between Melrose and Leipzig. We talked about Leipzig a couple of times early on. So that's the reports. We also had 70 and 100 hail and wind reports. So a really crazy day. We're only just kind of getting started compiling those. The National Weather Service will kind of keep doing surveys over the next couple of days, and we'll kind of get the full picture of that. So
much of the hail reports, I think, were like reported as quarter size hail.
Oh yeah, and we did have. I mean, do you remember actually, I don't think you were on, but Maz, we had a report of a melon. Or sorry, not melon. It was apple sized at one point, and I was like, it was 3 inch. And that was a cell in northern Indiana. Yeah, that was that right when those tornadoes were kicking off. We had a melon, or sorry, it went from lime sized to apple sized. And I was like, that's a cool way to. At least it puts it in perspective for me. My small pea brain can understand. I know what an apple is, and I know what a lime is, and one is. You got your lime, and then you got your apple.
I still have a hard time in Texas with the teacup size. I'm like, teacup.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no way.
How big is a teacup again?
You don't do tea?
No.
I do, but I use a big coffee cup. So, if it's coffee cup size hail, holy cow.
And John, we'll get to you in just a second here. I'll hit Pittsburgh in just a second. Hamilton, Cincinnati, you are getting some really, and I'll actually put the let's put the radar in the northern northern corner of the screen. I'll zoom it in on Hamilton here. So Hamilton, you're rain free. Looks like the worst of it's just to your south. So no warnings though in Hamilton, Cincinnati. Nothing too threatening right now. We also have someone that asked about Lexington, Kentucky. Lexington, Fayette, really nothing in terms of any storms down here in Lexington. If we zoom in here, right there's it's still in a really, it's still in a really really high area of parameters. But look at the last couple, and I'm going to show that in just a sec. But look at the last couple of frames here. The tornado parameters really ramping down. So the good news is we said this after midnight. We're not going to really have to worry as much after midnight about tornadoes, and we're seeing those parameters go way down. So that's really good news to see that, because every frame that Dan was showing and the Maz was showing just kept going north and north and north. Now it's going back down. The good is finally winning. We're finally making some progress here.
Right.
And so let's just quickly Lebanon, Ohio too. I'll try to pull that up in just a second. But here's tomorrow. So to give everyone just a little bit of perspective here. This was today. This was an enhanced risk today over Indianapolis, Indiana, Louisville, and Ohio. We had a 10% hatch today. Look how today performed. And just an enhanced is 3 out of 5, right? So you've got your green, that's 1 out of 5. So the higher the number, the higher the risk. Green's 1 out of 5, yellow is 2 out of 5, and orange, which is what we're looking at, that's 3 out of 5. That's what we mean by enhanced. It's out of 5 scale. So 3 out of 5 is a pretty. It's not a incredibly bad threat, but it's still, as we saw today, it can still produce some really strong storms. So to give you perspective, that was today. This is tomorrow. So same threat, 3 out of 5, but over a much larger area. Thankfully, this does not include some of this. It does kind of include some of the same areas that we hit today. Central Ohio, you're in the marginal, so you're looking pretty good. Indianapolis, you're in the slights. You're not looking horrible, but you're on the edge of some of this stuff. Cincinnati, same thing. But really kind of the heart of this threat is in Arkansas, southern Missouri, so Springfield, Little Rock. The good news is Oklahoma, which we was in that big high risk, you're just off to the west. So Oklahoma should be mostly okay. But Arkansas, southern Missouri, really all of Kentucky, and really all of Tennessee, even the southern portions of Illinois and Indiana, you guys are all in this risk. And just looking at the tornado threat, that's the same thing we had today. We had a 10% hatched, and this was over, like, just looking at this is today. We had that 10% hatched. We had that yellow. We had, and that's basically saying you have a 10% chance of any point in that circle of getting a strong EF2 plus tornado. This is today, or this is tomorrow. So this is that same risk, but over a much bigger area and a slightly different area. So that's at least good news, is we're not going to see the same areas get hit. Some the same, maybe in southern Illinois, but still a significant, possibly significant day. And Maz, I don't know if in your experience, or Dan, in your experience, if you guys agree or disagree with this, but I feel like these outbreaks tend to kind of go one after another. And if you have a day that's kind of crazy, the next day can sometimes be just as crazy, right? Because it's the same atmosphere. It's a little bit of the same. Tomorrow's going to be a different atmosphere as today, but it's still kind of the same major players, right?
Well, I'll be curious to see what happens as this line of thunderstorms falls apart, because there'll be leftover outflow boundaries that you can't see. They're just sitting there, and they are a mechanism for, as things start to heat up, where all of a sudden it's almost like there's a front there. So I'll be very curious to see, where do these thunderstorms fall apart? Do they continue to push farther south? Do they make it down to Lexington and then fall apart? And that's where your outflow boundary is for tomorrow? It almost looks like it from this,
It does.
But-
It does. And Dan, do you have any thoughts on that? Like, have you so Dan's been chasing for years now, and Dan is, Dan is incredibly knowledgeable about severe storms and everything along those lines. Dan, like, have you seen these things, go one right after another, where like you've got a really bad day and then you've got another bad day that follows it?
Yeah, I've seen consecutive days, and Maz is right. I mean, the boundaries are going to be pretty key.
Oh yeah. And what we mean by that when we say boundaries, right? We're basically saying like you've got this line of storms here that is right along this line, and we still have flash flood warnings there. But however south these push, that is a kind of a localized, right? So they're really, I mean, they're really kind of struggling to push there. But you can see the air out in front of this, right? Like right there is a boundary, right there is a boundary. And so if these continue to kind of slide off to the south, and then they'll eventually dissipate tomorrow when storms move over, like it's think about it like Pac-Man, right? These storms are going to be laying down these, say this boundary pushes down right here. These storms are going to be laying down like little fruit. I always like to kind of put it in simple terms because I'm a simple man here. I'm a simple man that likes to really simplify things. But say this is your boundary here with those fruits, and then the storm, say a storm, and I'm lost my mouse here, but say a storm comes over here, and here's your Pac-Man, right? And then so this is your storm, right? And imagine this Pac-Man as a storm. If this storm moves along the boundary, that's just going to enhance the storm itself. That's going to make the storm really like that. You can get localized tornado threats when you have a storm that kind of moves along those boundaries. Because it's fuel. It's like these fruit. It's fuel for the storm, and it can actually cause a more enhanced tornado threat. So the parameters are already going to be there tomorrow. But if this line can kind of push its way to the south, any storms that move along that boundary, wherever this boundary does set up, and it's going to continue to push to the south as these storms slowly. At least I'm hoping. I'm hoping for everyone that they do slide to the south, or we're going to have some serious problems with rain. But, I think that wherever these boundaries you set up, it's going to be a problem tomorrow. So good call out there, Mass.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to have to head out here.
Thank you.
I got to get up tomorrow.
Maz, I love you so much. I was incredibly lucky to have you on. So thank you.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thanks, Brady and Dan. You guys are awesome.
There's no secret that this was our best stream ever when we had Dan, and Maz and Phil and really all the freaks. We missed you. If Serena,
Yeah.
Dina, all you guys, we missed you. But Maz, Dan, and Phil, you guys all killed it tonight. So thank you again, and sleep well.
I will say
Maz,
this: the ladies, they're phenomenal. What great experience, and I love having them on. So
yeah, we
anyway,
missed.
Sorry, Dan.
Go ahead, Dan.
No, I was just going to say, I hope this isn't your last time. I hope you're on here more often.
Agreed.
You know something I don't know? What's
Agreed.
going on?
I'm just telling you right now. Maybe this is coming out of retirement party for Maz. I'm
Oh,
telling you,
no.
I'm telling you,
Oh, my
Maz. This
God.
could be a new thing.
Man, my first gig was in Nebraska, and I'll just tell you this real quick. I was still in college, and then I graduated. So I was there, Lincoln, Nebraska, my first TV station. Did 36 tornado warnings and 135 severe thunderstorm warnings in one summer. It was just like, welcome to meteorology. Well, they develop in Western Nebraska, and they would just, boom, boom,
yeah.
boom, boom.
Yeah. And this is one of those years, I bet too, that, every meteorologist in Ohio and Indiana and really even off to the West, this year has been insane. Matt, did you ever sleep at the studio?
Oh yeah. My last, cause I worked at 5 or 6 stations, from 2 in Nebraska, Rhode Island, Philadelphia, West Michigan, and then Cincinnati was my last one. And my last year and a half in Cincinnati, I was doing 2 24-hour shifts.
Jeez.
Yeah. So I mean, literally, I would sleep in the storm center.
That is insane. And I see it now.
Not plush carpet, not comfortable carpet.
Wait, did you not have like an air mattress or anything?
Oh, God, this is the old days. I don't even know if we had air.
No,
You
she
know.
slept on the carpet. Oh, my.
You wake up and you get that nubby. You're like, oh,
We're gonna
man,
have to. I'm gonna have to. Is there video of that anywhere, Mass?
No.
Oh, come on.
There's no
Come
video of that.
on, man. You
No,
gotta
but
have
you
something.
sound slap happy. By Sunday, you're like, and then later on today we're gonna forecast.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Good times. Good
Oh
times.
God. Well, thanks again for joining
Anyway,
us.
I hate
man.
you guys. You betcha. Have a great night. We'll talk to you guys maybe tomorrow. You never can tell.
Oh yeah. See you, Mass.
See you, everybody.
Good night, Maz.
Good night, Mass. And then there were two, Dan. So we'll probably be wrapping up here in just a little bit. And I did just wanted someone asked about Canton. Canton, you've got a strong storm. No warning on this storm, but a lot of lightning. So Canton, it's a noisy night right now for you, and it's probably going to be that way for probably the next about 20-30 minutes. This storm is scooting pretty quickly off to the east, so that Canton, this will be out of your hair pretty quickly here. But tell you what, a lot of lightning right now bursting down in Canton. So it's a noisy night there down in Canton. Joe asked about West Virginia tomorrow. Let me go ahead and pull up the SBC to just make sure here. Yeah, so West Virginia, Charleston, West Virginia is in the slight risk. So if you look at the tornado, just in the 2%. So, anything can happen tomorrow. Like today, anything can happen, but you are not in the area of greatest concern for tomorrow. Still, a tornado is possible. You're in the 2% risk, but not thinking that there'll be you're not in the greatest threat. And John, yep, good call, John. Sorry. Pittsburgh. So Pittsburgh tomorrow, you're going to be fine. Pittsburgh right now, you are. So the good news is the tornado threat is really decreasing. So the tornado threat is really decreasing here with these storms, but that doesn't mean that they're not going to continue to produce some strong winds and some wind and some maybe some hail and some lightning as they push off. So Pittsburgh, you're probably going to get a pretty good storm here in probably about. And actually, you might get split here. These two storms. This storm's probably going to push to your south. This one's going to push to your north. So maybe you'll get a little bit of action here. But I'm not too worried about tornadoes for this. But still, these storms have produced tornadoes down here. And so anyone out in front of these things, sleep with your phone. Have a way to get weather warnings. If you have a weather radio, keep that on tonight. And really, that goes for anyone from Pittsburgh. Anywhere along this line of storms that's going to kind of continue marching to the south and east throughout the night, just in case one of these does decide to spin up and produce anything, that could always happen. And so make sure you do have a way to get weather warnings, multiple ways to get weather warnings tonight, just in case you have a tornado warning. So yeah, no problem, Golden Hawk. So Lexington, Kentucky tomorrow. Let's see, and I'm going to get to Warsaw in just a second. Lexington, Kentucky tomorrow. Yeah, you're in this enhanced risk. So tomorrow could be a busy day for you guys. So I'm going to try to go live tomorrow, assuming the thing doesn't fall apart and I don't have a heart attack tomorrow. But you guys will probably see me live again tomorrow, and I would love if I see you guys again. Watching this stream. We're just starting to get this thing going, and you guys, this is by far our biggest stream ever. So thank you for making this amazing. And thank you to Vince Welty, who originally gave us the shout out originally. And then it just kind of snowballed from there. And then Warsaw, Coshocton. Let's just quickly get to that. I'm going to try and get to these. Coshocton, you're going to get a storm here. The good news is Warsaw is just this thing's pushing this way. So Coshocton, you're going to get the northern edge of it. Like I said, a severe thunderstorm warning for it. Some strong winds. I don't see a strong sign of rotation here with this. This thing's starting to kind of line itself out. So I'm not too worried about this area. Still, I mean, winds to 60 miles an hour. and they do have still a tornado possible tag on it, but I'm not seeing anything that's really grabbing my attention of saying, yeah, there's a tornado with this thing. So yeah, I mean, it's you've got some rotation here. It's really broad, but nothing I'm too concerned about just yet. I think I hit everything. Okay, hold on. Salem, Indiana, forever. Let's see, Salem, Indiana. Where is Salem? Oh gosh, you guys are really testing my geography today. Yikes! I wish I was like you could just name a town anywhere in the country and I could tell you where it is. Maybe eventually.
I think it's southeast Indiana.
Okay, southeast Indiana. Well, southeast Indiana. Okay, here it is. I got it. Good call. Good call, Dan. Yeah, you guys are going to get the tail end of this storm. I mean, really, I think these are actually pushing to the north, but eventually I think this is going to start to slide to the south. So I'm not too concerned with these, but you could get, especially with this storm, it could be a noisy night in Salem. We also have Young Buck in Circleville and Chillicothe area. Let's see. I think I should know where that is. I'm an Ohio guy. Oh gosh. Oh, here it is. Yeah, you guys are getting a pretty solid storm right here. But the good news is it's already kind of pushed through Chillicothe. But a pretty big warning here. So if you live on the Ohio River, this is a bowing structure, so you're going to have strong winds and a pretty solid storm here. But Chillicothe and Circleville, this storm just passed you, and I don't. There's no reason to believe there's going to be anything that develops behind this. So I don't want to say you're in the all clear yet, but I mean the worst should be past as these storms kind of continue to march off to the south. Cincinnati, I mean. Dan, we've been seeing Cincinnati all night. Get the fire hose. I know one of my friends has a house in Cincinnati with the flooding. Yeah, that is that's not good. I really hope he just got work done on his basement. So, and it just flooded. It flooded like 2 weeks ago. So I feel really bad for him because it probably is going to flood again today. Because there's no, I mean. Look at this. Yeah, look at this, Dan. You see,
it's just lining up.
It's lining up, and even the stuff off to the west, it was up here, and now it's down here, and that's just going to keep marching. Hopefully, maybe this stuff off to the west can start to kind of push this stuff to the south, because right now this is just a fire hose right over top of Cincinnati, unfortunately.
Yeah, folks in Cincinnati are going to definitely need to be aware of possibly changing conditions throughout the night.
Yeah. I think the tornado threat is minimized here. It's not non-zero, but it's definitely lower than it was earlier. And Dan, actually, let's show this, and this is why the tornado threat has. And maybe you can put this in motion here, just to kind of quickly see what has happened. What we're looking at now is the tornado parameter. And the more purple the colors are, the greater the parameter. So the bigger and maybe just kind of move it a little bit east so we can also see kind of Ohio.
Okay. It's going to take a minute to kind of load everything up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries. So this was so this is why I think we're able to say that tornado potential is lowering slowly, is because those purples and those reds and those oranges are retreating to the south, and so that's a really good sign of the tornado threat really starting to decrease. Right, what we're seeing now is like a couple hours or maybe an hour ago. This is about maybe 30 minutes ago, and then just in this last frame, that's right now. So all of that, the purples and the reds and the oranges have all kind of retreated to the south. And that's really good news for our tornado threat. So that means our tornado threat is decreasing as we go throughout the overnight hours. And that's a really good sign for anyone that's still kind of getting active storms. So that's why I'm saying that tornado threat is looking like it's going to continue to decrease over the next couple of hours here. Okay. All right. So, and I'm just going to, this is Dan Wallace's YouTube here. I want to link this as well. Dan's got some great stuff. So go check out Dan on YouTube. He's got some great content. Dan chases all the time and gets some really good video of some of the storms that he's on. So he's a great person to go subscribe to and like as well. And really too. So we are about to end the activity. Things are really starting to kind of wind down here. And I got to get to bed and get ready for the stream tomorrow. I think unless things change pretty significantly, I'm going to be live again tomorrow. And Dan, I'd love to have you there. You don't feel any obligation to be there, but I'm going to invite all the freaks to kind of come back on and do another stream, and we're going to run it back. We are going to run it back probably tomorrow. So I really hope you guys I really hope to see you guys all there, because we had some awesome people join the stream today. We've got a lot of new friends. We've had a lot of new subscribers. You can see that count above me going up and up and up. And that is awesome. You guys have helped. We've gotten a couple hundred subscribers tonight, which is insane and really insane. And it's just an unbelievable night, a serious night for possibly some tornadoes, especially in Michigan. So please send your thoughts and prayers to those folks up in Michigan and in Ohio, where we had, looks like some tornadoes touched down, and in Indiana. So that's kind of the serious side of things. But on the fun side of things, right, I really love everyone for joining, and go ahead and give us a follow over on Twitter. I am at Stormcat5 with an underscore. The person whoever took Stormcat5 without an underscore, I'm coming for you. I'm coming to get that username because I want it. I don't want the underscore in my name. Maybe if we keep making this stream bigger and bigger and bigger, I can get maybe some money from this, and maybe I can buy the Twitter. Right now, I'm doing this for free. I'm doing this on my own dime, but maybe eventually we can get there where I can buy that username. But I'm Stormcat5 on Instagram and X or Twitter. This is a production of the Stormfront Freaks, and so we have a podcast. Some of you may know, some of you may not. We've had a podcast. We've been running for about 7 years, and we've got all those episodes. We've got a lot of them on YouTube. So if you are watching us on YouTube, we've got a lot of great content. So please like and subscribe to the channel and follow both of these accounts on Instagram and Twitter. And that way, whenever we do go live, so if you are watching on YouTube and you do subscribe, whenever we do go live, you're going to see it. You're going to see a notification that pops up and says, hey, the Stormfront Freaks are live. Join us. And that way you'll be able to tell, okay, we're live. We can watch it. And tomorrow you'll get a notification. Also, if you follow us on social media, we're constantly kind of posting updates about when we're going to go live. And we're constantly, I'm in Ohio, so I don't get a lot of great storm photos. But I tried to retweet and kind of pass along a lot of those unbelievable shots of storm photos without, obviously, I don't ever take credit for them because I don't like to do that. I don't like to claim other people's content as my own, but I like to kind of give other people a voice on the platform by retweeting them and other things like that. So you can kind of see some really great content, and you're going to be able to tell too when I go live if you follow us both on Instagram and Twitter. And look, the count already went up. So we already had some people hit that subscribe button. And if you did like the show, go ahead and hit the thumbs up button as well. If you didn't like it, that's fine. That actually is great. I would love to hear from you. Tell me why you didn't like it. I'm trying to make this thing better. This is our 6th time doing this. And every time I want your guys' feedback. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you want to see. Tell me what you don't want to see. Just because I'm always kind of looking for ways to improve this show and to make it better for you. And we're going to keep improving our graphics too. We're going to keep making them up to date. We've iterated and kind of done improved them dramatically since episode 1. We're going to keep building them out as we go. So it's really great to see and awesome. So thanks again for joining Tabitha. We've got a ton of people Nikki, Jess, Fuzzy, you guys have all been here from day one. Really thank you again for joining the stream. And I'm hoping, unless things, well, I guess I'm not hoping. I'm hoping that I don't go live tomorrow, because if today's any indication, then of how it's going to go, tomorrow could be a big day. Yeah, Fuzzy's been here for 7 years. Fuzzy's been here since I was in college, and started on this show back when I was in college, like years ago. You can see my hair is getting a little white now that I'm getting a little older. I'm about to turn 30, so it's all downhill from here. But yeah, Fuzzy's definitely an OG here on the stream. But like we said, tomorrow's an enhanced risk, dangerous day. I know someone asked about Atlanta, Georgia. Tomorrow, Atlanta's right on the edge of the marginal risk. So nothing too incredible. Could get some storms tomorrow, but not really thinking anything incredibly strong to severe tomorrow. So yeah. Once again, and
Brady did an excellent job today.
I'll get out of here.
So if you think Brady did a great job, put that in the chat. Give Brady some love.
Yeah,
tell him. I mean, because you basically didn't stop. You had everything covered. You were answering questions. You were, just like a pro.
Well, I had the best I had the best audience. I had the best support. I had the best audience, and I had the best people. This is not just a one-man show. This is a team effort. We are all a team, and we're all kind of building this together. And Dan is a pretty integral part. Dan is an integral part of this show, and I'm so happy, Dan, that you're here. Because Dan, you are an OG as well, my friend. You've been here, and it's so cool to see you. You've got a knack for this kind of stuff, and being able to like the inputs you provide are awesome. So I'm really thankful that you're doing this with me.
You're too kind. Sometimes I push a couple of buttons and things work. But...
yeah. Do you guys hear the? Oops, that's my email. Whoops. Do you guys hear? Do you guys hear the alerts that go off? That's Dan. That alert, Dan figured out how to kind of configure that and get that on stream. If you watched last stream, I tried for hours to get that to work, and it just didn't. So Dan is awesome, and Dan helps this show out a lot. And
then I broke it today.
Hey, you broke it, but then you fixed it. So that's the most important thing. You broke it. I don't even say you broke it. I think it was broke. We do have a video from a viewer that I just want to share. This is sent in from B Gangster Romance. Hold on. I think this might be someone that I might know. I just want to make sure this is appropriate. Okay, hold on. Let me listen to it first, and just make sure it's appropriate here. And I'm gonna put it over on this screen. You guys can't hear that, can you?
Not well.
Okay. Let's just quickly. I'll put them on. I think that's fine. Okay. Let me add this. Let me put the screen share full. And yeah, look, this is my other monitor here. So I've got a lot of stuff going on the other monitor. I've actually got a pretty cool setup. But okay. So let me know if you guys can hear this. Can you, Dan? Can you hear this? Could you hear that?
Not as well, no.
Oh, really? Wait a second here. Hold on.
It was almost better where it was before.
Was it? Hold on. Let me stop screen sharing and try screen sharing again. Sorry, guys. Bear with me here. We got some. This is going to be worth it, though. I promise. Let's share my screen. Let's share this screen. Include screen audio. Share. Okay. Here we go. You guys should be able to hear it now. Let me know if you can hear it.
5, this is Storm.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so this is B Gangsta Romance here. We're gonna end. I think we're gonna end with a little bit of comedy. We'll see here. Let's let the video play.
Hey, Stormcat 5, this is Stormcat 4 here downtown in Cincinnati, Ohio. As you can see, you're right. It is a fire hose right now. I as again, literally standing in a river. Like my feet are fully submerged in this river. This is on my street. It's crazy over here. But it's glad to see that the tornado warnings have gone down. Stay safe out there. Stormcat 4 out.
Oh my God, dude. Unbelievable. So it looks like we have some, we have Stormcat 4 with boots on the ground in Cincinnati, Ohio, talking about the fire hose of rain that's occurring. Let's all give a little love in the chat for B Gangsta Romance, aka Stormcat 4. Let's all give a little bit of love in the chat for Stormcat 4, who is he's sandals on the ground. He is sandals on the ground. I don't think I would recommend going out and standing in floodwaters in sandals, but why does he sound like Lightning McQueen? I don't know. I don't know. But regardless, great moment there from Stormcat 4.
Yeah.
Great work, Stormcat 4. If Stormcat 4, if you're watching, we need more like this. We need more content like this. I can't promise how long Cincinnati is going to get hit, but you know what, Stormcat 4, maybe we can work something out. If you start going to storms and give me reports like this, who knows? We can maybe I'll buy you a couple dinners or something from time to time, because I think we need more. We need more of Stormcat 4. Yeah, that's amazing. All right. We're winding down here. Let me just make sure. I'm just going to check my socials real quick and make sure that I don't have any. Let's see if anyone sent me anything, any pictures or video that I can share. Haven't gotten anything on Twitter. I don't think people like sending things on Twitter generally. Let's see if I've gotten any messages here. Okay, I have not. But definitely send me stuff. I don't have anything just yet, unless this is old. But I love to hear from you guys on my socials. So go ahead and give me a follow, and we can go from there. Okay, so Jess says, what's the risk force radiator? Risk for Radiator Springs tomorrow. Where's Radiator Springs again?
Is that from the Cars movie?
Probably. Let me see. I'm going to put it in my old GPS. Radiator Springs. Wait a second. Is Jess playing a prank on me?
I feel like it's from the Cars movie.
She's definitely playing a prank on me, isn't she?
You should Google it.
Yeah, she's definitely playing a prank on me. It's a thing at Disney. Oh my God. Unbelievable. Oh God. More love from Stormcat 4. From Hope Greer in the chat. Thanks for joining, Hope Greer. Oh man, gosh, it's so hard for me to end when we got 100 people on. This is literally the most followers, the most people we've ever had, and this isn't even our peak. But I do have to probably get to bed here. Fuzzy says, "Great job again." Yeah, okay, this isn't the Cars universe. Unbelievable, Jess. Unbelievable.
Yeah, Brady, you did a great job tonight. And each time, each new show, you get even more comfortable, and the flow. You didn't lose rhythm. You didn't lose your beat.
Yeah, I mean, the Storms made it easy because they just kept coming, and unfortunately, tonight was one of those nights we might remember for a long time. I think we're probably going to have some damage that we're going to have tomorrow, but this is this is a pretty sight right here. No tornado warnings at the moment in the U.S., and we've had that for a long time here. So that's a little program that I run to get the tornado warnings, and We haven't had any for a while, so that's great news. And I think we are going to wrap up here. And I just let me go ahead and transition to this. And Dan, maybe we'll put you on this, guys. Thank you again from the bottom of my heart for joining the stream tonight. I have loved meteorology since I was a kid. I have wanted to do something like this since I was a kid. And, I think I've back in college, I majored in meteorology. I had a degree in meteorology, and I thought about kind of going into TV, but it looked like I had to move somewhere, away from family. Family is incredibly, faith is incredibly important to me. Family is incredibly important to me. And it was going to be hard to move away. That's kind of a reality of the TV business, is you generally have to move away from your house. And so I had this passion of meteorology, and Phil Johnson and the Stormfront Freaks came, and he gave me an opportunity to be on the podcast, and I've loved it ever since that day. And so Phil and all the freaks that took a chance on me and put me on the podcast from day one, thank you guys so much, because none of this, I don't think this whole group would have been together if Phil and MJ, Mark Johnson, wouldn't have kind of started this. So, Phil and Mark Johnson, MJ, are an incredible group of people that took a chance on me and took a chance on some other freaks and started this podcast. And we've done the podcast now for 7 years. And we just started doing Outbreak in the spring, in March. And we've done about 6 shows since then. They've been some pretty crazy shows. This one's definitely had the most viewers by far. But ultimately, doing something like this is something that I've dreamed about doing for a long time, and being able to kind of communicate the weather to people. That is just something I love to do. And so you guys, by watching this and being a part of this stream, are kind of allowing me to do that, and allowing me to do it in front of an audience, and feel like I'm kind of making impacts on the world in a small way. And so I thank you guys from the bottom of my heart, and just want to say thank you again for everything that you've done, all the chatting, all the support from all my friends and family, from Dan and Phil and Dina and Serena and Mark Massaro and MJ, and from Garrett Beverly and Angela and all the rest of the freaks and everyone that's a part of this community. I just want to thank you guys for being a part of this. And I think, if we keep building this could turn into something special. And so you guys, we're all getting in on the ground floor here of something that could turn into something big. And I just want to say, you guys, thank you so much for everything that you've done. And I can't wait to continue to do this into the future as we continue having severe weather. We're going to do this again tomorrow. So we'll see you guys tomorrow, probably around anywhere from like 4 to 6 to 7. I still have to look at the models and see what we're dealing with and when the timing is going to start. But I cannot wait to see everyone tomorrow. Hopefully you've all liked and subscribed to this show so you get notified when we do go live. If you haven't, go ahead and do that, and then follow us on Twitter and Instagram at Stormcat5, at Stormfront Freak. We'll go ahead and let you know when we are going to go live. Dan, any final words of wisdom for the people? The people are dying to know. Dan, what do you got to say? It doesn't even have to be weather related. It can be any sort of topic that you want to bestow some wisdom on this group. What are you going to say, Dan? Go. No pressure.
I don't have any wisdom.
You have a ton of wisdom. Get out of here.
I'm just, I'm feel very fortunate to be here and able to participate. So I appreciate it, and I thank everyone for watching and commenting and being so kind to us. It's a great feeling.
Yeah, it is. And Dan, your words of wisdom, my friend, and that just truly that describes Dan pretty well. He's an unbelievably humble guy, and when he's a great guy. So give him a lot of love in the chat, and can't wait to run it back tomorrow, Dan. If you are able to, I'd love to have you. If not, I totally understand. There'll be more opportunities to run it back in the future, but just want to say thank you for everyone for joining. And we will see you on the next one, which looks like it could be tomorrow. Peace out.
Thank you.
Stormcat 5 is out. Bye.